Good evening, Mayor.
The City of Pflugerville City Council work session to order at 5 p.m. And we have item 2A, which is discussion regarding the capital improvement program. And we have a team of specialists that will. Is there somebody that's leading the presentation, or Thomas? Okay.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and start us off. Thank you, Mayor and Council. You hit the nail on the head. It does take a team, and you've got a phenomenal team, not only up here, but there's a lot of people that I just wanted to take a second and thank for working through the CIP. There's a tremendous amount of individuals that work on this program, and there's really a lot here. I won't go with titles, but you've got Abby, Evan, Cool Jeff, Brandon, and Tracy with you here tonight, and we're going to walk through the CIP. Before we do that, I'm going to go through a couple of introduction slides, just because anytime we get the chance to talk about this, we want to walk through kind of the history, progress, where we're at, and process, because all those things are incredibly relevant to the conversation. So, we've got a little over 85 projects, I believe, and 54 slides. We're going to be as efficient as possible, but wanted to make sure that we cover everything with you all. I won't dwindle too long on this slide, but the takeaway here is the capital improvement plan, specifically for a capital improvement plan that's as large as ours, is a very complex and large document. I think the majority of the folks who've been involved with it have been involved for many, many, many years. And so there's a lot of things that have gone into it, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Generally speaking, the capital improvement plan is refined and approved annually, but is a planning document, typically spanning over a 5-year term. Okay, that's really important, because when we start talking about other plans that feed into this, those are the documents that really contemplate longer planning horizons. CIP project selection. I think it can be relatively difficult for somebody who's trying to navigate a CIP document for any community, let alone one that has, $2.3 billion worth of capital in there. So really what this speaks to is that we've got a lot of different things that we're considering when we put this CIP together. There's growth and development that's obviously happening within the community at a violent rate if you look over a 10-year period. So we have to contemplate those things. We have community service requests, things that residents have identified that they feel are a priority. We've also got our master plans and our comprehensive plans. All of those are key components, not to mention the things that staff identifies as reoccurring issues relative to putting together a pretty proactive and robust list of projects for the city. Now, if you thought that I wasn't going to show you all those plans, you were wrong. So we've got all of our master plans and our long-range planning documents. Realistically, I think we've got a little over 15 processes here. And the important thing to take away from this is all of these processes go through a pretty robust public engagement process here at the city, as well as have a pretty regular interval and touch point with boards and committees and council. And so as we go through and we start talking about projects and where the project came from, the relation that the project has to our strategic plan, all of these documents play a large role in helping us craft what that 5-year window looks like. Then we got to zoom into the 1-year process. So when council approves the CIP, we take about a 3.5-week deep breath, and then we start again in November. So that process from a staff perspective picks up right in the beginning of November, and this just lays out what that next year looks like relative to the CIP. In many ways, it's a pretty living and breathing document. It's changing as different things change, as new developments come online, as developers interact with the city and projects change. So again, we are constantly touching this, constantly adjusting things to meet the needs and the desires of everybody involved. As you can see here, we just grabbed a couple of those touch points relative to the different boards and commissions that are looking at it, as well as the council process. This has been the process over the past I can really only speak to the past 5 or 6 years, but I think as long as anybody can remember, this has kind of been the process. We will talk a little bit about process moving forward and things that we could do to improve that at a later date. But again, just looking at that 1 year process. Talking about capital project progress, if you look at, these are just a couple of clips of rough numbers relative to a span of time going from 2018 to 2021, and then looking at a span of time from 2022 to 2025. And this is really indicative of something that we're going to show you on the next couple of slides. Some people are really, they really are drawn to the metrics. Others are very visual. So we'll present the information both ways because we all learn a little bit differently. Those are just some averages. When we click over to this slide, this really starts to draw a little bit of a different picture. One of the things that I want to highlight here when we start talking about the 2020 bond program, because the 5-year CIP includes the 2020 bond program, but it includes other projects that are outside of that 2020 bond program as well. In 2020, when the city passed the largest bond in its history, I'm not going to say that it was a right or a wrong bond passage, but there were some key characteristics relative to how that bond was passed and what was ready or what wasn't ready. So the bond passes in 2020, that's November of 2020. Those funds aren't available until 2021. And the majority of those projects were not designed. The right-of-way wasn't acquired, utility relocation wasn't complete for the majority of those. In addition, some of those projects, and we will clearly walk through those just so everybody can see it tonight, some of those projects were design only. I think that's really important because there's a lot of projects on there, and so we need to differentiate between what was design and what was construction. So again, this is just a visual representation of some of that project progress. But another way of looking at that, when we start breaking it down into the 2020 bond program, you'll see 2 slides here. One is the transportation bond program update, and the next one will be for parks. So we just break those out. Too much to fit on one slide. On the left side of the screen, you'll see a red dotted line that's 2020 bond approved. So that shows you from the time in Q4 2020 that the bond was approved. And then it walks through those projects with you and shows you what's been completed, what went through PS&E, utilities, right-of-way, and bidding, what has gone to construction, what has been completed, and what is going to construction in the next 45 days, and then a couple of construction projects that will take place in end of 2026 and in 2027. I'm going to show you the same thing here for parks. You'll note that on this slide, you've got a couple of projects that are complete, a couple that are in construction, and some that are just in progress right now. Later on, when we get to the parks update, I think there's 2 projects there that Jeff will share some information about relative to what has been discovered as they've worked through some of the preliminary information relative to those projects. But again, we really just like this chart because it's really an easy way to digest a lot of information. The last thing that I'm going to go over before I turn this over to a group of people that are far more intelligent than me is a snapshot of our CIP from a map perspective that really speaks to where are these projects. We've got hundreds of projects throughout the city over the next 5-year horizon, but where are they geospatially and where are they relative to newer parts of the community, older parts of the community? And we thought that this map was really reflective of a pretty diverse and strategic deployment of capital improvement throughout the city to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all different neighborhoods, all different communities, and really prioritizing that we're not leaving anybody behind. That's something that we've heard loud and clear, and I think that this map shows that as well.
This is a map I would highly encourage for you to promote in various different places.
Got it.
Some of the colors aren't on the legend.
Look at that.
Oh, maybe
Oh,
by
it might
the
be.
title
Yeah,
of the
Cover
slide.
My title.
Those
They're
are
trying to
secret.
confuse you. Don't
Yeah, we can't talk about those. So now I'm going to turn this over to Tracy for just a second, and she's going to talk about how simple our funding sources are, and then we'll start walking through department by department so that y'all have a chance to walk through the projects.
Yeah, so this slide just shows you that we do try to utilize as many diverse funding sources as we possibly can. I would like to emphasize, as Thomas had stated, we do the CIP plan and then it's a working document and it will change throughout the year. One of the things that can change is an influx in impact fees. Great. Before we go sell bonds, we're going to look back and see, do we have available impact fees to start funding some of these projects? So yeah, it's a working document and it is always changing.
Yeah, so drainage, we'll see that there's been, it was revised to 0 from 1.3 million, and we'll kind of go over why that is. Let's go ahead. So you'll notice there's no funding program in FY26, and that is because we don't have a utility drainage fee, which typically is used to fund these bigger projects. The intent of having that fee, like I said, is to help fund the projects, but since there's no fee, there's no dedicated funding. That being said, however, there are projects such as, if you look to the far left, we have the project number. And by the way, the pink boxes indicate that there's some kind of future debt associated with the project. The yellow boxes indicate that there's a change from the last time you saw the budget. But there are projects such as DR 2403, DR 2701, I think, DR 2402, and then on this slide, DR 2501, DR 2702. These projects we've applied for grants for. So if we get these grants, we will be bringing these back to talk about moving these projects forward.
So then when you say we don't have did you say utility drainage fee?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's something that's being considered for future proposal?
We can bring it back. It was discussed at one time, and there was not.
We declined it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we can bring that back for discussion and talk through that again in the future meeting.
Since you brought it up, what are the pros and cons regarding utility drainage fee?
Let me jump in there for 1 second. When the drainage utility was brought forward, there were a lot of pros and cons to it. And when we talk about drainage relative to the CIP, what we're talking about is regional drainage improvements, not drainage improvements that are in conjunction with a transportation project or associated or necessitated by a specific project. So these projects in and of themselves are regional in nature, large scale, and affect an area larger than just where that improvement is being made. At the time, the conversation with council and where it was left was that council would like to see us use the traditional CIP process without the utility fund approval at that time, or utility fee at that time, to try and fund these projects. Now, there was a lot of conversation at that time relative to funding and the transportation need that was huge, and so we knew that there wouldn't be some, grand windfall of dollars, general fund dollars that were freed up for regional drainage projects. But we did take that direction and go out and start applying for grants relative to what we could do here. The idea behind the drainage CIP right now is simply that we're not planning to fund any of those projects. We're not asking to use any debt to fund those projects. But as and when we receive grants, we'll bring the project back before council to move those along relative to the grant funding.
Thank you.
Moving on to facilities, you'll see an increase as the FY26 revised. There was two projects removed. That was facility condition assessment, which was completed, and then the East Police Substation land acquisition. So the first project, again, pink indicates that there's some kind of future debt associated. Yellow means that there was a change from the previous time you saw it. Previous time we went through the CIP. Downtown East, as you all know, under construction. Public Works Complex under construction. ADA transition plan. There's money program for FY26. We're going to be moving that forward. Justice Center expansion, funding in FY27. SCADA network fiber, and then retrofit of the Justice Center.
Evan, just to be clear, for a denotation standpoint, I'm guessing. Well, how about you tell me instead of me guessing how we come up with those numbers? So FA, and then we come up with the number.
For which one?
How is it denoted? So 2306. How does it get that denotation?
Oh, how's the ID? How's the
Yeah.
ID? How do
Yeah.
we come up with the ID? That's a good question.
That is a project ID that's assigned at the beginning of the project so that we can track it throughout the life of the project through the CIP cycle. Essentially, at first, we were using that as to denote when that project would possibly go into construction, start, things like that. However, with the shifting of the funding and projects and things like that, the projects have already been assigned, and so now it's just a numbering system within our department.
So Abby, that's what I was trying to figure out because, like for example, when I see 2306, I'm assuming 2023, and then after that, May that be the 6th project that's coming up for me.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So on those facilities, thank you for the revised schedule. When I compare it to the original one, most of the reason of the increase is because the historical number has reduced, but historical is actually historical plus 25 projections. So there's a mix of what actually has been spent and then a projection of what we plan to spend in 25, and those combined make the historical number.
We were able to split those before this presentation, and so what you're seeing for the historical is the actual spend to date, the life of the project.
Okay, so it looks like we're shifting. We had, the CIP originally expected a certain amount to be completed in this fiscal year, and that amount is lower than originally projected, so it's being shifted to 26.
Correct, or further out in the year. I know
Yeah.
that specifically for Downtown East and the Public Works Complex, we have schedules from our contractors who help us come up with those numbers and those estimates.
Which is phenomenal because this is the conversation we've had about let's be realistic about what we're going to spend and the allocation right there as well. So I mean, I've heard that from plenty of people in this dice, so that's awesome. Good work.
Moving to transportation, there's a revised 86 million, and I'll just kind of go through the projects briefly. The traffic signal system improvement implementation, that's more of an upgrading our technology with our signalized intersection network. That includes like the council approved citywide signal retiming, that's ongoing. Historic colored addition infrastructure improvements, that project's under construction to be completed in fall 27. Melbourne Lane, Phase 1 from Cameron Road to Pleasanton. The bid date's May 2026, construction starting July 2026. Kelly Lane, Phase 3, bidding that in October. Bidding in October 2025. The 2020 bond program, those funds are reserved. Let's see, maybe I skipped ahead. No, I didn't. Those funds are reserved for assisting the bond implementation, bond program. Sydney intersection improvements, 95% complete design, bidding that in April 2026, construction starting in June 2026. Piccadilly Drive, Central Commerce, Royston, council approved that project, is currently under construction, estimated to be completed October 2026. Pflugerville Farm Lane North improvements, and that's in design, bidding date September 2026. East Pflugerville Parkway, Colorado Sand to Weiss, that's currently out for bid. No, I'm sorry, that'll be bid in October. Emmanuel Road improvements, bidding that in November. Construction to start shortly thereafter, probably December. Limestone Commercial, Pflugerville Farm Lane, it's 30% complete design schematic. And then once we get further along with that, we'll have a better idea of when we're going to bid. Old Austin Hutto Road extension, so that's one of the 685 relief routes. We have selected design consultants as a result of our recent RFQ. We're going to bring that back. We're currently scoping design engineering for that project. But we are anticipating being able to bid that in March 2027. Finning Lane extension, same. That's a relief route to the 685 project. That we selected a design consultant as a result of the RFQ. We're going to bid that March 2027. Finnig Lane extension, East Pecan to Wells Branch. That's also early route. So we're working on the scoping of design engineering, and then we'll bring it back to award for the design agreement, and we're scheduling that to be bid April 2027. Terrell Lane, we have selected a design consultant, and we're working with them, same. But the letting date for that one's undetermined at this point. But we'll be closely around those other early projects.
Do you need to go to the next slide?
Yeah, Evan.
I'm sorry. I'm reading and not.
By the way, Evan, just so we're clear, this takes into consideration the movement of utilities too, as well, correct? Because we know that all too well that becomes a very interesting aspect of.
I was going to say time consuming.
Yeah. Oh, see, I was trying to be positive here. Is that correct?
What was the question? I didn't hear the first part.
Movement of utilities.
Oh yeah. Yeah, right away acquisition and utility relocation is imperative before you start seeing the dirt turn. Sometimes you can do it at the same time if you work with the selected contractor, but yeah, utilities is vital.
So so when we're seeing these projections and when these things will actually let, this takes into consideration of the utilities.
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
When we have these projects, such as the first two on the list on the slide here, where we have no historical and we have $600,000 in this fiscal year, does that reflect the anticipated design costs, or is there in the fiscal year 27 represents the start of construction, or is there a blend in there?
Well, that's how we're phasing it. So the first year, we're expecting those monies to be programmed for design. That's why you'll see a higher number in the following years.
Okay. So I think it's great that we're planning for that design ahead of time.
Yep.
So.
And the third project on this page, that design historical and 2026, is that entirely funded by the federal grant program there, or are we bringing some of our own money to bear in 2026?
So that was funded by CDBG grant.
Right.
Primarily for the design. There's 3 different years where funding was programmed for that, and then in the CIP there is funds to construct.
So the CIP is the construction in 2027. So 2026 is not construction; that's still design, and that's entirely CDBG funded. Is that correct?
No, that is CIP money.
2026 is CIP funding or CIP design?
We have 816 in CDBG funding. So however far that gets us, and then we start using our own funds for that project.
Okay.
And that's
So
what he was asking about.
we don't know exactly how much we've got looking forward in CDBG money in 26.
Well, no, between the historical and the 26, we have 816,000 in CDBG funds. So however far that gets us, and then it will start dipping into our funds.
Okay, so it gets us all the historical and most of the way through 26, but not all of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
because some of that's already been spent with the historical.
Do we anticipate any more CDBG funds to help with that project in 2027? Or is that area no longer going to be eligible for CDBG?
Oh, it'll be eligible. Yeah.
Potentially is the answer.
Yeah. He said potentially, David.
Okay. Potentially.
James has said potentially.
Potentially.
Yeah.
All right.
And to be clear, that 800,000 in CDBG funds, that is purely dedicated to the Parkway Drive project?
Yes.
All right.
And just for design?
Just for the project.
Just for the project.
Well,
Just for
and
the-
design of the project.
As far as it goes, design and
Yeah, it's
construction.
both.
Oh, it does.
If it
Okay.
goes
I
in
thought
the
you
As far as we
heard
can stretch
design.
those CDBG funds.
Right.
Yeah. Whatever we get the funding, and then whatever
Okay.
it takes us.
But there's potential that we could request funds in the future to help with additional
That
construction.
CDBG
Yeah, we're one of
tends
the
to be
few
an annual
entities
program,
in Travis
or
County.
has been historically.
Yeah, who gets CBD dollars directly.
Yeah, and
And
the
as
next
long as that money continues to flow.
Which doesn't necessarily mean that some other people appreciate that or our federal overlords will continue to fund it.
Has there been any talk about discontinuing the CDBG program?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we're not funding.
I know that the people in that area appreciate the fact that we've been doing some work down there on the lights and the roads. Of course, they're always impatient to get it done faster. But as I like to say, all good things should have been done sooner. I'm happy that we've been able to do something like that. That neighborhood has been part of the city. Well, I believe Councilman Gonzalez met with those folks in his first term to talk about improvements in the area, and it's nice to see that some of that is happening while Mayor Gonzalez is still here.
Okay, the dynamic speed feedback signs. This is a HSIP grant project that you all recently approved. That's
What
the
is HSIP?
Safety Improvement Program. I'm trying to remember what the H stands
I
for.
don't know if
But
that
it's a
acronym is exactly.
text dot grant.
There you go. There you go. Huge.
So the letting date for that is June 2026. The Pflugerville Parkway at Grand Avenue positive offset project is also another HSIP tech stock grant project that you all approved. I think it was the same meeting. So that one is on schedule for bidding in June as well, June 2026.
And we got, you said both of those had the funding?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Piccadilly Drive, that project is 30% design, bidding in June. 685 corridor improvements. We're currently in schematic design with that project, and we'll continue design in FY26. Let's continue that effort. East Pecan Street, 30% design, schematic. Sorry. Northbound, southbound, FM 685 at Kelly on intersection improvements. The plans for that 100% complete. And then we're anticipating bidding that in October, so next month. The ADA projects, the project team currently compiled all the bids. We've already bid that project. We're tabulating and coordinating with TxDOT for the letter of concurrence, and we're going to bid that we'll bid that in August 2025, so I misspoke. Currently compiling bid tabulation. Intersection design and construction. So funding is programmed for FY26, and we're going to evaluate some locations for potential intersection improvements, such as Pfluger Farm, East Pflugerville Parkway. We understand that's a intersection we need to look at.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I think pavement maintenance program. So that's a 5-year program that we have, our pavement maintenance program. We've identified our next projects. That's more of the mill and overlay, preventative or preservation of roadways. So we have projects planned over the next several years.
Is there any reconstruction in that bucket, or is it just the mill and overlay?
There is some full depth, which would be reconstruction, but primarily.
The dollar amount on those going out, I understand we're doing, I mean, historically it's been roughly $2 million a year in preservation. So I want to make sure the delta on that is the mill and overlay or the full depth reconstruction. Is there a way to break that out, or do you have that broken out anywhere?
We do have it, and I can provide that.
Thank you.
Could you also do me a favor, or do us a favor, I guess a weekly update? Can you make sure you put the grade for these roads,
sure,
the ones that we're improving over there? Because I think we need to remind people, some of these things,
I mean, the pavement analysis study, which Thomas referenced in his list of 47 studies or however many there were at the beginning, that'd be really great to have that map that shows. I know we've got that.
It was wonderful.
The color-coded map of the pavement condition scores, and I've had a number of people reach out to me and say, "Hey, my roads are really terrible," and pointing to that map, I can say, "Yeah, you're next," or "Your roads are actually pretty good comparatively." Right, so if we have that available to us, that helps me address questions from my constituents.
And I was about to say, because I'm trying to think of the last time when we saw that, because when we saw that, it was jarring. and it showed us like Piccadilly is like Beirut.
As
Too
somebody
far
who
gone.
drives
yes.
down Piccadilly on the regular, I can testify.
Now you're testing out your shocks every day.
I am real happy to say though that now we do have a PCI dashboard on our website.
Oh, we do.
We do.
We do.
So people
Oh,
can go
awesome.
to our preventative maintenance.
Can you send a link to that in the weekly?
Sure.
Yes.
I would
We'll
love
make
to
it
review
QR
that.
codes and just make people scan.
And then we've also created a pavement maintenance dashboard where you can see what the plan the projects are, and we're still looking through those just to make sure that everything is adequate before that's public facing. But we have created that as well.
Have we continued to raise the overall pavement condition index across the city? Are we showing positive increases?
Yeah. So I think in 2019 was when we did the last one we did was in 2024, I believe.
Okay.
And before that it was in 2019. I believe the 2019 report, our average PCI or OCI, overall condition index score, goes from 0 to 100, 100 perfect, 0 not good. And I think we were about 76. And then with this most recent report in 24, we're at 80, which is above the national average.
I'm sorry, what was that amount in 24?
80,
80.
80?
80 out of 100.
So it went from 78 to 80?
76.
76? Sorry, okay, 76 to
But
80.
as
Okay.
And what's the
roadways
national
continue
average?
to degrade,
Sure.
that's
Across the country.
It is important to realize that the majority of communities are lucky if they can preserve their existing number. So to see that number increase at all is really, if you go back and you look at the information that was presented to council in 2019, that really was the springboard for the huge investment that has happened over the past six years through the pavement maintenance program. Not a lot of communities per capita are putting in the amount of money that Pflugerville has over that period of time to be able to climb that number. The unfortunate reality of it is that if you can't afford that, you certainly can't afford reconstruction. So you need to do the preservation and the maintenance to be able to mitigate those future reconstruction efforts. So anyways.
Do we have an idea of looking at apples to apples of existing roads in 2019 to the same roads in 2019? So I'm assuming if you add new roads, that bumps up your number. So just wondering if we analyze the existing to the existing and how if it's improved on the program that we've done on those existing ones, taking out like new roads.
We'd be able to see the 2019 OCI map, overall condition index map, and then look at that against the 2024 one. And then we can see where we've made these improvements over time. And it does kind of show it within the city limits, and it shows new roadway also. And also in the report, when they do the evaluation, it indicates the linear miles observed. So you can see how that has increased if new roads were added.
And then do we have a list of identified streets that are included for 2026 that will be covered by this budget?
Yes.
Is it listed somewhere or?
I have it, and I can send it.
Okay.
I don't have it up here, but I have it here. I can send it to you.
And then the program that we have right now, we're doing Saxony next, and we're doing Windermere. Is that part of this program, or was that part of the bond program? The neighborhood reconstruction and the two phases that we're working on right now.
So So package 1B, which is currently under construction now, consists of identified pavement maintenance roadways and bond. I wanted to combine those two so we get more for our effort. So what we're doing now is we have 100% complete design pavement maintenance roads for the following year. So that's this year. And so what we'll do is we're programming those roads that are just north of Saxony, the construction limits that are currently under construction in 1B. So the idea is to have that design complete so that when we're getting closer to 1B being completed, we can go ahead and bid that project and it's one continuous project. So there's less disruption, it's just more efficient project management. So in any opportunity we have to combine and thoughtfully program our projects to gain these efficiencies, we do so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is our HA5 program included in that line item, or is that a separate line item?
Is included.
It's included. How far out do we have streets identified for the HA5 program?
Over the next 5 years.
All right. Can I get a list of
Sure.
the next 5 years of anticipated sections?
Sure.
Thank you.
Oops. The next project, let's see, where am I? Rail lane corridor improvements. So that's the funding is programmed for FY27 to analyze the feasibility of the rail lane crossing 130. That includes text dot approval. As that is programmed for FY27, we will begin that as we get closer. But that project includes developing schematic and construction plans and obtaining the environmental clearance for that to take place. Weiss Lane, that's currently in design, scheduled to be bid September 2026. Seal Road from Weiss Lane to FM 973. That's a collaboration with Travis County on widening Seal Road. Again, that's programmed out. The funding is programmed out, but we're moving that one forward.
And that's coordinated with the county funding?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's important that we keep those in line with, to make sure we don't hold up any progress, and make sure we keep Travis County accountable for their portion of the funding as well. Keep those on target.
I wanted to go on the exact same direction. What is Travis County committed to in terms of the Seal Road expansion?
I don't recall any current ILA that would denote that, but I have to look and find out.
So is there current bond funding from the county, or is it just a discussion about a desire to include it in the next bond?
The county did pass a road bond that includes these sections, I do believe. Is that accurate?
I know that County Road 138 was included in the road bond, but I don't recall if Seal Road was.
Okay. So a lot of that would be the same way we're going through the budget here. They're going to be on the hook for what they commit to on an annual basis. So if we commit to it, we can convince them to commit to it, right? We should convince them to keep pace with us, and we keep pace with them. It seems like we should have an ILA in place though to tie ourselves together a little bit more.
And if you look at the funding allocation, FY26 is the first year where that project actually starts to, from a conceptual standpoint, lift off the ground. That's really what that funding shows there. Obviously, 150,000 is not going to get much in the way of design. That's more bringing on conceptual, hiring somebody to assist us, going through the ILA work, kind of navigating what that looks like. And again, just a reminder, a collaborative project like that there's significant interest throughout the community, but those large dollars are programmed out, and I would say are highly subject to change over the coming years.
And do we expect that this roughly $70 million is just our portion, or is that the total portion for the project and would be augmented by Travis County funds?
I think it'd be our portion of it, but I think as we get further down the road, no pun intended, we'll better be able to sharpen up really what our contribution efforts are going to be.
It says 86 though, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
For the project total.
Oh, it does. It does. I guess I was only counting the years on the table.
Yeah.
We must go another couple years past that. I guess one more year past that.
The SH45 frontage road project, that's the ramp reversal project that we've all have been discussing over time. Going through the omnibus RFQ process, we've selected a consultant, and we're currently working with them to move this project forward. There's a couple things we're working with. We've spoke with the commissioners, and are working towards that. But as we get closer, with scope and fee with our selected consultant, we'll be bringing that back.
Have we reached an administrative solution to our toll augmentation issues?
That's one of the things we have scoped in the contract negotiation with our consultant we selected.
So that's a no, not yet.
That seems optimistic, given the
I'll
position that TxDOT has taken on that.
I'll shed some other light there. So we have heard from TxDOT that they are very favorable to our solution. At this point, I would say that we are going through the process of checking the boxes that they've told us to check. And so we're pretty confident. We don't see any barriers at this point. We're taking literally the playbook that they've handed us to go through, and we're looking forward to bringing that back before you. The first step in actual finalizing that is to finish off a study. The preliminary study has already been done by TxDOT. We take that, we add some components to it. TxDOT is alongside us during that process, so they agree with the consultant that we select. They've agreed with the methodology. Now we just run the numbers, bring that back, and move forward.
So we made some actual quantifiable progress on that in terms of getting TxDOT to come down from their very large previous numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I would say at some point there's going to be a vote, and that vote has not taken place. But we have spoken with the administration at TxDOT, including some commissioner support for the project, and they have outlined the steps to get it done. They've agreed on the methodology, and they're working alongside us to get it done. So,
Is that methodology intended to eliminate or to reduce the burden? Is it a way around it or a way to knock it down a little bit?
I would say that right now our preliminary projections are showing that it would completely mitigate the fee.
Perfect.
And that has to do with the anticipated increase of trips that are unlocked from the adjacent developments that will be essentially allowed to develop, but for this frontage, which, as you all know and have said many times, this would do. I'm just happy to report that so far in our conversations, TxDOT has finally realized that, and now it's just going through the process of proving it. And papering all that up and doing all the studies and engineering. But because that Stantec report was completed by TxDOT, we just have to account for all of the increases in trips relative to that area, as well as increased trips generated from a potential new on-ramp that the city would have to construct at some point in time. The reality is, and we've talked to TxDOT about this, we're kind of getting double credit with that theory because we're going to have to build a new on-ramp at some point anyways as a part of relieving congestion relative to the 685 corridor. So we're pretty confident in the proposal. We've worked with our transportation consultants to kind of vet it out. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to approve what they've already said that they would approve.
Well, Thomas, if you pull that off, we ought to throw you a parade.
Well, there's a whole host of people working on that.
They can all be in the parade, but you get to lead it.
I'm just the crazy one who believes in them.
That'd be great.
The intersection control along Olympic study. The intent with that is to plan on preliminary design of identified intersections. There's 5 different intersections that have been noted in past CIP. So it was to determine that we do this preliminary design and planning, and then once we understand what the actual need is, then we design and we construct. So that's that project that we'll be moving forward. The Schultz Lane Safety Improvements Project.
Can we back up here a second? Is that the Olympic at Cameron Road? Is that the intersection we're talking about here?
There's 5 different ones. So Olympic at Dessall, Olympic at Heatherwild, Oxford at Dessall, Settlers Valley at Wells Branch, and Olympic at Oxford.
Okay, so Olympic obviously doesn't currently go all the way through to Wells Branch. We're planning to knock down that great big old tree that's at the point where Olympic stubs in and drive over that tree or pave over that tree to get to Wells Branch.
Are you asking me if there's...
You mean 685?
I mean, yeah.
No, I'm
Olympic goes.
Olympic doesn't hit Wells Branch.
Olympic doesn't hit Wells Branch.
Yeah.
Didn't you just said?
He listed also Settlers Valley at Wells Branch.
I'm sorry, I
So
misunderstood.
unfortunately, the corridor control along Olympic includes some streets that aren't Olympic. So
That's
it's
okay.
confusing.
That's yes.
I understand.
Okay, so the plan then is not to have Olympic go through to Wells Branch. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Does it go, but are we talking about it going through to 685?
Well, we connect Olympic across 685 because there's an Olympic on either side, but there's no intersection.
Oh, that's
there.
right. I forgot about that one.
Well, I think as we go through the design process and we could look at it and see where it would make sense to logically connect. I think through the design process we'll make that determination, but it seems logical that we would.
Because that could be relief for Pecan.
Yeah. I'm looking at Schultz Lane safety improvements. You see funding programmed FY26, 500,000, and then construction starting FY27. FM 685 at Steeds Crossing.
One thing on Schultz, that is in conjunction with another entity.
So we were discussing with the developer to partner up on the improvements, but that didn't come to fruition.
Okay.
So now we're going to move ahead. The city's just going to move forward.
Okay, that's not a county, something with the county. Maybe it was a different one I was thinking about.
So the county is doing a project on Schultz from, trying to remember, from
The
45 southwest, I guess it would be, that's outside the city limits.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
then
from
Yeah.
45 to Newmeister?
Newmeister.
Is that, when you say the county, is that Travis or Williamson in that section? I believe
Is
that's
Williamson
Williamson.
County. And that's
Isn't there a small section of Schultz that is Travis County, or am I remembering that wrong?
That
I
happens
don't
on
think so.
Old Meister or whatever that name is now.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Original Meister.
But maybe it's also, but that's all in the city limits, but that's where the county, because it says maintenance ends here.
Yeah. Speaking of that area, are we capable of connecting Kenny Fort in this program, or that's developer driven, right?
That is developer driven.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. And
Sorry.
that's happening, it's moving along?
Yes.
There's construction.
Yeah, I've seen some movement or stuff over there, a lot more cars.
When it comes back to the Schultz Lane safety improvements, are we talking about the ones closer to the intersection with Grand Avenue?
Yes, it would be Grand Avenue / A.W. Grimes, but A.W. Grimes to Faber.
Mm-hmm.
And the Williamson County, no, I'm sorry, Kenny Fort just had their pre-con.
Oh.
So they're moving pretty quick.
Good deal.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear.
For Kenny Fort, the contractor just had a pre-con meeting, pre-construction meeting. So that's the last step before they start construction.
Okay, so then just to be clear, on Schultz, it's from Grand Avenue, A.W. Grimes to Faber, and then from Faber until
So,
45, that's Williamson County, or there's 3 sections?
So the Williamson County project is from Newmeister to 45. The
Okay.
city project is going to be A.W. Grimes to Faber Lane, or Drive.
And between Faber and Newmeister,
And then Faber to the city limits, and then Williamson County.
Yeah.
so will that include then widening that bridge on Schultz Lane?
Well, I think again through design we'll determine what the best modeling is, but it seems likely that it would because it's widening it from a 2 to 3 lane. That's the project.
Or just putting shoulder on there? I mean, that bridge is scary, especially at night.
Yeah.
Now, I have heard, because as you know, I live in that neighborhood, I've heard people complaining about the intersection there with A.W. Grimes. Is any portion of this looking at putting up a light at that in anywhere in this period, or is that too close to the Pflugerville Parkway A.W. Grimes light?
I think it's going to. I think the rule is at least 100-yard distance between signalized intersection, but that doesn't mean that there can't be some kind of prescription to that intersection if needed. But I think as we go through design, that's part of it is kind of identifying traffic modeling as a result of doing the widening. So I think those things will be better defined as we go through the design process.
Okay.
Yeah, because definitely, that's tricky.
Yeah. Turning north is easy. Turning south is
Yeah.
a nightmare.
So I'm sorry, what was said about the portion between Faber and New Meister, whose responsibility is that?
That's the city.
Okay, so we're doing A.W. Grimes Grand Avenue to New Meister.
Yeah, I think the project description says to Faber Lane, but I think we'll have to look at that project limits because it's not much more if I recall. So I think we'll just have to take a look at that.
My recollection is that
current-
as you get close to New Meister, it's actually in pretty good shape right now.
Currently, the project that is kicking off design in 26 is from A.W. Grimes to Faber, and then the next piece would be Faber to, I believe it's Monica or the city limits right there, and then beyond that would be the Williamson County project.
Okay.
And we're coordinating with Williamson County, or our portion that's the first phase is independent of them?
I think they're a little bit ahead of us because I just actually spoke to them, but I think we'll have to have coordination with them. So we'll time it with them as we do with other entities.
Yeah, because their portion is really, really bad, but the Kenny Fort connection would relieve that.
And that access road along there, is that Williamson County responsibility or is that TxDOT responsibility?
Along 45,
Yeah,
I
the
believe
access road to
I
45.
believe it's TxDOT.
Okay, because the cones there keep going up and down and it's very confusing.
There's no more.
Well, right now they took them down.
Yes,
But,
it's-
6 months ago, half of them were up and
It was better when they did that, when they had those up, because now the light makes traffic back up, and you can't even turn for like minutes.
yeah.
Anyway,
So the FM 685 at Seeds Crossing right turn lane. That's another partner project with TxDOT. So staff developed. Sorry, looking here. So the budget we structured the budget to reflect the city's potential contributions to the project. So we'll be moving that one forward, working with them. County Road 138 at Derby Day. That's a part of the County Road 138 widening project. We kind of split these into two different things. This is talking about the signalized intersection at Derby Day, or traffic signal that would be going in at Derby Day, and County Road 138. The project's being led by Williamson County, ready to be bid.
So that's a proportional participation amount?
Yes.
did you say the Steeds Crossing was a county, or that was only the city?
Steeds Crossing right turn lane is a partner project with TxDOT.
Oh, with TxDOT.
Mhm.
Okay.
So 685, County Road 138, northbound, southbound intersection improvements. That project is being led by TxDOT, and they're already in design. We wanted to program funds because originally there was going to be, we thought there was going to be where we would have to help participate in the funding of that project, yet we haven't been contacted yet. But we're still working through that with them. But it's a TxDOT-led project.
So by TxDOT led, you mean they're doing all the design work?
Yes.
Okay, so then what's in here is an estimate of what our share of construction costs might be.
Yes. Downtown Mobility Master Plan, or improvements. It's the property acquisition right away to design and construction. So this is looking at continuous flow intersections, Pecan and Railroad. We're working on that currently. Finnig Lane at 685 intersection improvements, funding program for FY27. So we'll be taking a closer look and moving that one forward. County Road 138 widening. Again, this is a part of the County Road Williamson County project. This is our contribution to the widening of that roadway. SH 130 connections. Make sure I'm still on the right page. And the funding program for FY27. So that'll assess connection with to State Highway 130 and determine which connections would be progressed to detailed design and construction. Impact Way extension. It's a funding program for FY27. So we're going to take a sharper look and continue that effort. Row lane widening. That's widening the widening the roadway to a 3-lane section, funding program for FY27.
Would that be in conjunction with the county?
Yes.
And then does Has the county allocated money for that? I thought that they had.
Yes, and we spoke with them last week, and we're meeting with them to further that coordination. City intersection improvements. So that's further out. Obviously, that's East Pflugerville Parkway and FM 685 funding program for FY29. So as we get closer or further down the road, we'll take a better look and progress that project. Same with Wilkie Ridge Lane program funded for FY29. Mocan corridor study, that's also programmed for FY29. And then Colorado Sand Drive phase 2, which we just completed phase 1. But funding is programmed for FY29 for that project as well.
And that's the part that connects Colorado Sand from the HEB to Weiss Lane?
Yes.
All right. Well, Cool Jeff will definitely be going on my email tomorrow. So thanks, Thomas.
I feel sorry for the other Jeff in the audience.
I'm not sure what they're calling him.
OG Jeff.
OG
Jeff back there.
So Parks has been refining our FY26 projections really all year because we took over the Parks CIP in January. And so CIP process obviously starts in February with Park Commission and then subsequent presentations to P&Z and Council. And so we've also had conversations about some of these projects. We had the Lake Pflugerville Lunch and Learn. And so we learned some things, got some direction there. And so, like I said, some of these refinements have been happening over the last couple of months. And they'll explain that gulf you see between the 16.4 and the 7.5 million. Two big parts of this, the historic elevated tank park site, which is a long way of saying the Old Town Park project, which we completed the concept master plan for earlier this year. We got direction on that to move that to a future bond. So you'll see that out of FY26. And then we simplified our Lake Pflugerville phases. So if you remember looking at the CIP, the Lake Pflugerville projects were all separated. And so now what you'll find is that there's Lake Pflugerville Park Phase 2, which is the bond-funded project that we're about to start design on, and Lake Pflugerville Phase 3. And the delineating line between these two is Phase 2 is east of Becker Farms, Phase 3 is west. So essentially Phase 3 is the nature center on the Beeley property.
Mm-hmm.
We also updated Piccadilly Park to show that future dollars are dependent on drainage improvements. So drainage improvements on that area, on that property, are going to drive design of this park. And to be honest with you, it may not start for a few years. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that. We are making the recommendation to shift parkland acquisition dollars to the destination play space because of the selection of Bowles Park saves us land acquisition money there. So we'll talk about that. And then there's a couple trail improvements that are waiting on construction. So you're not going to see these projects in the historical because we haven't spent on them yet. But we've got Mountain Creek Trail that's going to be upgraded starting next week. The Gillen Creek Trail and accessibility improvements. We were trying to fit that into a window between summer camp ending, which uses that space quite often, and Deutschenfest. And we could not fit that timeline. So that's going to start post Deutschenfest to avoid having a construction zone in the footprint of our biggest event. And then there's one of our final DG transitions as part of the ADA transition plan is at Central Park, and so we're bidding that project currently. So as we go into this, you'll see this same thing as Evans. The changes are in the yellow, and so our first project, the Go Bond Program Management, you'll see a slight increase there in FY26 to reflect the extension of our current contract with our general engineering consultant, our GEC, to also assist us with Lake Pflugerville Phase 2 and the destination play space. So that'll be added. That was originally part of the contract, but was not funded at the time. 1849 Park Phase 1B and Phase 2, you'll see, is going to dip into FY26, which we've discussed, but the bulk of that is going to be completed in the next couple months. Destination Play, as I said a little while ago, that selection of Bowles Park for this site saves us the land acquisition dollars that are remaining from the bond, so it's our recommendation that the funds be moved here. And the move of funds that you'll see is really us matching the funding to the project timeline. So it's not getting pushed back any further. It's just FY26, you're seeing the cost for design, and then you're seeing construction costs moved into FY27. That's going to probably be the timeline for that project.
Now, on the other time, I thought a comment was made that it's going to be 2 years to be able to do it at Bulls Park, or was that 2 years to be completed because of the street and the utility?
Yeah, it's going to be 2 years really to be completed. There's just going to be a lot of construction going on. We may have to work with, not may have to, we're going to have to work with our transportation folks and figure out timelines on that.
You mean get to work with?
Get to work with, that's right. We have the pleasure of working with Evan and his team. But yes, that was 2 years for completion of that project. And it's probably going to be a little over that. You see it goes into FY28, but largely that's what that comment was about. Kelly Lane Park, you'll see we're going to finish that in FY26. Piccadilly Park, so going back to what I was saying earlier, the drainage improvements are going to have to drive design for this park. The original concept for this park was really little more than a trailhead. Didn't have any funds for trail connections. It was a short DG loop trail with native areas, parking, and a restroom. And through the concept design phase, as we were looking at drainage, the restroom had to be moved to the other side of the property because it needed to be moved out of the drainage area or the floodplain. And then the parking also became no longer feasible. And then once we looked at the drainage easement, the 100-foot drainage easement, the restroom actually had to be removed completely as well from the project. So it makes no sense to move forward with that project as it is. So what we're going to do is, again, work with our drainage teams. This provides us with an awesome opportunity to create a trail connection. So we meet up with Austin and Round Rock in that corner there. And so that will take both of those communities into the Gillen Creek Trail Corridor. And this is a future joint project, so Parks and Drainage will be working in tandem on this. And that's a perfect project for grants. So I've had success in a previous city with Texas Parks and Wildlife local parks grants. This is exactly what they're looking for, is those joint use projects that serve multiple functions. And so our hope is, instead of having a small, more natural park there, that we actually have a trail connection from Piccadilly all the way to Grand Avenue leading into the Gillen Creek Trail Corridor. Again, that's going to be pushed back because it's not feasible to do that until those drainage improvements begin.
So even that concept that you're discussing still needs drainage improvements.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and it will be a complex project. There's going to have to be recreation or easements that go through there too, because it's not all city-owned property. But it's HOAs. I think it's going to be a value-added amenity that I'm not sure we're going to have too much problems with. But it's obviously going to create great connections. So, Old Town Park, we discussed that, moving that to future bond, so you won't see any spend in FY26. Lake Pflugerville Park Phase 2. So our RFQ for engineering and design just closed. So our staff is reviewing the statement of qualifications now. The timeline for that project remains unchanged. The funding just matches the timeline. And as a reminder, that's everything east of Becker Farm. So that's the Silent Harbor Trailhead, the boardwalk, and the improvements to the beach area.
So this will be a 2-year project?
Correct.
Or over 2 years?
Yeah, with design, it's probably going to be a little over 2 years.
So, but
we anticipate design taking us all the way through FY26.
Okay, so the 800,000 is only for design?
Only for design.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Our Wells Point park improvements are moved to FY26, and those will be a PCDC request. Our annual trail improvements, so I mentioned that you've got some that you're not seeing in the historical because they haven't been spent on, though they will. Sometimes our project timelines don't match with the fiscal year, unfortunately, and so, but you'll see that shortly.
Do you have information about which ones we're going to be working on this year?
So we're actually compiling that currently. So we had a 2021 evaluation of trail gaps, and they lined out I've got the number here, 13,375 feet of trail gaps in 2021. That's going to be higher now because we've had development and trails added. And at that time, we had 700,000 in 2021, and that constructed 1,700 feet of that trail gap. So we put a small dent in it. But since then, we've had the Parks, Rec, and Open Space Master Plan, and we've had the Mobility Master Plan. So we're compiling those to try to figure out. We got some recent public engagement, and so reprioritizing what those trail gaps are compared to what it was in 2021. Our staff is working on that now, so we should have a better idea of what that spend is going to be in FY26 and moving forward in the next few months.
Thank you.
Lake Pflugerville Park Phase 3, that's what I mentioned. That was pushed back from FY26. That's the nature center that'll be part of a future bond. Our trail corridor study, I think we mentioned this during the CIP presentation. That's essentially master planning our most popular trail corridor, which we hope expands to the Piccadilly area pretty soon. And so that's looking at currently Grand Avenue to SH 130 and sort of programming that, looking at its use and how those popular areas of our park system can be further improved upon. 1849 Park Phase 3, moving into the future, is the northeast side of 1849 Park. That's nature trails, pavilion, amphitheater. This is the concept plan. Restrooms and a nature preserve. So sort of moving away from further development and more into preserving and conserving some of that area of 1849 Park.
Will you refresh my memory of the different fields and sports that were in phase 1 and 2, and you're saying that's the end of the plan for those?
No, actually, so 1849 phase 3, I should have mentioned this, so I'm glad you brought that up. Great question. It will probably include, so we are currently constructing 2 baseball fields and a softball field in addition to the football fields and the soccer fields that we have at 1849. We have a concept plan to add 3 more fields, baseball fields, one larger for older divisions. We've got 225-foot fences right now. One of them is a 300-foot fence, another 200 to 225-foot fence, and then a Miracle League field, which is something that can be used for t-ball, but it's also that harder surfacing that you can use for kids with special needs, kids who get out there in a wheelchair, things like that. That was not funded as part of phase 2, so we will probably look for additional funding for that, because 3 fields is going to be great for our local association. It's not going to be enough. And we actually have an athletic feasibility study going on right now that's going to tell us exactly that. It's going to say, you've got Northeast Metro and we have some of those ISD-owned ball fields, but that we're short on our baseball and softball fields.
Jeff, because Councilman Ruiz is a longtime advocate of more baseball fields.
I should have waited a second.
I was just going to ask you, can you rewind and go back over the baseball presentation for Councilman Ruiz?
I got it.
You're good? Okay, all right.
So, for comparison purposes, how many baseball / softball fields are at Northeast Metro, if you know?
Oh, I would be lying if I told you.
Okay.
I think it's 8. It's between 6 and 8, I believe.
So we have 3, and this other plan would add 3 more.
3 more, right.
There's 8.
There's 8.
Northeast Metro.
Yeah, what you
Okay.
typically find, and we had an issue with the grading at 1849, so we couldn't do this, but what you typically find is 4plexes. So you'll have a 4plex and a 4plex. So they're typically constructed in 4s. And we had a multitude of issues when we got out there, and I mean, you'll see it when you get out. It looks pretty cool, and it's going to be a great user experience because the fields are tiered, but you can see how much work went into getting those fields in the space they're in.
So do you believe that the 6 fields is sufficient, or that's what the study is going to tell us?
The study will tell us that. I think that 6 fields, we're probably still going to be short of what our community needs, even with Northeast Metro.
I would agree with you.
Okay, and so then after the study, more items might be added to phase 3?
They could be. They could be added to phase 3. We have concept plans for phase 3 of 1849 Park, but those can change. Those are from 10 years ago at this point. But part of the athletic feasibility study is also identifying properties elsewhere that could be purchased and used for athletic fields. And so we'll have that data in the next couple months and be able to make some further CIP decisions from what they find.
Thank you.
You'll see our 5-year update for our Parks, Rec, and Open Space Master Plan, which feels crazy to even think about. But that starts in FY28, and then we've got our Reunion Park, sort of some concept plans for a park in the historic colored edition, looking at FY2030.
So the Park Recreation and Open Space Master Plan, does that include evaluating our current undeveloped park land?
It absolutely can, yeah. And they go into that in short in our current plan. Some of the public engagement discussed it, but I think we could take a further deep dive into that during that plan.
The HCA has increasingly become commercial rather than residential. Do you have a number offhand for how many residents live in that area?
I don't. We can get you that information on that.
I'm wondering if it becomes entirely commercial, is it appropriate to put a park there?
Sure, and that would be part of the process of reviewing that. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe part of the future land use map has an area in the HCA that's designated as future park space or green space. So that's us essentially going down that trail and seeing if this is something that's feasible for us. We'd really like to honor that community with something.
Yeah, but if all the people who live there have left
Sure.
and it's all businesses,
Sure.
putting parks in the middle of a commercial district is something
it's
that doesn't seem to make a lot of
review
sense.
as we go.
Yeah. Okay.
Guess we'll evaluate that in 28 with the master plan.
Yeah, we'll have a lot of opportunities to take a look.
Okay.
And that concludes mine. Happy to answer any other questions.
Thank
Good.
you.
Is that the total of the general fund CIP then?
So the next slide is just kind of a reconciliation from proposed to the final budget that was provided. So it just kind of walks us through the changes by category. So it is a little bit up, but mainly it's up due to the facilities.
Let me ask you this, because my understanding, we were looking at a $30 million debt issuance for general fund CIP. I'd really like to get that number down. Are we seeing the opportunity here to reduce the debt issuance in fiscal year 2026?
We have reviewed and eliminated it for.
You have been able to eliminate that. I want to thank you for working with the council and working to rebuild this plan. I always say disappointment is unmet expectations, and by refining this plan, I think we have a really strong set of expectations, and that's going to make sure we're all moving forward on the same page and very happy. So I really appreciate you making that happen, and I really appreciate the ability to remove $30 million in debt issuance from this year's budget. So thank you.
So I do have a question because on the facilities that we're increasing 26, it's because we're decreasing 25, correct?
We're just
But
shifting.
What?
It
Shifting?
was just a shift in.
Yeah, so does that mean that the capital outlay projections for 25 that were 123 million should be reduced by the downtown east and the
The
public work?
historical number should have gone down, yes.
I'm sorry.
The historical number should have gone down.
Okay, because I didn't see it change between the two drafts. They're both listed at 123.
The historical for both downtown east and public works complex was taken down. Downtown east is around 46 million and the public works complex is 20 million.
Sorry, I should have been clear. In the general fund capital projects summary in the budget on page 42, that capital outlay of 123 million that was projected for 25 was not reduced.
Yeah, we did not touch projections for the final budget. We were working solely on the 26 budget.
Okay, so that number will go down in the final budget because we know that it's not happening in 25.
I mean, if it gets, it will be y'all's decision. We did not change projections in the final budget. It means that the money won't get spent, it'll roll into fund balance.
Okay, so if it was, you said 48 and 20?
Approximately
So
67.
it basically cuts that projection in half. I prefer, if we know that we're not going to be spending that money as 25 projected, I think we should show that to the community. Because then it looks like it's being double counted. It's being
We didn't
included in
update
the
the budget.
projections, and then that is also being included in 26.
So we've updated that number in the CIP. And that number is reflective of the debt that's been used. So it's not rolling into fund balance, it's just we didn't utilize those bond funds in 25
No, she's
like
talking
we
about the
thought.
projection in the actual book. We did not update the projections
In the budget book?
in the budget book.
So you're suggesting a
True up,
final
true up.
budget amendment to true it up?
Well, just to true up the projections, if we're taking $68 million out of a $123 million projection, that's cutting it in more than half of what we're actually achieving. I just think projections, if we're shifting it from 25 to 26, the budget should actually show it shifting from 25 to 26. We've added it to 26, but we haven't taken in 25 in the budget.
So what I'm hearing is we want, or you're asking for the budget to reconcile with itself.
Yes.
From the CIP to the
Correct.
budget. Is that a number that we can update so that the two documents match, or do they currently not match?
They matched as originally presented. They
But-
don't match as the
Okay.
last couple of days of updating.
So now that we
No.
have these revisions, is that something we can go back and update, or are we short on time and we need to do a budget amendment in order to make those reflect each other?
It's not a
It's
budget
not even
amendment.
in the budget. It's a projection in the book. So it's not a budget amendment. I mean, we can update the projections.
It's just informational there.
It's just, okay, yeah.
Okay, as we leave the general fund, go to utility fund. I'll go over the three different utilities that we have. We'll start off with reclaimed water as it's the simplest of the three. So on this, we've updated the historical column as noted in previous slides. So the reclaimed water line at 1849 Park, that is currently in active design right now. That gets purple pipe out to 1849 Park and is at between 60 and 90% design. Anticipated to go to construction next fiscal year. The reclaimed water line to up Weiss Lane, we're currently scoping that out as part of an omnibus RFQ to go into design to bring forward for consideration in October to start design on that project, which extends purple pipe from Pleasanton Parkway all the way up to Via Sorrento Way.
So, back up a second, if you don't mind. When do we expect the construction to begin on the 1849?
We're anticipating spring of 26.
Spring of next year?
Of next year,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Okay.
So assuming,
And that's the first one that goes
Yes,
in
sir.
place? Okay.
I will always put the caveat for anything pipeline related. You're always going to have the battles of easements and getting easements, or even getting right of entry sometimes. So
Right.
sometimes we have to go to injunction, which y'all are well aware of, which can push these timelines further and further back. The same with if we have to go to eminent domain. So caveat there that
Right.
if we do not have to go to eminent domain.
So just to clarify, that you are expecting construction in 26 for
Or-
the 1849?
Yes, ma'am. To go out for bid. To go out for bid in spring of 26, which then starts the construction progress.
So Brandon, I'm going way too deep in the weeds on this, so hopefully just you can give me a super quick answer.
Do my best.
The easements that we would require for that, would those be running across property that are currently within our CCN and could potentially be served by these lines?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
I will prohibit myself from going into the weeds as much as possible.
Thank you.
So moving on to water. So potable water. We refined one of these FY26 projections, which I'll note in the coming slides, to move the FY26 down $8 million overall. So for water, you have the historic color edition, which Evan spoke with. That is following the transportation project. So they start underground and then before they start going to the actual roadway, but it was bid in conjunction with that. The 42 36-inch Weiss Lane and Pecan Street water lines, that is on the agenda this evening to award construction for. This is to a transmission pipeline that goes from the water treatment plant on Weiss and crosses SH 130 near Impact Way. The water treatment plant expansion, as you're all aware of, that's the water treatment plant expansion currently ongoing construction, which is a multi-year project that is a lot of activity next to the lake that is slated to be substantially completed in March of 2026. The 12-inch Weiss.
Can you go back? What's the? Oh, sorry.
Oh.
No, I mean, just on the water treatment plant. What is the cost in 27? If you said it was going to be substantially complete, you said spring of.
There could be retainage. So it's a $162 million project overall. So you're going to have retainage and warranty payment depending on what you're paying until 27.
Okay.
So you'll hopefully have final completion by May, or I think it's June of 26. But if there's any delay in that whatsoever, then we'll have to, that retainage will get delayed and get paid out and final payment for equipment.
Thank you.
So the 12-inch Weiss Lane, Kelly Lane water lines, this line leaves, so if you are aware of where that gas station is along Weiss Lane on just north of the lake, this extends a 12-inch water line from that location all the way across on just south of Kelly Lane to serve our CCN on the southern properties along Kelly Lane before it hits Hidden Lake. The secondary Colorado River raw water line, that is a mouthful, but that is the 15-mile pipeline and pump station expansion that doubles our current raw water supply. That is project 2 of the big 3. We get to wastewater, we'll talk about the third. That one is currently under construction, laying pipe right now. Anticipated to be substantially completed before next summer, so before summer of 26. The 30-inch SH 130 and Pflugerville Farm Lane water line, that is currently in active design. That is one that we actually pushed out a little bit further. We're having some easement acquisition issues with that one, as we met with y'all before previously about an injunction for right of entry. This one is gives us the ability to serve all of those developments along SH 45 along the north side. The Finnig Lane ground storage tank rehabilitation. This is a rehab project of the Finnig Lane concrete ground storage tanks that are off of Black Locust and Finnig Lane. Oh, sorry, that one is anticipated to be awarded in October. We'll bring it to you all in October for construction. The 24-inch State Highway 45, this is an active design right now. This is the discharge line that will leave a future pump station along 45 to be able to serve those high-intensity developments that are planned or zoned for along SH 45. Again, this is an active design currently. This is hopefully going smoothly. We're working with all of those developers along there at about 60% design. The waterline rehabilitation project for Gatlinburg and Bowles Place. This is to remove asbestos cement pipe. That is some of our aging infrastructure, 40-year-old plus pipes. This is currently construction contractors currently working on negotiations to bring forward to y'all in October for construction and award. The 12-inch looping improvements. This is to serve and to loop the area near the Carmel community. So it goes around Cameron Road, the Cameron just east of Pecan, and will loop the water lines within the Carmel community to provide a more robust water system for them. This is currently in design and is roughly at 60% design. This is hopefully anticipating to go out for construction next summer. The Clearwell 1 rehabilitation project. This is similar to the Finnig Lane ground storage tanks. This is one of the clear wells at the surface water treatment plant. So this is the blue tank that you can see. If y'all ever look at the tanks at the site, it's the big blue one. So this is anticipated to go out for design next fiscal year to go into construction in FY27 after our water treatment plant expansion contractor is hopefully off-site. The 5 MGD State Highway 45 pump station and ground storage tank. This is the ground storage tank that the SH 130 water line will connect to, and the discharge line, few lines up, will be it will pump out of to that line. This is to serve, again, those developments along SH-45, and we anticipate bringing a design contract to y'all for consideration in October.
So you're referring to that as a ground storage tank. Is that due to the elevation?
Ground storage tank is more meant for storage to pump out instead of elevated to provide pressure. So the pump station allows us to pump over to the Heatherwild / Wilkie Ridge elevated storage tank. So it provides enough capacity to be able to serve both those developments for pumping capacity and for ground storage capacity based upon their intensity of development.
Will we be expecting another elevated storage tank for the north 45 area?
It's a little bit further in the agenda. It's in the water master plan that's on the agenda this evening. Yes, it's a little bit further out long term. And we're currently working with a neighboring developer on kind of how that looks going forward.
Oh, good.
So we're working on that the best we can. To answer your question, yes. Future elevated tank. The 30-inch SH-130 water line will kick off design next fiscal year. This is to serve the western corridor along SH-130 between Pecan and Pflugerville Parkway, so that big open space of land that is currently vacant right now. So to be able to serve that, that will run and connect the two transmission lines that are also within these tables. As we move to wastewater, we did refine one FY26 projection, which revised that down about $24 million. And we updated the historical column as we've mentioned before. So the 6 MGD Wilbarger Wastewater Treatment Facility, this is the wastewater treatment facility off of Greg Lane that's currently in construction. It is anticipated to start what's called the process of seeding the wastewater treatment plant at the end of next summer, so late summer 2026, to be substantially completed in March of 2027. So the 54-inch Wilbarger Wastewater Interceptor is the large diameter wastewater trunk line that serves the Wilbarger Wastewater Treatment Facility. This is ahead of schedule, currently in construction, and slated to be completed August of 2026. No later than August of 2026, even if it is ahead of schedule. The 36-inch Sorrento Wastewater Interceptor, this is the line that is north of the Wilbarger Interceptor that takes off lift stations that will serve the Wilbarger Wastewater Treatment Facility. So this is in construction currently and is anticipated, anticipated to be finished or completed by fall of 2026. The 27-inch Kelly Lane Wastewater Interceptor is one that we had to push a little forward just because we are anticipating having to go to eminent domain for one, possibly two parcels for this project. So we pushed it out knowing that there's a delay in that easement acquisition process. The 15-inch North Wilbarger Wastewater Interceptor is currently in construction. So if you ever drive up and down SH-130, you see the huge pit in the middle of the two traffic lanes. That is us. This is to wastewater line to serve the Panther Loop area up near on the northwestern side of RCCN. The Cottonwood Wastewater Interceptor and Lift Station, this is currently in construction as well. This is to serve the area along Cameron Road and the Meadowlark development. It is actively in construction with two different contracts, one the lift station, one the force main. These are both, the lift station is substantially completed in October 2025, and then the force main is substantially completed by April of 2026. The 12-inch Bowles Place Wastewater Interceptor is currently in design. This is to take off the Bowles lift station that is in the back of the Bowles neighborhood. So it takes off a very risky lift station that we have in the back of that neighborhood right now.
Why do you say it's risky?
It's very old. The coating on the inside of the wet well is it's flaking, so it's coming off of the wall, so it's delaminating because it's of its age. And it is also, there is no backup generator for that site. So there's only connections. So at any time during a power failure, we have to get vac trucks over there. Otherwise, we are overflowing right next to a creek line. So which is both a TCEQ problem and also an environmental problem. So there's a lot of those lift stations that we allowed to be put in the early 2000s that we didn't require a generator on, that we've had to retrofit later because it's a very risky endeavor to have lift stations with no backup power.
That's one of our oldest lift stations that we're still operating, isn't it?
Yes, sir. There's some There's maybe one older one than that one. I'd have to go pretty far back to see what the date of construction is, but it was built with that neighborhood. So 80 or 90, I think, is when that neighborhood, early 90s is when that was built.
Yeah, and then you say there's one older, but has that older one been rehabilitated more recently?
It is not. It goes offline with the Kelly Lane Interceptor. So there's a series of lift stations that are along the Kelly Lane area that are little lift stations kind of peppered all over the place that go offline with the Kelly Lane Interceptor.
And I feel like the investment in these, taking these lift stations offline and moving to gravity will save us a pretty good amount of rehabilitation in the future, as well as maintenance and investment and
Correct.
Generators.
Correct. Normally you would rehabilitate these every 15 years on a standard schedule. So some of them are 30 or 40 years old and they've never been touched. So they're a little old. They're a little older. So the Bowles Place Interceptor is in design, hoping to go to construction in this upcoming spring. It's one property owner that we need to get an easement through to be able to take that lift station offline. The New Sweden lift station in Forest Main, this is the area far east near New Sweden Church Road and FM 973. This is one that we brought wholesale agreements to y'all to eliminate the need for a third wastewater treatment facility. So this is a lift station that will pump over. It's a regional lift station that will pump over to the Wilbarger wastewater treatment facility. The construction is anticipated to come to y'all for consideration either later this fall or early winter 2026. The rehabilitation of wastewater lines. So this is one that we brought forward to y'all for smoke testing to evaluate kind of what we needed to scope to spend, to evaluate what we needed to do for some of these older infrastructure lines that we have through Bowles Place, Saxony, Gatlinburg, a lot of these older neighborhoods that have very old wastewater lines. So we're reviewing that PER and that data that we recently completed with anticipated to go forward and rehabilitate in sections throughout the next year and a half. The 18-inch Gilliland Creek wastewater interceptor. This is the one that Cool Jeff mentioned a little bit about the destination play space. I'm getting there with parks. I'm getting there with parks. I'm totally hip with parks. So this is the one that will go through Bowles Park. That we're anticipating to go out for construction either later this year or early winter 2026. So the 15-inch Northwest Wilbarger Interceptor extension, this serves the area all around Panther to extend the 15-inch North Wilbarger Interceptor that will serve a lot of that area on the northern areas of our CCN. The Boulder Ridge Lift Station Rehabilitation and Expansion, this is a lift station that is a permanent lift station. So to your point, Councilmember Weiss, about lift stations and the age of them, this is one of the ones that's about 45 years old. So it is one that we have to rehabilitate because it is a permanent lift station. This is anticipated to go to construction in winter.
Now, you say this is a permanent lift station. You mean this is one that we don't have any plans to replace at any time in the future?
I mean, it's not feasible to run gravity to our wastewater plant from this. So
because of the geography of
the
location.
This is our lowest point in town?
I wouldn't call it our lowest point in town. You have to cross a creek to get to the wastewater treatment facility because it's across Gilliland Creek from our wastewater plant. Mm-hmm. So in order to get gravity, I need enough fall, and otherwise I can't fall.
So your gravity would still be above the creek line?
My gravity would would constantly be full because of the elevation at the wastewater plant. So where the low point is, the wastewater plant is higher than the actual low point of that lift station. Mm-hmm. So the Upper New Sweden Interceptor, this is one that we are working with a private developer on through a MUD agreement that y'all have approved. So this is one that we, instead of coming back later to do a lot of interceptors after a lot of development has happened, we're trying to get ahead of it and scope out the easement routes. That way we're not trying to take a bunch of valuable property from people that maybe have built a lot of improvements. And the 24-inch Colorado Sands Interceptor, this is through a development agreement with the Lakeside Meadows to upsize their wastewater line to serve that region around their facility. The 12-inch Club Wastewater Interceptor is one that will go into design, come forward to y'all in October for design award. The Central Wastewater Treatment Plant Expansion Phase 2 is one
Where is that the 12-inch club wastewater? Where's that?
It's along Heatherwald. The club lift station is on Heatherwald Boulevard, just next to. There's a school there that I can't think of what it is.
Is that Spring Hill?
No, is it a charter school right there? New apartments that came in on the west side of Heatherwald.
Concordia?
Heatherwild.
Concordia.
Pecans-
It's not charter. It's Concordia.
Pecan District?
Heatherwald.
South of Pecan, south
South
of the
of Pecan.
district, yeah.
Right, the apartments he's talking about are the Pecan.
No, there's
Right.
another set of apartments to the south.
On their newer apartments south of
Springfield.
along
on
south of
Heatherwald.
Pecan, north
The-
of Wells Branch Parkway.
The brand new ones?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But that lift station is there. This ties it in gravity, so we don't have that lift station on the edge of our CCN. Again, Central Wastewater Treatment Plant Expansion Phase 2, that is in design. It's already been designed. It's going to be pushed out further as far as we can while the Wilbarger plant is coming online. And a lot of these other interceptors that we'll go through, there are a lot of future interceptors that we will try to see if we can push them depending on development activity as well. So the next 3, you'll see them all pushed depending on where development is and where development's happening along those corridors.
Will you let me know where is that location, the central wastewater?
Central Wastewater Treatment Plant?
Yeah.
That is it's technically called the Upper Gilliland Creek Wastewater Treatment Facility. That's where Public Works is currently housed out of. So that's off of Sunlight Near Way, next to Northeast Metro Park.
Oh, okay.
The wastewater treatment plant operations building, that is after we move out of the Public Works complex to be able to, the operators that have to stay there for them to actually be able to do their work. And one of those is to renovate one of those buildings, one of the permanent buildings. And then the Carmel lift station pump improvements, that's where we keep pushing that. That's going to be based upon demand and growth in the eastern area of the Wilbarger sewer shed.
And this is just a reconciliation of the actual budget for fiscal 26 from proposed number down to the final budget.
So this, I guess, my same comment on the budget, that when I look at the original CIP and this new one, the historical numbers went down 133 million. So I would just request that the projected 2025 numbers be updated to reflect what's now on the CIP for 2025.
That is the end of our presentation. We're all happy here to answer questions.
Can you give me a quick clue? Based on the realignment, does that change the debt issuance for the year, or is this all already issued debt?
It may drop it a little bit. It's not issued yet. We will have to issue debt for the Public Works complex. That's one thing that does not have enough funding for.
And is there a possibility that based on these revisions, I don't think it'll affect water rates in the coming year, but the projected water rates for the next year, would this have the effect of drawing those down a little bit less than
I'm
the
sure
current
it would
projections?
slow them down.
All right.
Slow the increase down. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question, but, so I apologize. In the budget, there was 316 million, and since we're reducing the amount that we're going to be needing, is that number going to change because it remains the same between
Most
the
of
two
that
budgets?
funding is our Texas Water Development Board funding. There's 2 loans that we just got approved for, and also our WIFIA funding. And so we still need that funding. The timing of when we get it might be pushed out a little bit. We're having those conversations about tranche 3 right now. But there is still funding needed to, I mean, as Brandon mentioned, most of these projects that are included in these funding are on the way. They're either in design or getting close to construction or.
Okay. All right, we're kind of running out of time here. We need to move to an executive session item. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have executive session item number 2B, deliberating city attorney appointment, employment, and evaluation pursuant to section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. I think, Charlie, you said we didn't have to do the impact.
No.
Okay, we were in executive session. We're back from executive session. No action was taken. Having no further agenda on the work session, we are adjourned. And do we have everybody here?
Do we need a few minutes?
Who's missing? Does anybody need a break or anything?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we start our regular work session. Or meeting, I'm sorry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the regular City Council meeting for the City of Pflugerville at 7:04.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening. And I would ask the audience to please stand for the U.S. and Texas pledge and remain standing for a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. You may be seated. Item 3 is public comment. We have no public comment. Okay, then I will just forego public comment. Thank you. Is there anybody here wishing to make public comment? This is your chance. If you've never been on stage, this is your chance. All right, thank you. Our next presentation is proclamations, and I have 3 proclamations. Thank you, Trista. She made it in large font, so I don't need my glasses. So Hispanic Heritage Month is an official celebration of American citizens whose ancestry can be traced back to Spain, Mexico, Central and South America, and the Caribbean. The day of September 15th is signified because it is the anniversary of independence of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. The month serves as a time to reflect on the rich cultural heritage and contributions of Hispanic Americans who have played a vital role in shaping the nation's history and culture. I proclaim September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Pflugerville. And this evening I have Mr. Charlie Torres to accept that proclamation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Truly appreciate this. It's a beautiful, wonderful, diverse city that I love living in, and Pflugerville is a great place to be. Thank you so much. Thank you, Council.
That's nice, Charlie.
Sure it is.
The state of Texas historically leads the nation in the number of federally declared disasters. These events remind us that emergencies can strike anywhere and at any time. Being prepared before disaster strikes can be a matter of life or death. The city of Pflugerville encourages all residents to participate in preparedness activities and to sign up to receive emergency alerts via warncentraltexas.org to become more knowledgeable and prepared. I proclaim September as Emergency Preparedness Month in the city of Pflugerville. And this evening I have Joseph Chacon, Director of Emergency Services, to accept the proclamation. Understanding issues concerning suicide and mental health is an important way to take part in suicide prevention. Organizations such as the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention are dedicated to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide. Since 2002, millions of people have attended the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's Out of the Darkness walks, raising awareness and funds to go toward education programs, advocacy efforts, and scientific research. I proclaim September as Suicide Prevention Month in the city of Pflugerville, and we have Caroline, I can't pronounce your last name, but with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention here to accept the proclamation.
On behalf of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, I want to extend our sincere gratitude for recognizing September 2025 as Suicide Prevention Month. Your proclamation is a powerful acknowledgement of suicide as a critical public health issue that touches every community. Your efforts bring hope to those who need it the most and demonstrate that you stand behind your residents with compassion and resolve. Thank you again for your continued support and dedication.
Thank you very much.
We also have Mr. Terry Flood.
Terry Flood,
Yeah, Mr. Flood. Yeah, sorry, he's here as well. Do you want to say some words as well? Yeah.
Come on now.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys for inviting me here. Can I poll the room real quick? Anybody know anyone that died of suicide? Wow, that's a lot. So, I think what I'm about to say is probably gonna hit home, all right? Good afternoon, thank you for having me here today. This is an easy conversation, but it's one that we can't avoid. Suicide prevention is about more than numbers, it's about people. Just think about how many of you guys just raised your hand. Think about how you felt when you heard that information and how helpless you felt thinking that you probably could have done something. But there is hope. You can do something here and now. And I'm glad you're here. I want to share 6 key points with you all. And these are extracted from the ideas that we have to honor our lived truths. First thing, and this is focused specifically on veterans, my whole speech. Veterans are human first. They're your neighbors, they're your brothers, they're your sisters, they're your friends. They're just like you and I. We step forward not for glory, but to serve something bigger than ourselves. The military teaches us resilience, teamwork, and strength, but it also creates an environment that can be isolating and all-consuming. So sometimes we become overwhelmed, and the numbers are much higher than in general society. When we leave the world, everything changes once we leave our military community. And then we have to reintegrate into your community, which 96% of you all probably never served. So we're the 4%, and we have to assimilate and adapt to you all. And it's hard. So all that resiliency goes out the window because all that camaraderie and teamwork no longer exists either. And we can't show that we're afraid or scared or anything else because we're vets. We don't get scared, right? We're the tough guys. I cry in my car sometimes. You'll never see me because I'm not going to do it at Walmart. But we're human. We're just like you. And I'm going to talk about the scope of the problem. For the last 25 years, an average of 6,400 veterans per year die by suicide. That's nearly a generation of lives lost. Let that sink in. I'm not good at math, but that's about 300,000 people in the last 25 years. In 2022 alone, we lost 6,407 veterans. That's about 18 every single day. 18 empty chairs at dinner tables. 18 names left out of holiday gatherings. 18 families who don't have a father or mother or sibling. Every one of those lives belong to someone, whether it's their brother, sister, parent, or child. And suicide doesn't stop with the individual. It ripples outward. Those of you that raise your hand probably can relate to that. Family, friends, entire communities are left shattered. Many of you here probably know someone as you raised your hand to acknowledge. Let's talk about the how. We need to talk honestly about how suicide happens. Among veterans, most suicide deaths involve firearms. About 3 out of 4 for men. And here's the truth. Firearms are final. You can't unfire a firearm. If you overdose on a pill, they can pump your stomach. If you try to hang yourself, you're probably too heavy and the rope's going to pop. You cannot unfire a firearm. 90% of the time, lethal means are lethal. That's why prevention before the crisis happens is the best cure. For years, men accounted for most of the deaths, but female veterans now also face elevated risk compared to the non-veteran women. The risk is not shrinking, it's shifting, and it requires all of us to pay attention. So what can you do? You don't have to be an expert to make a difference. The first thing you can do, you're doing it right now. You're showing up. What veterans need is help with the reintegration. But it takes more than a polite thank you for your service. Nobody thanks a teacher. Nobody thanks a mechanic. Nobody thanks the guy at Walmart. They're all good citizens doing their jobs too. Like I said, we're humans just like you. What veterans need help with is the integration process. One day, you're out there leading troops, responsible for $1 million of equipment, making life and death decisions. The next day, you're trying to translate that into a civilian resume, and nobody wants to hire you. And so as the 6% of the population that serve, our suicide rate is disproportionately so much higher. So, what can you do? Talk to veterans. Listen to them. Let them set the boundaries. What's okay to talk about? Whatever the veteran says is okay to talk about. What's not okay to talk about? Whatever the veteran says is not okay to talk about. That simple. I don't have to get hit by a Mack truck to know that probably hurts. You don't have to be a veteran to know that we probably hurt. Just treat people like people. Reach out. It could be your neighbor. It could be your coworker, anyone. Identify the signs. And this is the real big part right here. Don't be afraid to ask. It's okay to say the word suicide. Studies have shown that asking about suicide is not going to increase someone's suicide ideations. Ask the question. If someone is struggling and you notice it, say, hey, I notice you're struggling. Do you want to talk? Or are you thinking about suicide? Don't dance around it. Don't sugarcoat it. You're not putting the idea into their head. You're taking it out of the shadows. If they say no, at least they know you care. If they say yes, now you have a chance to act. Ask if they have a plan, because intent and timing matter. If they do, then it's about buying that time and space until you can get them help. Offer to hold on to their firearms if they are in a crisis. This is Texas. We love our guns. I'm a gun owner. But I know that if I'm not feeling well, I don't need to be around my firearms. Stay with that veteran if they are going through a crisis. Let them know that's going to be okay. And here's what many people don't realize. Most suicidal crises are brief. Often they last minutes, maybe up to an hour. If we can get past that hour and we can get them through that moment, the storm often passes. And then we can help them get to a higher level of care and build on that maintenance and sustainment and build that resilience back. And another fact, most people that do attempt suicide don't do it twice. So, if they do survive, the chances of them trying again are low. But we don't want the first try to happen. Now I'm going to pause. I'm going to tell you my story. 6 years ago, I was drowning. I was newly divorced, custodial parent of 3 kids. I didn't have the recipe to boil water. I was in pain, I was isolated, and I was overwhelmed. And I felt like I was a burden to everybody. I sat by Belton Lake with a plan to end my life. I cried, and then my phone rang. It was my sister. And she's like, "Hey, big head, what are you doing? Probably something stupid." Yeah. And I said, "I'm not doing anything." And we talked about nothing for about 3 hours. And I felt hope. I felt like somebody cared. That action put me into motion and allowed me to seek help, counseling, and now I'm an employee of the Veterans Crisis Line. I train other providers how to talk to veterans. So that one call, one person checking on me, now allows me to help so many other people. So now here I am standing in front of you as Dr. Terry Flood. Just got into Dartmouth, and I'm here to make a difference. And I'll close with this. I told my wife, if I were to have carried that out, heaven or hell, wherever I was going to get my ass kicked. Because all my friends that died in combat would have looked at me like, "Bro, you chose to be here?" We didn't have a choice. And so as long as people have hope, as long as they have breath, and as long as they have a community and the social supports, they can make it through these crises. So this is my call to action. Talk openly about suicide. Destigmatize it. How many obituaries have you seen where it says this person died by suicide? I'm going to tell you now, not many. Because society wants to hide that. But it's a reality. And from your lived experiences, you know it's real. So check in on people daily. Check in on yourself. People say therapy doesn't work. You have to keep going. So does showering. But you don't stop. Well, some of you may, but it's not my business. So that's my point. Self-care, maintenance, and asking for help is not a weakness. Be there for your neighbors. Love those that love you. And thank you for your time.
That's awesome. Let me hold those papers, please. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, moving on to reading of the consent agenda. Council, you have 30 seconds.
I'd say 5K.
5 what?
5K kilo.
5K.
Okay, we have item 5K removed from the consent agenda. 5A is approving an ordinance on second reading with a caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending ordinance number 1203-15-02-24 of the City of Pflugerville, Texas as amended by approving a specific use permit for a commercial recreation and entertainment outdoor use on approximately 3.2528 acre zoned urban center district located at 1501 Town Center Drive to be known as the Stonehill Town Center Tract 7 specific use permit, providing a cumulative and included clause, providing for a non-severability clause, and providing an effective date. 5B, Approving an ordinance on second reading with a caption reading, an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville approving the 2025 Annual Service and Assessment Plan Update and 2025 Assessment Roll for the Lakeside Meadows Public Improvement District in accordance with Chapter 372 Texas Local Government Code as amended, marking various finding and provisions related to the subject and providing for an effective date. 5C, approving an ordinance on third reading with the caption reading, an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, granting to Sci Energy LP a franchise to furnish and supply gas to the general public in the City of Pflugerville, Travis County, Texas, and to transport, deliver, sell, and distribute gas in and out of and through said municipality for all purposes, providing for the payment of a fee or charge for the use of the streets, alleys, and public ways, and providing a severability clause, a penalty clause, and an effective date. 5D, approving an ordinance on third reading with a caption reading, an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, granting to Universal Natural Gas LLC a franchise to furnish and supply gas to the general public in the City of Pflugerville, Travis County, Texas, and to transport, deliver, sell, and distribute gas in and out of and through said municipality for all purposes, providing for the payment of a fee or charge for the use of the streets, alleys, and public ways, and providing a severability clause, a penalty clause, and an effective date. Again, item 5K was removed from the consent agenda. All items remaining may be acted upon in a single motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
17. Okay, motion carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 6, board appointments. Discuss and consider action regarding making appointments to the Board of Adjustment. We do have an applicant this evening. I'm assuming she's present. Gabriela Bermea. Come forward, please. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Hello, Council. My name is Gabriela Bermea. I am an architect and a practitioner here in Pflugerville. I've actually worked with Pflugerville ISD, Round Rock, a number of school districts around Texas and Colorado, representing about $1.3 billion of public school work. Within Pflugerville, I have served in the past as the one of the executive board members for the Pflugerville Education Foundation, showing my dedication not only to our school district, but to our city itself. And when I saw this opportunity come up, I knew this had to be something that I could be called into as a part of public service to continue that service-mindedness to our community.
Well, wonderful. Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Gabriela?
When did you join the Education Foundation Board?
Yes, sir. So I joined in 2021 and ran my 3-year term there and completed this last year as board secretary.
All right. Wonderful.
So in the absence of Councilman Matera, I'm going to ask the question he always asks.
Yes, sir.
Why this board?
Why this board? So I will be 100% transparent with you all. When I sent in my application, it was initially for planning and zoning, seeing as architecture and planning and zoning go hand in hand. And when the application came back and said, well, there's an opening today, how can you act now? And the Board of Adjustment was in that role. The more you all will get to know me, you know I am a how can we act as swiftly as possible and responsibly as possible, and do believe that there are some additional needs for the architecture voice or the voice for planning and development within that board itself as we determine variances and how we move forward in our community.
Absolutely.
I'll make a motion to approve Gabriela, Board of Adjustments.
Second.
Councilwoman.
Motion and second for approval.
Oh, wait, mine, hold on, it's not, I need to refresh it, it's not.
Okay.
No, see, it's all, oh, there it goes, all right, there we go.
There you go.
No, it was all, still had the other.
Hey, motion
Network
carried.
tag over here.
Gabriela, welcome to the Board of Adjustment.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Our next item is 7B, Budget and Finance. Conduct a public hearing on the proposed property tax rate of 0.53500. Tracy.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is a public hearing. Wanted to go quickly through the tax rates we've been presenting over the last couple of months. The proposed tax rate is $53.50. That is the rate that was used in the fiscal 26 budget. The voter approval rate is $53.50. The voter approval M&O rate is $2,500, which is down a little bit from the fiscal 25 M&O rate. The debt rate is also down at 28.50 from 28.98 in the previous year. The no new revenue rate was calculated at 52.64, and the no new revenue M&O rate is 24.15. The voter approval rate, which is what the budget was built on, does generate approximately $686,000 more in the general fund. This chart is just a comparison between the average taxable and the median taxable, and based on those average taxable amounts, what the average increase would be on that home. And so the average increase is approximately $45, which is a little under $4 a month. This is just a comparison between the homestead tax paid and the rate. And we do see it continually coming down till fiscal 24, where it jumps up a little bit when we had to raise the debt rate in that year. And so you're starting to see it level off and come back down again a little bit in fiscal 26. This is a comparison of how our commercial and our residential stack up between the growth in both of those areas. Both of them continue to grow, but just at a little bit more flattened rate. And this is where we fall amongst some of the jurisdictions around us. So just a comparison to that.
So Tracy, go back to that slide. Again, I know every year we seem to make a comment on this because it's important. It's, when citizens look at Georgetown, Cedar Park, Round Rock, and they say, oh, wow, Pflugerville is pretty high. I think we have to keep in mind that these other cities have a different environment, different taxing environment, so to speak, and where there may not be growth, they may be already built out, so they don't need that tax rate, and or they have for example, Round Rock has a pretty huge city tax rate, sales tax rate. So I think this is not necessarily comparing apples to apples here. So just to be clear.
Tracy, one of the things, and maybe we can see this, in a future or in next years, I'm always more worried less about the rate and more about the dollars, right? And I think those dollars are most applicable to the median home value. I look at these cities listed, and one of the things that comes to mind is many of those cities, the median home value is likely higher than it is in Pflugerville. So a lower rate with a higher value tends to come out to roughly a similar dollar amount. It would be really great to see the median home value and the actual dollars collected on a median home in the future. I do want to say I'm very excited that in the past, our council has attempted to reduce the rate a half a cent a year over year, going back many years, and this is actually almost 0.8 of a cent reduction. Obviously, with increasing home appraisals, that doesn't necessarily mean fewer dollars coming out of our citizens' pockets. You did mention this is roughly a $4 a month increase, even though we have been able to drop the rate, and that seems incredibly reasonable to me. So I appreciate your diligence in fine-tuning this budget to get us to that point.
I am curious about Hutto because I don't think Hutto has a higher median value than us, but they are significantly lower. So I'm not sure what's driving that, but they are growing as well. And they've, maybe they're a little bit behind where we are, but I'd be more interested in learning more about that.
Well, I talked to the mayor of Hutto about that not long ago, and one of the interesting things about Hutto and tax rates is that they have adopted a no new revenue tax rate 4 out of the last 5 years. And they're certainly not hurting for commercial development. All things considered, I'd rather live in Pflugerville than Hutto, but they do seem to be doing some things in terms of their city finances that we're not doing. And I agree with the mayor that directly comparing us to Georgetown not exactly apples to apples because Georgetown has an electric utility. And in terms of water rates, it wouldn't be apples to apples to compare us to Round Rock or Georgetown because they both have rivers. But in terms of, the property tax burden, I think when you multiply the fact that Hutto has kept their property taxes, at a no new revenue rate 4 out of the last 5 years, and that they have slightly lower average residential values in Hutto than we have here, it does seem that the burden there is substantially less than the burden that we're putting on our citizens.
Okay. Any other comment? Is there anybody from the public wishing to make comment? This is your chance to be on stage again. Okay. Make a motion to close the public hearing. All right. Motion carried. The next item is to discuss and consider action to approve an ordinance on first and final reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, adopting the fiscal year 2026 budget for the City of Pflugerville, Texas.
Good evening again. I'll be here for a while. So I do have a few just very quick summary slides just to recap the difference between our proposed budget and the final budget that is being presented this evening. And so on the government funds, the general fund, debt service, there is a $200,000 difference in the general fund, which I have a detailed slide on a couple of slides down. But there is a $6.5 million increase in the capital projects fund. As we talked about in work session, we had an increase in facilities, but we did have a decrease in parks and transportation and drainage projects. There was no changes in the special revenue funds. The utility fund just saw changes within the capital projects fund and a decrease of $16.6 million. There was a $500,000 increase in PCDC's budget to include a development agreement that was just recently approved.
Real quick on that slide, I did want to comment on the increase in the capital projects. As I understand it, we also were able to reallocate and fine-tune the existing capital improvement plan to alleviate the need for issuing debt in the coming year. So that's $30 million that we won't issue, that won't end up on the debt service rate next year. Which certainly helps out and compounds going forward, which is great. Although we are increasing that number, but that increase is us delivering projects that we have committed to more quickly to the benefit of our citizens. And I think that's really important to note because even though that's increasing, that is already issued debt, that is projects that are already underway, and that is us delivering those more quickly. And I'm super excited that we were able to pencil that out in our capital improvement plan. So again, kudos for making that happen.
Also, just to piggyback off of that, that net increase is a component of a large increase as well as a large decrease. So our large increase was actually just shifting costs for some of our major projects from this year and being more accurate in our estimates of it happening next year. But what we also did was the large decrease in being more accurate about the timing of projects and aligning them more with the contract timeline and the project timeline. So again, I appreciate all of staff who presented to us in the CIP for more aligning the money for the capital projects with the timing of the project. So thank you.
This is just a walk forward reconciliation on the general fund. So originally with the proposed budget, revenue was at 64.2. It's now at 64.4. Same with the expenditures. It's still a balanced budget between reoccurring revenue and expenditures. Capital outlay did not change. Fund balance did not change. So reconciling the general fund I thought this would be easier to explain this way. So we did increase revenue by the 183,700. Decrease the interest income was really a reconciliation item just to get us balanced. On the expenditure side, we did reduce the vehicle equipment and replacement fund transfer. We just leveled that off at 610,000, where the legal budget was adjusted slightly up, 45,000. Parks and Recreation. The next slide shows what that 183,000 included. And in streets, we added 7,350, and this was for the CapCog error that we realized got inadvertently taken out of the budget, so we made that adjustment. So on this slide, this just kind of highlights what that 183,000 was for, in case there were any questions with that. My next two slides you've seen, so it's just a reconciliation in both general CIP to get us to the new number and utility CIP to get us to the new number. That is all I had in my budget presentation.
So I had a couple of questions clarifying. I sent them late this afternoon, so I'm not sure if you received them. Are we only talking? We're talking about utility fund as well as general fund right now, correct?
This is the whole budget.
Okay. So can I get clarity on the $2.9 million franchise fee transfer from the utility fund to the general fund based on 4% of utility revenue, because the calculation for the budget and projections for 25 are the same for 26, and it says it's a percentage of utility revenue.
So the 2.9 is the cost allocation, and it did not change year over year.
Okay, because the explanation in the budget says it's a franchise fee transfer.
There is a franchise fee and there is a cost allocation fee. I'll look at the words and make sure that's correct.
Okay, so
There are
regardless,
two
it is
different
the
transfers.
same. It's the same for all three, the budget, the projections, and next year's budget.
So I think that's the cost allocation. I think the franchise should have gone up because we related it to the revenue as 4%.
So is there not a change then in the cost allocation for 26?
Not very much, if any. No.
Okay, I guess it's just confusing because it says that it's a franchise fee. So
We'll check
where is the
wording.
franchise fee then in the budget?
It comes out of an operating account. I don't have it in front of me, but it's an expense to the utility fund, and it comes in as a negative expense in the general fund to offset expenditures in those departments that provide that support.
Okay, but it's not detailed out so that we could tie the number together to know where it goes.
The cost allocation is detailed out in each of the departments. I don't know that it's detailed out on the utility fund.
Okay.
So, just to make sure that we all understand, the cost allocation is the support across
Administrative
departments.
support, to the utility fund.
HR, IT,
Yep,
finance, things like that.
Okay, so then where this speaks about an item based on 4% of utility revenue?
There is a franchise fee that is calculated from the utility fund.
And
to the
is that
general
an
fund.
expense or from the?
It's an expense to the utility fund.
Okay, so there's a cost allocation plus there's a franchise
Yes.
fee. Okay, and so are both allocated in the same way in the general fund? In the
No.
departments as, okay,
They're not. The cost allocation is, it offsets the cost of that department. That's how it's called out properly as far as accounting is concerned. The franchise fee is just a revenue coming in.
okay, and so where would that be in the, and is that going to the regular general fund?
Yes.
Okay, and so then where would that, what revenue line item would that be in?
I don't know if it's buried. I've got my assistant in the,
Is it based on water plus wastewater, 4% of that?
it's total revenue.
Okay, So, because when I calculated, it was like over 2 million, so I just wasn't sure where it was identified in the general fund, because I'm not.
We can call it out better.
Okay, because I'm not seeing anything at the $2 million level that is not already, unless is it in franchise fees?
I don't know. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
It's been a consistent fee that's been in the utility fund for many, many years.
The franchise fee, but the dollar amount changes for.
It does change.
Okay.
Mayor, motion to approve item 7B as presented.
Second. So I did have my other concern with the budget is in the debt service fund, where we do have $7.5 million in fund balance. And
Ms. Ryan, we have a motion on the floor.
is there a discussion allowed?
You can discuss. I guess my question for you is, I know that you're talking counties here, and some of us are not that privileged as you are because you're a CPA, and probably some of these discussions should have been had in a work session or somewhere where Tracy could have been better prepared to answer your questions.
They were. I didn't get the answer, so that's what I'm asking about. So my concern in the ending fund balance is that we have 7.5 million when our policy, there is no policy to have any sort of balance. So I do believe that we should use some of that ending fund balance to reduce our debt rate to the interest and sinking fund to a point so that the total rate is at the no new revenue rate.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the floor.
And I'd like to offer an amendment to the motion.
No.
I'd like to offer an amendment that we adopt no new revenue rate for our tax rate.
I don't accept.
For this budget.
Your amendment was not accepted. So we can vote on this motion. If it passes, fine. If it fails, then we can come back to your motion. Okay, motion carried. Thank you. 7C, discuss and consider action to approve a resolution ratifying the property tax rate reflected in the city's fiscal year 26 operating budget.
And this action is a legal requirement. It's set between the adoption of the budget and the adoption of the tax rate. And so it just has to be called out separately that there is a tax increase.
So Tracy, could you provide any information? I'm curious if the appraisal district has provided any refinements to the information that they've previously provided. I know there are ongoing protests. Has that total ad valorem value been fine-tuned?
I haven't seen an update, but I'll
So
check.
this is our final number for setting the rate based on what they've already
This
provided.
is what we have, yes, placed in our budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Motion to approve.
We do need this specific language on the screen.
Can you read that?
You can.
Oh, all right.
This
I
is-
move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.535000, which is effectively a 1.63% increase in the tax rate.
And I do apologize, I'm wrong.
I'm sorry?
That will be for the next item.
We're
Was
one
that the
item
wrong one?
ahead.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
okay.
Sorry.
One item ahead.
So we can't do that.
All right.
So
There we go.
second.
Okay,
We're all warmed up for the tax rate.
did we have a second? Okay. Okay, motion carried. I'm going to defer item 7D. Mr. Mateer is on his way back and should be here shortly. I'd like for him to be present as part of voting the tax rate as a responsible elected official to his constituents. Moving to 7E, conduct a public hearing on reauthorizing all building permit fees and consider approving an ordinance on first reading with the caption reading, an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, adopting the Pflugerville fee schedule, amending certain fees, and establishing costs and fees charged by the City of Pflugerville, providing for a penalty for a violation of Section 10.99 of the City Code of Ordinances, declaring an effective date.
So I know these fees were reviewed in detail on the July 8th meeting, but this public hearing is a requirement if you're changing any building permit fees. So I do have just a quick reminder of what those fees were changed. The single-family dwelling, the duplex, there was just an overall increase in these fees. And I know that at that time, our building inspector had reviewed all of these with you. I know we did some reclassifications, calling out hotels separately from apartments, making that a little bit easier to charge those rates. And then new and finish outs and electric, plumbing, and mechanical. And I do believe that was it. Just wanted to review those. This is a public hearing, but it's also to approve the full master fee schedule.
Okay. I am curious, if you would go back one slide, I'm sorry, two slides. The tag nabbit. You were moving faster than I thought you were. Maybe one more slide, the one with the duplex rates on it. So I noticed per unit on the duplexes is the same as it is on the single family. How many duplex developments are we getting in a year? It seems like we're getting a lot of multifamily and a lot of single family, but I don't see hardly any duplex coming up. Are we not getting any applications in that area? And is that something we can incentivize by changing the fee structure?
The estates at Row are a duplex product. We call them paired villas nowadays. So you may not see it in the advertising, but the estates at Row, as well as previously the Falcon Point condo area, would be the most recent duplexes.
Okay, so those are
but
those are counted
the estates at Row is currently under
as duplexes.
development.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Forgot about that.
Any other questions here? This is a public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to speak from the public? Okay.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second to close the public hearing. Motion carried.
Quick question. How often have those fees been updated, particularly the ones around the townhomes and the duplexes? Are those something that we update annually, or has it been 3 or 4 years?
For those fees, I think it's been, I don't remember those fees getting changed last year.
2019. I noticed, looking at those fees, we're seeing 20% or higher increases in those fees. If it's been 6 years, that makes sense. It may make sense to actually try to make those keep up so that the changes aren't as staggering at one point, so we don't get ahead, we don't get behind. Something to think about as we move forward, but I'll move approval for this item.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 7E.
So just for clarification, this is all of the fees that we're proposing, including water rates?
Everything.
And
Everything
recreation
that was in the
fees
master
and-
fee schedule. Mhm.
Okay, and there were no other changes proposed from the July 8th?
What was in the proposed book is no changes.
And this is specifically the building permit fees for the agenda item, correct?
For the public hearing, yes.
But now we're voting on all,
Yes.
all fees, not just,
Yes.
okay. I just wanted to.
Correct.
Oop.
Oh.
So, I guess it didn't
Nobody
get
else wants to
approved.
vote, huh?
Now it's an arm wrestle.
I was just, I don't, did it come up on my thing?
Let's redo that.
Let's try that again.
Thank you for voting, Mr. Rogers. Okay, let's see. Everybody in? Okay. All right, motion carried. All right, that was 7E. Moving on to 8. To conduct a public hearing, consider action to approve an ordinance on first reading and final reading with the caption reading 7th supplemental ordinance to the master ordinance establishing the City of Pflugerville, Texas Utility System Revenue Financing Program, authorizing the issuance of City Utility System Revenue Bond, City of Pflugerville Master Program, Water and Wastewater CIP Tranche 2.
And with that, I'm going to defer to our financial advisor to go over that with you.
Thank you, Tracy. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Dusty Trailer with RBC Capital Markets. We have the honor and privilege of serving the City of Pflugerville as financial advisor. The item before you is basically just an order authorizing the issuance of utility system revenue bonds through the EPA's WIFIA program. This is an order that is very similar to one that we've come to the city before with sort of a parameters resolution. It authorizes the issuance of these obligations in advance of their actual issuance. The city has been working diligently with the EPA and specifically their WIFIA department to be ready to issue these obligations in the amount of $176.305 million and some change. These obligations have an estimated maturity date of 30 years. You guys have done a fantastic job in your capital improvement program of seeking all these various alternative sources of fundings to help draw down the overall cost of borrowing from this capital improvement program. And the WIFIA program is one such innovative program. You guys are the first, I believe we've talked about this, you guys are the first city in Texas to utilize the WIFIA program. The main advantage of the WIFIA program that this is being funded through is that you do not start accruing interest expense on these bonds the day that they're issued. You don't start accruing interest on $176 million all at one time. You accrue interest on these bonds as the city has need to draw them down for your project as the project develops. It's actually a very efficient way to finance the project. We were taking a look today. If we would have been in the market, if we would have actually locked a rate in with WIFIA today, that interest rate would have been about a 4.71%. That is very much in line with where we would have been had we been in current markets. Actually, I think current market rates probably would have been about 10 to 15 basis points higher than that rate through WIFIA. But again, the current market rate would not have afforded us the ability to only accrue interest as we draw the funds down. So looking at those differentials, the overall cost savings in today's market, if we would have been in the market today, the overall cost benefit to doing this project through the WIFIA program would have been more or less a little bit over $20 million in debt service savings. Now, that's not to say that by the time we're actually able to price it, that differential shrinks. But again, a little over $20 million, with the greatest majority of that savings accruing during the construction period, right? During the first 3 to 4 years of the bonds being issued. So that's my presentation on the WIFIA loan. I will say,
Dusty, is the interest rate locked in?
No, sir. The interest rate is not locked in.
Okay.
We will have to continue to work with WIFIA until they are ready to give their approval on closing on their end. Plus, then Mr. Donahue and his team are working closely with the Texas Attorney General's office to get the transaction closed with them. Once we sync everything up, we will lock the rate and close on the very same day. It's a very It's a very unique process. That's not the way things are normally done when we're doing financings here. Normally, we are locking a rate and then closing 3 to 4 weeks later. In the case of the WIFIA loan, we are locking the rate and closing all on the very same day. So we did get some word from the WIFIA team here yesterday that they have some delays on their end on the final approvals. They indicate to us it has nothing to do with anything on the city's end. It has to do with administrative changes, things like that within their program. But we are going to continue working towards getting this closed, and we have indicated to WIFIA and will continue to indicate to WIFIA the need for funding on this project, as we are very much in the throes of the project.
So I have a question. If
Yes.
the interest rate is lower when we actually need to draw down the funds than when we lock in the rate, what do we have any options at that time?
We can always refinance these WIFIA loans. These bonds are callable at any time. So at the end of that's another unique feature of the WIFIA program as compared to traditional bonds. Traditional bonds carry about a 9 to 10 year call feature on them, where we've got to wait 9 or 10 years before we can call them away from their owners. We can actually call these bonds away from WIFIA basically at any time at the city's choosing. So let's say once we get finished with the project, once the city has financed the entire project, if bond rates at that time are lower, you've got the ability to recast this loan at that time into a lower interest rate.
So what's our timing on this? Based on your recent conversations with WIFIA, are they saying 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months?
That's a great question. As we talk to them today, it's not going to be 3 days. We're hopeful that it's going to be within this month or early October. However, we are going to continue having these conversations with WIFIA. Once we are going to be in a position, though, once they tell us, hey, we're ready to close your loan, I believe that Mr. Donahue will have had the opportunity to work everything through the AG's office, so it's going to be a very quick, seamless process at that point. Now, let's say for some reason this drags out for a couple of months. I think we come back to the council and for sure at least inform the council that that's the position that we're in at this time.
Do you anticipate rates dropping later this year?
I wish I knew. I will tell you this. There is almost a 100% certainty that the Fed will lower rates at its next meeting. That is what the market is pricing in. That being said, the market is already pricing that into the interest rate environment. We have seen interest rates come down here over the course of the past week based on that almost certainty. Mm-hmm. We've seen interest rates, for instance, if we would have done this WIFIA loan last week, that interest rate would have been a 486. So it's come down just in the past week. The market already prices in the anticipation of the Fed movements. And additionally, the Fed movements do not always dictate long-term interest rates, right? When the Fed is adjusting their interest rates, they're adjusting rates on the short end of the yield curve. The rest of the bond market or the rest of the yield curve does not always behave in line with that.
And isn't it true that over the last year and a half, that's been unusually more true than usual, that the long-term rates have been disconnected from the short-term rates?
Absolutely. This time last year, we saw the Fed begin a little cycle of 3 rate cuts. And by the time we got through the end of calendar year 24, long-term interest rates had gone up more than short-term rates had been cut. So there was absolutely a disconnect between short-term and long-term rates at that time. That's not to say that's the way the market's going to behave now. But all that being said, I believe the city is in great position to be able to weather whatever storm comes at us from that.
Okay, so you think we're going to go ahead and benefit from the likelihood of the upcoming Fed rate cut, and that's priced in, and if we have maybe a 2-week delay, that might actually save us a little money.
It could potentially save us a little money. Rates could come a little bit lower. That's possible. But again, let's say by the time the construction actually gets finished on this thing, through the EPA program, you've got the ability to completely recast these bonds at a lower rate if that's the fact pattern in the market at that time. So you've got quite a bit of flexibility with this program.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had some questions just about the amount of the debt and what it's going to be used for, and when we plan to draw down the money on this WIFIA issuance, and compare, and also find out what we have left for our other existing WIFIA loans, and reminding me what rate those were at.
Certainly. Okay.
I'm not. I
The
think
softball
that's,
question.
Don't know that I have
Some of those,
that
Tracy,
in my
sorry.
back
A lot of that
pocket,
we
but don't know what that rate was off the top of my
I'll get it.
head. Okay, he's gonna work
Yeah,
on
so that might be.
22 was the last time we did that, isn't that right?
We actually did one last year as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pull it up.
I did list the projects out in the summary, and I don't have that in front of me. I know there's several water projects and there's several wastewater projects on this particular tranche. As Dusty said, we only draw down as we spend and need reimbursement. And so most of these projects are already in movement, they're already in design. And so we will exhaust the funding that we have for those projects currently, and then we will start. We always, if we have the cash flow, we will always choose to do the WIFIA last because of the advantages of, not having to pay until we draw down. And so I always try to stack the WIFIA at the end of whatever it is that we are needing to fund.
Do we plan to draw down the entire 176 million in this fiscal year?
Absolutely not. No, it'll be over several years. It'll be as the projects are being, need the funding.
And we're looking at 3 years or 4 years?
I would say more between the 2 and the 3. No, I don't think we go out to 4. I mean, that's kind of the point of when we originally decided on the WIFIA program. We had 2 tranches that were planned. Now we have 3, and it's because we've reevaluated the projects, determined the timeline on the projects, and are not issuing these loans, ahead of schedule. And so the projects that are in tranche 2 are all should be queued and ready to go, if not already going with other funding.
So the 176 million, is that the remaining funds for all of those projects that?
It's 49% of the total projects. That's what WIFIA will fund. So we've counted on the 49%, and we have funded the rest of the project with other funds.
Okay, so thank you.
I want to thank everybody who was involved in getting us the WIFIA funds. First, as Dusty mentioned, first city in Texas to take advantage of that. Very forward-thinking, and a very fiscally responsible thing to do for the citizens. And I want to thank everybody who was part of that project.
Yeah.
I did have one more question. Is this loan limited to just the stated projects? And if we didn't, let's say we didn't spend as much as we had budgeted, would those funds under the loan be able to be used for other projects, or they're limited to just those projects?
There would be a process. I mean, the loan is for those projects. And there is a process to go back to WIFIA and try to reallocate those. It's not, it's possible, but it takes a process, and it just depends on what project we're trying to get funded. We've talked to them about some of our tranche 1 money, and there's some contingency there that we have not used, and we're, looking into trying to reallocate some of that contingency to other projects.
But those would all be limited to water and wastewater.
It's all
projects.
water, wastewater, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so some of the money that hasn't been drawn down for the previous WIFIA
Correct.
loans is because they're limited to those projects, and those projects are still have funds to be spent.
Correct.
Thank you.
Good
Okay.
job with the high and tight fastballs.
So this is a public hearing again, and I'll ask if there's anybody from the public wishing to make comment. Thank you.
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and second to close the public hearing on 8A. Consolidate. Motion carried.
And I move approval.
Second.
Have a motion to approve and second. Motion carried again. Okay. Our next item is 8B, conduct a public hearing and consider action to approve an ordinance of on first reading with the caption reading, an ordinance amending and updating the City of Pflugerville Code of Ordinances, Title 15, Land Usage, Chapter 153.01, Comprehensive Plan, repealing C&E by adopting the Water Master Plan dated August 2025 and the Wastewater Master Plan dated August 2025, providing for severability and cumulative repealer, providing for an open meeting, and establishing an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you is the 5-year update to the water and wastewater master plans. As y'all may remember, we've come back annually to kind of update these, depending on both development activity, what we've seen costs come into as far as costs for construction projects. But this is the full 5 years update to both water and wastewater master plans. So we'll start with water. Happy to stop in the middle if we want to talk about water, or we can, go to the very end and talk about both when we get through wastewater. So to give an overview of the water master plan itself, these documents, as we talked about in work session, serve as a framework for our water system going forward for the next 5 years, both 5 years and also for ultimate build out. So these look at the city's certificate of convenience and necessity. Certificate of convenience and necessity. While I know we've talked about CCNs a whole lot, these are key to both water and wastewater master plans. And again, these look at both 5-year, 10-year, and ultimate build out for the water, for the water master plan for the water service area. The map you see on your left is the service area that we are looking at. Please keep in mind that our water CCN currently extends out to the Weiss Lane corridor. We do not extend any further to the east, and on the west side we are bordered by the Windermere Texas Water Utilities area. One key note as well is this master plan and the wastewater master plan don't contemplate expanding those CCNs. The previous master plan 5-year update contemplated an aggressive expansion of those service areas that these do not contemplate taking on that liability.
What was the reason for the change?
So I wasn't here in 2019. It was adopted like a month after I started here. The changes, so if you think of the Blackhawk area, those are currently have a wholesale agreement with Manville Water Supply Corporation, a 40-year water supply arrangement. The previous master plan assumed that we would eventually take that over, which that's a very aggressive stance to take, that we're going to buy somebody's water service area and start serving them, and then it's a very aggressive stance to take over a service area when they're already being served with a very long-term agreement.
Well, on that, to that point, whose service area is that? You say that's the individual district, and they just happen to have an agreement with another provider.
Correct.
So in 40 years, it wouldn't be that we were taking over that area. It may be that they contract with us for service instead of, contract with us for supply, for wholesale supply, as opposed to someone else.
That's a possibility. They could do that, but again, that would be like 30 years from now or 25. I mean, you're looking at
long-term planning,
very long-term planning, and you're assuming that they would want to change water suppliers.
Well, and that's, I'm wondering how much I can have this conversation publicly. I disagree with your analysis. I think that part of your projection is the fact that the specific provider would continue to want to supply the specific areas, or will actually be able to go ahead and get the actual permitting to actually allow for those allocations to occur. That doesn't necessitate that's actually going to be the reality of the situation, even for a fact of what's happened in the last year or two or so. So, you're not only an expert, but you're someone that other cities call on all the time when it comes to their water issues. Trust me, I know all about that with as well. But I think that it is I find it curious for you to say that that should be the stance, when in reality, ultimately, what I've heard over and over again from different providers across, not only, let's just not even talk about Manville, let's talk about the rest of the region across the state, is that there is necessity to go and help buttress this. Tonight, I got reminded again about, for everyone out here, because we talk about water and the importance of water, about what happened in the late 1970s and 80s in Round Rock when they ran out of water, and just how much of a crisis that was. And it's a reason why when you go to Round Rock now, they have so many different providers, so many different areas where they're coming from. It is a necessity to go ahead and when you have build out of a city to make sure you're able to supply water and wastewater, and when you look at those CCNs. And in particular, that takes a lot of development and time to that. And we're all too familiar and concerned about what goes on with the growth and development of that, but also the reality of is that there's going to be winners and losers. And quite literally, there are winners and losers right now when it comes to the water supply. So when I look at our CCN and I see what we're looking at, I mean, for me, it's not looking at an aggressive stance or trying to take over or trying to do anything to that people, but also built with the ultimate reality of that. There are things that were put in place 20, 30, 50 years ago that helped serve a community that was that size. Now, as we talk about often, half our citizens aren't here yet. I build out, we're 250,000 people right now. We have about 85 in the city right now. We've about 40, 45 in the ETJ. And so I'm curious. I mean, I'll wait for the rest of the analysis, but that was a very curious to hear you say that. I'm glad you said something about that, Doug.
I will. James is going to hate me for the hours we'll be here talking about water. So I would like to address, but I think I can in a little bit further, if that's okay. There's a little bit of reason behind that, and I'm happy to do it, but I don't want everybody to fall asleep while you and I have that conversation. So to move forward a little bit. So
I did have one question.
Sure, absolutely.
On the other slide.
Let me go back. Yes.
Will you please remind me, what is PRV and FCV?
So a PRV is an acronym for pressure reducing valve. FCV is a flow control valve. So when we're looking, you're looking at the legend on the right.
Yes.
PRVs, so if you have an area that's really high in elevation and you're trying to serve an area of a lower elevation, if you just let that gravity flow, you could have houses with 150, 160 PSI, which is
a painful shower.
A painful shower, a very painful shower. So you step that pressure down through a pressure reducing valve. That's a mainline valve. To be able to make it more manageable. It also protects our infrastructure as well. A flow control valve allows for, if you're saying, I need X amount of flow to serve a certain area, it modulates that flow based upon what your demand is. Does that make sense? I know I deal with it every day, and I realize I speed past the acronyms, but.
And then what does WTP stand for?
WTP is water treatment plant.
Oh, okay. I was sorry. I saw the different.
EST is elevated storage tank. SP is standpipe.
Okay.
What's the difference between a standpipe and an elevated storage tank?
So a standpipe is near like Wells Point.
I mean, it feels like it's just a smaller version.
It is a smaller version. If you have a small geographical area, standpipe may make sense because you're only using like 10% of the total volume.
It has to deal with the capacity for the area that has to be served at that pressure.
And that you have to provide a certain amount of pressure.
All right. Let's get out of the weeds. I'm sorry.
I'm happy to stay here all night, y'all, to talk about water and wastewater.
We know you will.
So we also, for these master plans, we looked at development projections. So as far as where our current water service area is, where they're going to develop, what they're going to develop, what their intensity of development is. So this looks at both what their single family demand is and what their max day demand is going to be. So for peak day, which is important for water treatment capacity, and for distribution needs as well. So this overall is looking at the projected connection count for our water service area. So currently we're looking to be at about 17,867 by 2030, and then that progressively gets higher as connections are added and infill is developed within the existing CCN.
Okay, let's talk about that graph. Let's go
Absolutely.
back here. So we had this big jump there in the 2016, 2018, and then we have a very, very slow growth path, and then you're projecting a higher growth path through 2030 and a yet higher growth path between 2030 and 2035.
Sure.
Why?
So, real quick, the big spike that you see there. So the city, I wasn't here, but I know the history at this point. So the city had an agreement with Manville Water Supply Corporation and North Travis County Mud 5, which is the Springbrook area, to obtain that area
Take it over.
to take their CCN, and we took on their customers. So you had this big jump for when we took over those customers as our retail customers within our CCN. So just to answer that one, because it does look odd. As far as connection count, it really depends on those development projections that I talked about on the last slide and where those developments are going to happen inside of our CCN. So again, the majority of our CCN, if you think of Pflugerville as a whole, you see these big pockets of blank spaces that allows for infill development within our water CCN, that we see a larger and larger increase within those areas. But again, it's a projection. Nothing is ever... Development changes all the time that can affect that.
Why do you think it's going to go up at a higher rate in the next 6 years, and at a yet higher rate at the 5 years after that? What's the logic behind it?
The logic behind it is depending on how that growth is where those areas of development are happening. If it's SFR based or multifamily, so when you're looking at connections, a multifamily residential may be one connection. Single family development is 600, right? So it's the development activity based upon what the development is compared to what it's not. So a multifamily can make that a little lower, whereas SFR, single family residential, brings that connection.
So you think we're going to get a lot more SFRs between 2030 and 2035 than we have in the last 5 years?
From what the projection is, yes. But it's not that it's more, it's that it may be more tailored towards a single-family residential than commercial, industrial, one-off connections. If that makes sense.
So to clarify, multifamily is one connection?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So it doesn't that doesn't necessarily equate to the number of users?
Correct. And every multifamily is different based on how many units they have.
That's why it's an interesting discussion when people try to equate. It's the multifamilies that are taking all the water, because there's so many different variables to that.
Well, they're going to have a much larger connection size,
correct,
which equates to the much larger base fee as well for those because of the demand capabilities.
Wait, are you telling me they pay for that?
They do,
and also they hit the higher tiers in the volumetric much quicker than anybody else. So when we look at, looking at a little bit on the topic of CCN, when we look at average and max day demands. So when we're looking at average day demand, so average day is you're taking the full year, what your average day demand is, and so you look at existing, what we're currently sitting at, 2030, 2035, and then all the way to build out. And then, of course, when you look at max day. So when you look at max day, that is peak day all the way through to build out, same projections are out. So when we talk about CCN, it's like, okay, we know we've invested this heavily into our water capacity, both water supply, water capacity. How do we get the most out of it, right? That's the goal. And so could we serve those others outside of our CCN? The ability will be there. It's a matter of, are we willing to take that leap to provide to an area outside of our water CCN, which there's liability there. There you have to supply them with water, which means you have to build infrastructure to get to them. And so when we
partner with them to build infrastructure.
I was going to get there, yes, sir. Or you work with them to be able to build infrastructure to them. But the ability to, at the treatment facility, is the ability to expand out if we ever need to serve those areas. But it's an unknown. I don't know if we can't control that. We can't control if any of these areas will ever come to us.
That's fair. I mean, I would also bring up the fact that, and I'm assuming in these equations we talk about, when will we have the permitting from the state regarding our DPR capabilities?
Oh, that's years away. I mean, you're dealing with the state.
I'm talking about 2034 or so.
It also depends on which this is a kind of a little bit of an off ramp. It depends on which off ramp we go. Are we partnering with people, or are we going our own route?
Well, and that's
right?
and I have an inkling because of this council's wise judgment in securing water rights in a variety of different areas that the cheapest water we have is the water we own. So DPR will help with that, and people will be coming to us to supply that specific water, which may be an asset for future councils to use.
So I just want to be able. I agree. We talk a little bit. I'll talk a little bit about that when we get to actual wastewater.
If I may ask, though, I'm curious, based on the infrastructure that we have under construction now, the water rights that we have secured, that we have reserved, from a sustainability and security perspective, and your growth projections, where does the demand curve meet our supply? At what point in time is the infrastructure that we have under construction now maxed out, based on not expanding our CCN?
It could go again. This takes into account some other, so like reclaimed water, some other things that kind of bring that peak down a little bit. So assuming that those get built out as well, it could make it to full build out if we wanted it to. All the way out to complete build out, if that's what we so choose, which means that you can extend that capital investment at a much longer time frame, which it's kind of the hard decision now to get to we're in geologic time, the hard decision now to get to the 20, 30, 40-year thing. To use a comparison, there's other cities in our region that did the same thing, except they were the 90s that made it all the way to now and still haven't got to the peak of their infrastructure. So the intent is to stretch it out as long as we can to make it to build out, but we need to make those other investments as well.
So what I'm hearing is we have worked to secure our water future.
Correct, yes, sir. And also, to Councilmember Mateo's point, to try to diversify it as well, should the event happen for our raw water supply, because we are still contracted to LCRA. So should the event happen where LCRA says we need to curtail everybody's water rights to be able to off-ramp, to be able to go our own way, which still secures our own water supply going forward, which I'll talk a little bit about in the wastewater.
And then we also have as you mentioned, the reclaimed water opportunities. And I was also reading up on that and learned that that reclaimed water is also suitable for watering crops that are intended for livestock.
Yes, sir.
So we may have some ability to diversify the water needs of our community.
Correct. Yes, sir.
It's going to pay off. Like, I mean, I know that people may not see that now, but this is going to pay off, and you'll be able to look back and say, hey, we made some good decisions on behalf of these citizens.
It's geologic time is what I use a lot. Yeah. It's very much geologic time. Unfortunately, I understand, but it's always hard for people to understand that.
Well, especially when we've seen other councils around the state who haven't necessarily been as responsible in the consequences of that.
What's the reason for the dip on both there's a high and...
Okay, got it. I'm sorry, I was making sure I'm looking at the same thing.
And the
you
graph
are.
on both
Got
the
it.
historical average day and the max day.
You got it. Yep. So we were in a drought for a while there. So we had to move everybody to 1 day a week watering. Up until about a month or so ago, we were on 1 day a week watering. But we were on 1 day a week because Lakes Travis and Buchanan were below 1.2 million acre feet. And so we saw a precipitous drop off after that. That moved to 1 day a week instead of 2 day a week watering. There was a point in time in 2022 where it was right on the edge, redlining the actual facility currently installed.
So if we engage in water conservation or there's continuous drought, then that graph of the demand could be lowered.
We made the assumption that we would always be in a state of water conservation.
Okay.
Because that's our goal to try to. I mean, I don't hate green lawns. Everybody can do what they want. But to be able to realize that our raw water supplier right now is currently contemplating how much water they have for Central Texas, and knowing that could actually curtail to a full-time conservation, if that makes sense.
We're not going to be Arizona, but xeriscaping is something that we all need to start looking at.
Native landscaping.
Yeah, Well,
And that's why we have our, I don't know what they're called now. I want to say drop by drop, but our rebate program.
Rebate
Fauna and flora.
The Flourishing Flora program, which was
Yes.
on the agenda for
It
this
was
evening,
on
that was on
the
the consent.
The consent agenda.
That we provide a rebate back. And so I'm on the incentives committee for LCRA, and we've got them on board to be able to partner with us so we can double that amount that we provide residents with LCRA's credit as well. So if you're a residential, it's like 4,000, I think, overall it's going to be in October for a rebate. And then if you're commercial, it's a significant amount of money to Zero Escape. Again, not Arizona, but also to be able to minimize people's impact on water irrigation.
So I did have a question about something that was on a previous slide, and the growth projections about the connections. So if those projections dip, how does that affect existing customers' water rates?
It's probably a larger conversation. I think the existing water rate model already allows for a consistent increase in connections that generally follows this alignment for the next 3-4 year rate window. So I think, but it's hard to forecast it 6, 7, 8 years from now. But the existing rate model already, our projections for the next few years for that rate model match what we're doing on the rate model. But as far as further out, it really is dependent on what does that percentage look like, how many connections are there, what kind of connections they are. That really is really difficult to just throw out a number without having a more diversified look at what are those connection types. Are they all multifamily? Are they industrial? Are they commercial? What kind of development they are, which indicates how much they're actually paying in the rate.
Because there is a lot of concern about our water rates, and then there's also a lot of concern about how we're growing and what type of developments. And so I was just curious if we changed the mix of the development, or if it was slowed, how that would affect existing customers and their water rates, or if leveling out of our rates or having decreased rates is dependent on having more connections.
Again, it depends. So with everything else, it's always going to depend. What is the slowdown? Like there's about 50 different variables that you can factor into that. What's the slowdown? Is the slowdown in single family? Is the slowdown in multifamily? Is it in commercial? Right? All of those have to play into what that calculation needs to be. And Tracy can tell me when to stop talking about how the calculation's done. But essentially, if you're looking at the debt schedule, that's eventually at some point in time that debt has already been issued. And so you're going to run a plateau at some point. Yeah. So as your connections go up and your debt service stays the same, it's all about the rest of your O&M. So it depends. There's a whole lot of variables there. That's probably a longer conversation that, again, I can be here all night and James will not be, we'll be
Maybe
sleeping. James is like, yeah, we'll sleep here. It's fine. But happy to have that conversation. I think it's just more of a broader conversation, not just with this.
Thank you.
So moving forward with the water CIP projects, I know we talked a whole lot about CIP and work session, but this is looking again at the 5 and 10 year and ultimate build out. So the color coding pieces of this, I know it's really small. We're trying to get as much info as we can, and it's a huge document to go through. But the projects in red are the ones that are currently either under construction, in design, that y'all are already in the CIP that we talked about at work session. The orange in there are projects that are within the 2030 to 2035 window, and then 2035 to build out is the green projects. So just to give you an idea of where those are. Within the actual master plan itself goes into the full-on details of what each one of those projects are, what they serve, and why they're serving that area.
I'm curious why I would think of the reverse regarding the color scheme.
I'm not a map maker. I'm just going to throw it out there. But
because I would think green is okay. This is what we're doing, and then it's right. Yeah.
I think it's more
AI decided what colors it was going to be.
Interesting. There's probably a rationale that someone has told me in the past decade, but I do not remember what it is. But it probably has to do with the immediacy of it. So red, it's happening right this
Danger,
second.
Will Robinson, danger.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It probably has to do with traffic because that totally makes sense on a water CIP. So again, as I mentioned on the last slide, so those 2025 projects are on the left-hand side. Most of these we talked about during work session, so we're happy to go through them again. I can be, again, happy to talk all night. The 2030 is the ones that I mentioned there, 2030 to 2035, and the ones on the far right are the 2035 to build out. We put a caveat in some of these for a developer subtotal. Some of these are development driven. So it's not something that we would construct ourselves, but it would be something that would be more driven based upon a development in those areas. But
now, if it's in the master plan, would that be creditable for impact fee rebates?
It depends on if it's on the impact fee study. There's a lot of rules on that. So if it's in the impact fee study, then yes, we'll be coming to y'all a little bit in a few months to be able to update
For an amendment to the impact fee study?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then number 7 on here, I take it is what we'll be talking about in our next agenda item.
Yes, sir.
So the 2025 projects are all active projects on
Yes.
the CIP. They're in construction.
They're in construction or in design, so
or getting approved in the next step.
Or getting approved on an item after this. Yes,
Well, because there's more than that, or that's in the CIP for water, but are
and there are ones currently that we didn't include that are already, like the water treatment plant expansion is not listed, right?
well, yeah. I thought
the-
there were more projects outside of that, but it's hard to tell.
I'm happy to double check. There may be more, and I'm kind of limited on how many things I can put on a slide. So, but I can. All of the ones in 2025 are either in design, in construction, or already contemplated in our existing CIP. So wastewater, again, I can talk water, but I can wait till the end, or we can just go to wastewater.
Let's go.
Let's go. I appreciate that. So wastewater, what everybody came here to talk about. So the wastewater master plan. So again, we're looking at our CCN, as I am sure I have said about 4 million times. The city's wastewater CCN is incredibly expansive. We go all the way out to FM 973 and New Sweden Church Road. We have it depends on what year you're in. It can either be a liability or an asset, which we'll talk about in the next slide.
Wait, counselor. All right, quit sandbagging the conversation. Keep going.
So development projections, again, so the thing here with development projections, the water and wastewater CCNs where they overlap, the development projections match what they are. They're both in alignment. But what you'll also see in that green area, which is more of our wastewater CCN, there's a lot of development activity happening out there, as I know y'all are all aware about the activity along the 973 corridor. So some of these we know that are happening within the next few years, and we have CIP projects to identify them on the wastewater side. But there's a lot of growth. It'll look like a high percentage if you look through the plan, because when you go from 0 to 20, that's a really high percentage comparatively to when you go from 10,000 to 11,000. So
I did have a question on the two maps. Going back to the previous discussion about the 5-year plan, previously contemplating extending our water CCN. Was that to align more with our wastewater CCN? Was that goal?
a little bit. I mean, I can't. It's speculation on my part to assume what previous staff were thinking, but it was kind of migrating that direction. It just to get all the way out there would be a very, very tall order, no matter who it was.
So is it a challenge to have a different map for water versus wastewater?
Depends on who. For me, it's not. I mean, but I do this all day. So I think it is. It's challenging for some people to understand that it's really far, and they don't realize that we serve all the way out to that far on the map, and that we have to shrink everything down to fit everything on the map for the wastewater.
So let me ask this: Is there an advantage to having such a large wastewater CCN, or would it make sense to retract it? I also understand. I mean, I don't think I'm using the term correctly, but the right of capture. We've got some other water service providers out here that are putting water into pipes, but if then we're collecting it from them, now it's our water. So they paid to put water into our system if we need to send it into our reclaim system.
I'm so ready for this. I was ready for this one, but I touched my heart here a little bit. So on the wastewater side, yes, you're correct. That we take the wastewater, we treat it, and then we can return it back to ourselves, which is a little bit on DPR, which I'll get to in a couple of slides. But the other thing to keep in mind too about retracting it, the biggest problem with that is we kind of made our bed a little bit in the early 2000s when we
Well, originally it was an annexation play that then we lost some rights in the capital.
Or, I mean, remember, I mean, I think this is before you. When Serena got here, that was the conversation that she had with us regarding whether or not she's saying get rid of our, shrink our CCN, both water and wastewater. And the thing is that I would never advise that because you own the chessboard. And that's what you want here. For anyone who's going to want wastewater service right there, you own that.
Well, you
and
own
you're
the
able to do that as
opportunity,
well.
but you also own the responsibility.
And
The question is, which one is more valuable given the current statutory
And I will
requirement?
tell you time and time again, what I've seen with clients is that that is an opportunity. And that is, I mean, the liability aspect is minuscule to what you can go ahead and get from that. People fight over those things on a regular basis with that. And for something like this, particularly where it's built out, again, I mean, I know you're going to talk about why DPR falls into this right here, but it's significant. It really is.
It is. So,
I mean, and we promise we'll never do another lift station again. Good Lord, after what we had to go through.
We'll be other than Cottonwood.
I think it's the.
I mean, that's the thing. If we were to retract, we could avoid the Cottonwood lift station.
And New Sweden, the two regional ones.
The New Sweden.
Ones.
I'm sorry, yeah, the New Sweden area. But
So do we have an analysis of cost versus revenue for those areas?
That's a.
Because that's what you're saying. So there's cost. You're saying opportunity. Well, I think that comes down to the data.
There's got to be an ROI in there somewhere, or we could even build rates by districts, as I understand it. But that would get super complicated.
It's a lawsuit waiting to happen.
I will defer that.
It's very detailed calculations waiting to happen.
So, to answer your question about ROI, we can do that analysis, but there's a lot of speculation that goes into that. As far as some of these areas, we may not have control of what they're developing. So then you're going, okay, then what's their wastewater flow going to be? And you're making it's a lot of assumptions. Which, is it worth it? It'll get us a number. It'll get the number. The question though should be, is it accurate, right? And I think the hard part is getting an accurate number that we can take action on. And that's where it gets really difficult. Because you're making a whole lot of assumptions about what's going to develop, when they're going to develop, and like things that we may or may not be able to control because they're not ETJ or city limits.
But then if you're making action with no data, then is that better?
Well, we own the CCN, which means we have the obligation to serve.
Sure.
So I agree. We could look at it, but we also look at it also as there's a liability for cost, but there's the asset and the fact that we now have all of that wastewater to be able to take back to ourselves and do DPR when LCRA or whoever our water supplier is has significantly higher water and wastewater or water rates for their raw water supply.
And you're going to expand on that?
I am, yes. I will for hours.
Sorry for.
If y'all no, I'm.
I mean, look at literally. You have the University of Texas down 973. You have Samsung 973. You have now HEB and you've seen some other things on the Manor side 973 right there as well. That's all cap. This is what you're looking at right there. That growth 973, and you're going to make that a 6-lane corridor. I mean, it's. Again, what the hard part I know is as a council is that people get reelected on 3-year terms and then they got to look very short. This is why it's important to look long term over here. And honestly, long term's not even that long. We only have up to 2035. That's only 10 years from now, which is almost 9 years from now. Anything else from that?
But I will reiterate, it's all geologic time. It's all can seem like geologic time. So when we look at our future wastewater projections, so you look at there's distinct what are called sewer sheds or drainage basins. You have Central, which is the core of Pflugerville, where everybody thinks where Pflugerville is. You have Wilbarger, which is the Wilbarger Creek sewer shed, which is where the Wilbarger wastewater treatment facility will capture that flow. You have Cottonwood West, and you have Cottonwood East, and I will go back two slides to be able to show those in map format. So Cottonwood West, Cottonwood East are along the 973, Cameron Road corridor, that area. So what you'll notice is that those connections over in Cottonwood West, Cottonwood East are really low right now. It's all a lot of farmland, as you're all very well aware. But as that area starts to build up, you start to see more and more wastewater flow, and that percentage looks like it gets higher and higher. And again, 0 to 20 is a high percentage, whereas 20,000 to 21,000 is not. But you'll start to see that level off at build out as that starts to build further out. But the key point here are the Wilbarger, Cottonwood West, Cottonwood East flows. So when those total up to almost 24 million gallons per day, we're going, okay, that is all water that's not our water, right? So it is Manville Water Supply Corporation, Aqua Water Supply Corporation, their water that we are treating. So you can take that average day flow, and eventually when we talk about what the ROI is for raw water versus DPR, you can say, is it cheaper for me to return my own wastewater and retreat it to the same or better quality as taking raw water from LCRA and paying them millions of dollars every year? But which one is the better ROI? And so right now, it's a lot of assumptions, a lot of baked in assumptions that we'd have to do. But when we get to that point, we'll be able to say which one is the best for Pflugerville and also what allows us to have water security if LCRA does not have enough water for our region.
Okay, I wasn't going to go here, but you opened
the
door. Are we going to hear anything tonight about agreements with the BRA?
I wasn't going to bring up agreements with the BRA, but that is an agreement between LCRA and BRA as far as, because I believe you're referencing Williamson County return flows.
Mm-hmm.
That is more of a LCRA and BRA conversation, which I believe I alluded to it a little bit, whether or not we're going to have an agreement with them or whether we're going to go on an off-ramp. We have both options.
Well, our agreement in that scenario would be more with Round Rock than with anyone else. It'd be with their customer, not with BRA.
Our agreement would actually be with LCRA.
It should be LCRA.
Mm-hmm.
So LCRA has the agreement to transport 25,000 acre feet to BRA,
mm-hmm.
who then wheels it to Round Rock through the BCRUA facility. So then if LCRA makes the deal with BRA to return said flows to Region K, where we are, our agreement would be with LCRA. Now, BRA may be party to that deal with LCRA, but our direct engagement would be with LCRA. It's clear as mud. Best I can.
Well, hopefully it'll be cleaner than mud after we treat it.
Correct. Should be.
And then that BRA water flow then is something we can do purple pipe, or is that even something we can do?
We would bring it to the treatment plant to do DPR with it.
So we'd be able to use it for anything.
If you're talking 25,000 acre feet, which is what they're sending over there, our contract with LCRA right now for full build out is 24,000 acre feet. So it technically could supply the entire city if they can make that deal.
I was about to say, can you explain to people how much? I mean, I don't know if people appreciate how much water that is.
It's about 21
for the civilians.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't explain what the BRA is. So let me give you the pleasure.
So yes, BRA is the Brazos River Authority. They are Region G, which is generally located within Williamson County, all the way up to Waco. We are in Region K, which is Lower Colorado River Authority. They have an agreement between the two of them to do an interbasin transfer to sell water from Region K, LCRA, to Region G, BRA. But if we were to take if we were to say we want the full 24,000 or 25,000, then we would say, all right, we don't want raw water anymore. We will take just DPR if we chose to go that route. The biggest hurdle with that is it's two large state agencies, and we got to get the two of them to come to an agreement.
And they have a very good history of getting along, don't they?
They got a great history, and they are cordial. Is how I like to think of it. But they're two. I mean, the agreement is with them. So I can push and prod it as much as I want to, but their hammer's bigger than mine. So I think that's why when we talk about whether we're going to go DPR for wastewater, it's a LCRA BRA agreement, or we're taking an off-ramp. Wastewater projections show that we could take the off-ramp and almost entirely supply our current water CCN with DPR.
Did you hear that? Our current.
That's why it's important.
That's huge.
So that's why I mentioned the liability of expanding the CCN.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can make an agreement with LCR and BRA. I'm not saying that we can't, but they move at a very slow pace.
Geologic time.
They do work in geologic because water works like that. It takes decades sometimes to get a reservoir permitted. So these things take time. And so we also need to make sure that we are looking out for Pflugerville, which is the right thing to do. So we know that we have an off-ramp if we need it, and if we need to take said off-ramp, at that time we can choose to take that off-ramp to be able to supply it.
We have the capability.
Yeah, ourselves. Yes.
So we were very intentional with how when we were going through the water treatment plant expansion design, both in what we needed to, how do I say this, correct, what do we needed to fix, like with the existing, and also what do we need to plan for like the potential of either a DPR or an IPR project. So we chose some of the equipment intentionally, so that way we can pivot if we need to, or if we work something out with LCRA. To give us that option with minimal construction costs 20, 30 years from now, or whenever that date is.
Including getting the permitting with the state, because you don't just get to do DPR. It's an elongated period of time. And I got to give credit to this council back in our old chambers. I feel like it was 2018, 2019, when we had that conversation with the guys about, okay, and I think it was Omar who said specifically, let's build out to what we need and what we can do ourselves. And so, we did that, and we looked at that moving forward, and look how many years later now, that's just prophetic to be able to say, hey, listen, okay, we're looking out for what we can do for the citizens, outside of relying on some of these other entities to see what they can do.
I also want to be very clear. So in order to start that process that you're talking about with permitting, you also have to have a commitment of some sort.
Right.
So I can't go to the state and say, I want to do this, and then they go, where's the water? And I can't go, I don't know. So there's just to be clear. So we're letting some others that are in this process that are a little bit more water scarce than we are kind of take the first wave. So places like Wichita Falls, Big Spring,
Liberty Hill.
Liberty Hill's right there. Yeah, I'm keeping good contact with them. So.
Thank you.
So they're.
Are we on track here, Brandon?
I can go as quick as humanly possible, but I'll talk for hours. So please tell me to speed up, and I absolutely will. So to look at wastewater CIP projects similar on the water side, we modeled the existing wastewater system, kind of with gravity mains, what force mains we had, lift stations. So I'll spare you the same map color coordination here as far as red, green, orange, red, green, orange. There is some blue in there as well, so we could confuse you all as much as possible. But some of those are for build out, and again, I know that's small text, but we looked at full build out of the wastewater system.
The blue is the reuse.
Blue is not reuse. Reuse is not at all in this at all. That is a totally different master plan. So you've got those striped ones that are blue and green. Those are force mains, and depending on when they are being built or when they are going in and out, and depending on what's happening with them. So when we look at the CIP itself, as we talked about a little bit earlier, so the ongoing ones, those are the ones that are either currently under contract for design, construction. Obviously, the big project cost of that is the Wilbarger Wastewater Treatment Facility, as y'all are well aware. And then when we look out for 2025 to 2030, some of these are coming to y'all in October for design for some of these. And then when you go further out, you look at 2030 to 2035 for some of these that are already further out there. So the big ticket of that is the Wilbarger Wastewater Treatment Facility when you go to expand that. So that is, we will still follow TCEQ's 75/90 rule for expansion, depending on where we're at. So that may get pushed or it may get pulled depending on what the flow is, how much demand we have for wastewater, and how we can pivot that. But you'll notice on these, the big ticket items are the facilities. Facilities are always going to be your big ticket projects that you're going to have to fund to be able to serve these areas. So, totally got it. Sorry that I'm lengthy with my talking. So again, our recommendation is to be able to approve the water and wastewater master plans on first reading. These were reviewed with the Planning and Zoning Commission in August, and it was approved by that commission. This plan does support the city's strategic plan for planning for future infrastructure growth and Again, this is a public hearing, and I'll be here to answer any questions and talk all night if y'all would let me.
Is there anybody in the public wishing to make comment? Okay.
Second.
Have a motion, a second to close public comment. Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon, always appreciate how thorough you are.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
You talk too much, Brandon.
I'll do my
You
best.
keep asking him questions.
I know.
Motion carried.
I appreciate the explanations.
Thank you.
Can I get a motion to approve the order?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion carried. All right, let's jump back to 7D, council. That's to discuss and consider action to approve an ordinance on first and final reading with the caption reading, an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, tax levy ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas for fiscal year 2026.
As she cues up our specific language we have to have, so this is the action to approve the proposed rate of 5350, which is what has been used to create the fiscal 26 budget.
You want it?
Oh, sure.
He's already practiced.
I'll move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.535000 cents, which is effectively a
Dollars.
Huh?
Dollars.
Dollar? What is it? Still dollars?
When it's
Well,
0.535,
yeah,
yes,
Oh,
dollars.
excuse me. Which is effectively a 1.63% increase in the tax rate.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Got everybody on? All right, motion carried. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Y'all worked very hard in this budget and swept up positions. I really appreciate everything.
Okay, moving on to the regular agenda, 9A, discuss, consider action to approve construction contract with Garney Companies, Inc. in the amount of $16,228,991 associated with the Weiss-Pecan Waterline Project and authorize the city manager to execute same. Brandon.
Back again. Thank you all very much for the opportunity. So the item before y'all, as we talked about earlier, is the construction contract with Garney Companies. They are a pipeline contractor that we recently awarded another contract with as well. So this is for the Weiss-Pecan Waterline Project. This water transmission line project, again, as I mentioned during work session, this leaves from the water treatment plant and extends all the way down through the Lakeside Meadows development and also crosses SH 130 just north of Pecan near Impact Way. So this is a 9,600 linear feet of 42-inch water pipe. We also have a wastewater line included with this. So the water treatment plant expansion project needs a wastewater line, and this contract is right out at the water treatment plant. So there is a 300 feet of wastewater line included with this contract as well. This will provide additional transmission, be able to serve those industrial developments along the Impact Way, to be able to make sure that they can have fire flow capacity for those areas down there. This has a overall construction duration of 216 calendar days. It's a lot of large diameter pipeline and a lot of trenching through that area. Garney was recommended as the best value contractor. We bid these out as competitive sealed proposals, so that way we can evaluate the bidders, their qualifications, make sure that they provide a quality product, because we want to pay for a quality product that stands the test of time. We don't always want to get a low bid that may or may not finish the project or has experience with these types of capital projects.
Obviously, it's an essential water connector. Why now?
Why now? So a lot of those developments along Impact Way require a certain amount of fire flow for their development. So they have fire sprinkler systems that need large diameter pipes. So without this, they won't be able to meet their fire flow requirements for those. They're industrial, commercial. I'm not a planner here. But they need fire sprinkler systems to meet code. And without this transmission line, they're not going to be able to meet that. And then and the other one is we won't have enough transmission to be able to serve that western corridor along north of Pecan and south of Pflugerville Parkway. So right now, the only extension that we have to go into the center of town of the where we're sitting right now is a 30-inch transmission pipeline that leaves the water treatment plant that goes along Pflugerville Parkway and goes to the elevated tank right over here.
Wow.
So right now, if that pipeline goes down, we're
screwed.
What's that? Totally.
So
Pretty close.
when does this need to be complete in order to make sure that we don't derail future development?
In 216 calendar days.
216. So we've been in close coordination with those developments along there to make sure that we're doing our best to keep moving this forward. So I think that we've been as communicative as humanly possible with where we're sitting. And it's not that they don't meet fire flow. It's that we have, until this line is in, we have to do some specialty operations at our water treatment plant in order to make sure that they meet code. So what I mean by that is we have to keep pumps running to ensure they have enough pressure and flow capacity to meet their fire flow. So, but that's not always achievable in the grand scheme of things. They're huge pumps that aren't meant to run 24/7, 365.
Okay, so it's a combination of overtime and overtime for the equipment that is not sustainable, and that's why we need to do this now. Am I hearing that right?
Generally, yes. I mean, it's not that it's overtime for the equipment. You're pumping a lot of water.
24 hours, 7 days a week, and it can't do that on a perennial basis.
We have to take it down for maintenance sometime.
Sometimes they have to stop running. So yes, generally that's correct.
So are there current developments that are already built that are going to be using this water line, or are these all for prospective developments that are in plans?
There's current developments that are along that impact way extension, FedEx and everything that's back in that area. So they already have water service. So I don't want to make it sound dire like they don't have a water line. They just don't have enough. We don't have enough transmission capacity to be able to serve their demands if there's a fire. So they have water for their buildings and they're open. It's not like they're waiting on us. But for some of them, in order to get permitted through ESD, they have to meet certain flow requirements for their water, for their fire sprinkler system.
Does this result in larger diameter connections? You mentioned they need a big enough pipe in order to have that much pressure. Does that mean they're going to have larger connections or no?
No, it's more about how do we get the water to them. So then when you're think about how water travels, it's got to go up through the 30 and then we go through like a spaghetti bowl of smaller diameter pipes to get to them. So it's not that they have a bigger connection, it's that we need a bigger straw to get to them. Instead of going through a bunch of small straws, if that makes sense.
Good enough.
Okay. With this, again, we would recommend approval for this construction contract with Garney Companies. This wasn't in the 5-year CIP. This has been an ongoing project that we've been working to get executed for both easements and right away to get everything going for this one. It does support the city's strategic plan for infrastructure, and I will happily answer any questions you all may have.
Okay. Move to approve. Second. There we go. Motion carried.
Thank you.
All right. Item 9B, discuss consider action to award bid to and authorize a construction agreement with Patton Construction LLC in the amount of $5,854,531.10 for construction of the Helios Way right-in, right-out driveway and Impact Way Phase 4 projects and authorize the board president to execute the same. Mr. Jones.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and citizens. On August the 20th, the PCDC board unanimously approved the agreement to move forward with Patton Construction. For a second, I'll just kind of highlight what this means. So instead of FedEx and other large trucks going out and competing on Pecan Street for traffic concerns, now they will be able to, once the project is complete, they'll be able to come in and out from the service road for 130. So that's going to kind of create a little bit of a reduction in the congestion that you see right there within that Marriott and Impact, where Impact and Pecan intersects. So that's one part of the project, and then the other phase of the project is taking Impact Way from where it currently is south, and then bringing it into the 17.8 acres that is up for development through the PCDC, which then connects you to 45 acres by Placemaker and 85 acres to the East Group, which is a total of 146 acres of possible development for industrial and commercial use. I have with us DCS Engineering, who can provide you with any context, any questions that you may have about this project.
All right, let me ask you the same question I asked the previous presenter. This looks like a very important connector project. Why now?
Well, right now, if we don't do the project right now, we will not have access to being able to develop that land that is south of the current, where the stub out is currently for Impact Way. So this opens the conversation not only for our 17.8 acres, but it also opens up the conversation for the 45 acres as well as the 85 acres that gets Impact Way all the way down to Cameron Road. So we still have a ways to go, but this is the first. This is the next step in getting us into that, down to Cameron Road.
Okay.
Well, if nobody else has any questions, I move to approve.
Second.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, motion carried. Thank you. Our next item is discuss and consider action to approve a resolution regarding financial reporting in connection with the annual budget, bond-funded projects, capital improvement projects, and escrow and impact fee funds. Ms. Rhines.
Hi, I asked for this item to be included so that we can enhance our financial transparency and long-range planning by having a more formal reporting requirement so that we can periodically review all of our bond projects, see what the status is, how the funds have been used, if they've been, if we've been able to complete our projects or if the funds have been used for other things. The same thing for CIP. We had a really great presentation today, and this will give us periodic updates on what are happening on our CIP projects because there is a lot of things going on, and it's good to have periodic updates. We have escrow and impact fee funds that where funds were contributed for certain areas, and this will give us visibility into how those funds are being used, what funds are still available to be used, so that we have knowledge about that. The enhanced budget format was incorporated this year to have both a full year of budget and a full year of actual from the previous year so that we can look at history and trends when we're evaluating the budget. And then our quarterly financial statements, this is just giving us the full financial statement that aligns with what we're getting with PCDC, and that it includes both the a budget versus actual as well as a balance sheet so that we're getting a full financial package. And so this will just give us more, not only the council, more visibility into what's happening during the year instead of just annual updates, but it'll also give more transparency to the public to see the progress of the projects that we have. So more questions could be answered about what's happening, what's the status, because we'll have more periodic updates.
Tracy, are you still here? Where are you? Oh, there you go. So do we have the software to do this, or do we need software to do this? I would imagine some type of software. Can't be done manually. I guess it could be done.
Well, generally, all of these reports are already required for the information. We have bond reporting requirements. We have CIP projects. We have financial statements.
But are you talking about putting them in one dashboard, so to speak, or multiple reports that we have to peruse through each time.
Yeah, the financial reports can be generated from our financial software, and we are working currently to flush those out and make those more transparent and more comparable to the budget categories. So that's already in the works. I think we provided in the weekly last week the new format for the monthly so that you can kind of see the breakout. As far as the other reports, I mean, those will be manually created. We have a lot of reports that we use to track different things, but we will have to create a report to be able to report the way that you're asking us to report. It's not just going to generate out of our software.
Sure. Would there, so hopefully it wouldn't be too much of an impact, given that we have specific projects that, like for the bonds, where we have projects that were, that are also on the CIP. So this is just comparing what was authorized under the bond and having an idea of how the funds were actually spent compared to how they were authorized. And the CIP, it would come, the original or the report would be the underlying CIP and looking at that more often and having some visibility into what is happening. And the escrow and impact fee, that perhaps is more manual, but it also is reconciled back to the balance sheet. So in general, reconciliations of that type occur generally.
So, Councilwoman Ryan, let me ask a question. I'm trying to word it correctly, so give me a second so I can figure out how to word this correctly. A part of this, are you also in favor of approving an amendment to the budget to pay staff for all the overtime that they're going to have to do because of the projects you're asking them to do?
Well,
that is what is known as begging the question.
That is
we
what?
don't. That is what is known as
it's
begging
an honest
the question.
and I wasn't asking you, Councilman Rogers. I'm asking.
But you're assuming that there's going to be overtime.
Hey, let her answer.
So with your question, you are assuming that there will be overtime. I'm not convinced that that is a true statement. However, I think that the transparency for the information, for example, if you look at the Parkland Escrow Fund, we don't really know. We can't look at a report and see what neighborhoods contribute to it. What have we done with those funds so that we can ensure that we are using those funds? We know what is available to look at projects that can be funded. That sort of thing happened. That was one of the reasons I got involved in the city, is because our neighborhood didn't have parkland, and they put money into the Parkland Escrow Fund, and then it was used 3 miles away. And so part of having a report of what neighborhoods have contributed to this escrow fund and how the funds have been used aligns with accountability to ensure that we are serving our public who are contributing to those funds, or those neighborhoods are contributing to those funds, and making sure that we're working getting those services in those zones to those neighborhoods. But if we don't know what's even in the fund, then we can't ensure that we're using them in the best way possible. We have zone reporting, so it's already a requirement. If we have zones, we have to report how much is left in that fund for the zones anyway. So I just want to look at the report and make that we're doing that they should be doing, and I believe.
So you want to police staff? Is that what you're asking?
No, I just want visibility.
That sounds like you want to police staff.
So I wasn't going to say anything until the part that. So we lived in that neighborhood for a long period of time, and I mean, Highland Park is one of the best parks in the area right there as well. And wait, no.
Okay.
I'll let
We
you
live
hear
in
what
different neighborhoods.
you're talking about Highland Park North and Highland Park. So I would be curious to know how many people from Highland Park North actually go ahead and work, play in the huge park that's in Highland Park. And that's a different conversation, because in that conversation, I'm trying to figure out a couple of things. One, why is it essential? I'm assuming you're talking about making assumptions. My assumption is that you're thinking there's an equity issue, that folks are putting in money and they're not getting the parks that they got from there, which I would disagree with, but I'm willing to look at the information on that two, when we're talking about what the neighborhood parks and how that pot has gone, I think that, Shane and them done a phenomenal job of trying to see it allocate to go to specific areas that aren't out, work with that. The hard part isn't, because I get where she's coming from on this. Is that you're saying that information should be there, is that we've heard, this council, the reason why you're hearing from all of us is that it's been a lot of time from staff dedicated toward this. That's why I'm saying, like, when you say there wouldn't be overtime, they're working overtime now with it. And and I'm one of the people who tell them, hey, listen, if you got questions, go ahead and answer your questions. But my frustration is that I come back here when we're trying to pass a budget and we're trying to pass the, whatever that whatever our cap is, our tax rate is this year. And I'm hearing from you that, hey, listen, no, this is not a good tax rate. Listen, they swept up jobs. They got rid of events. They got rid of positions and everything else on there as well. And you're asking for them to do more work on top of what they're doing. Of course, that's going to cost. That's not an outrageous assumption. To your point, that's not outrageous. It's that yes, they're going to have to do that. There's going to be FTEs for that, and so you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't tell them, hey man, they actually suck on this right here as well. I don't know about everything regarding this tax rate. At the same time, hey, I need more information. Which, to your point, it's not readily available yet. Now, if we're looking at getting the software for those things to make that happen, I'm all for that because I think you're right. For a transparency standpoint, that works out perfectly. But it's going to cost money, and that's what my frustration. I was not going to say anything, but it's like that's my frustration with that.
Okay.
And when you say it's not going to cost money, and you don't ask many questions, Rudy is saying that you can ask staff questions. How many questions did you send staff yesterday?
I don't count.
It was over 40, wasn't it?
Well, this is the annual budget time, and there is
Okay, how do you expect staff to answer questions, over 40 questions in one day and expect them to not have to go overtime and work continuously? Well, as Councilwoman Rogers' predecessor would say, this is the place to have the discussion.
So we have to. The city has zones for parkland. They have zones for roadway. They have zones for these other things. So the numbers and the data is already being accumulated. And so I'm just looking to have more transparency in looking at it. I think for financial oversight, it is our duty to look at the bond projects that we have and look at what was authorized by the voters or what was authorized by council and have a report and say, how did we spend those funds, and let the public know, how did we spend those funds? You guys voted on all of these. This is what was allocated towards there. This is what we've spent. If we had to make changes, this was under, so we had more money we could spend here. It's just having transparency of what we've been doing so that we can show the public how we're spending their money. And the same thing with the CIP. And then the financial statements is just having a full financial statement package, which includes a balance sheet. So it's just asking for more information, or for information on a more timely manner on a quarterly basis instead of looking at it only once a year. If you look at it quarterly, then there's not as much time in answering and asking questions when it comes up annually.
My question is, I heard staff say that you have accumulated a number of different reports, some reports in different formats that may help to reach this goal, maybe not as far as you're asking, but there are some new reports coming your way. Is that correct?
For me?
Yes. Has staff provided additional reports that are towards this goal, if not reaching this goal?
Staff has said that they can provide those reports.
All right, then
So
I think
that was
what
my
would be,
understanding.
what I think would be, I'm sorry?
Those enhanced reports started in the last weekly.
Started in the last weekly. So I think it would be appropriate for us to potentially table this conversation for a couple of months so that we can see if those reports further the goals that you have for what you're trying to accomplish, and then circle back and say, did they meet the the goal, or do we need more at that point in time? Because it sounds like we're already taking steps, and I would not want us to set something in stone now, not knowing if we have already accomplished it, without the enormous overhead that that this would otherwise require.
Enormous?
I don't know.
This is an
Additional.
assumption, again, without data.
Additional.
Yeah, you can say
I think additional.
I think
is,
I think
is
additional is
certainly
fair.
very accurate.
I think
I
it's
mean, you know,
You-
we have to know how much we spent on a bond. We know what was voted on.
Obviously,
the
we do.
lists
Let's see
are
if-
not that the
let's
lists
see
aren't
if-
that long.
Let's see if the reports that are now being provided further that goal.
I agree.
And I think we can revisit in the future.
or you know, I'm just asked the question. I mean, we're asked the ultimate question. So the report that was provided in our weekly, was that not what you were looking for?
I did not notice that there was a balance sheet included in the weekly.
I thought there was. Am I wrong? Right?
Yeah, the balance sheet was going to be in the quarterly, so we've updated. That was the updated monthly.
Okay.
So the quarterly, your request was the balance sheet quarterly.
Yeah.
So we haven't gotten to the
Yeah,
first
Okay,
sure, sure. The request is quarterly, so we already get most of this information annually. So this is about 3 additional times during the year.
Ms. Ryan, you refer to transparency all the time, and I appreciate that. I certainly would like the world to be transparent, but it's not. In the weekly, is that available to the general public? So that's not transparent.
So the reason that I'm asking for periodic quarterly reports, and one of the reports is actually semi-annual, is so that it could be presented to the public on an agenda that they can get access to by just clicking on the link instead of
That's
maybe
fine.
knowing what to ask for through a public information, which is a barrier.
If we're going to put all this information together and, not to serve one or more individuals on council, because I know we can each ask questions, not only from Tracy, but from Brandon and Shane and everybody, the police department especially, on their special reports that, they can put together in terms of crime and statistics. We'll keep everybody busy, but, in terms of being transparent, I certainly agree with that, but let's really be transparent if we're going to do that and not just provide information to unique individual council members for their purpose.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't
my-
have any problem with putting these quarterly reports out for the general public. That seems entirely appropriate.
Well, this resolution is about making it public on an agenda, and it can just be a consent agenda for people to be aware and to have information about what's happening with our projects. And so this is quarterly for the public as well as for council.
So, I mean, again, I go back to what Caesar was talking about. If we're going to, I don't think anyone has a problem with transparency. I don't think the tools, am I wrong here? Like, it takes an elongated period of time because we don't have the specific software to be able to derive what we want from here. So consequently, it will cost money, which, fine, I have no problems with that. But again, let's be honest about the budget and what they've done with that. If we're saying that, then there's going to have to be a cost for it. And again, if you want that, I have no problems with that, but it's not free to do that. And it's taking them right now a very long period of time to do that.
James, may I ask, the
That's what they're
information
saying
that's
to
being
us.
requested here, is it information that exists in a different format or in disparate formats, or is it information that would need to be accumulated and created?
It's a mixed bag. So
Yeah.
the enhanced financial reports, Tracy's been working on that for a couple months now to build that out. And once that's built out, it'll be push and play. So that's not a huge deal. We'll start generating those, and those will actually come out monthly. Like you'll see enhanced monthly reports, not even just quarterly. Some of the items will be quarterly, like the balance sheet and so forth. But you'll get a lot more information monthly. CIP. Excuse me, that dashboard is there or almost there, to where the public will be able to go on the website and council as well, of course, to go anytime and look at the progress of our CIP. And we've committed to a quarterly report on that as well. So we're doing a lot of the work. and it'll get better over time.
When will that CIP dashboard be available?
Months, a couple months. Yeah, by the end of the year. It's 85 projects. It's a big lift. You know,
It's a big lift. There's a lot of project management that goes into updating that on a regular basis.
Sure.
That is
already in flux. That doesn't have to do with my request.
Is that true?
No, it does though. It's reporting on CIP timelines.
No,
I thought that they.
I'm just asking James, but this is based on her request, correct? Part?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. That's we just want to make sure all the facts.
Hence, I return to my original statement. I think it's appropriate that we table this for a couple of months until we get the opportunity to review and see if these reports are satisfying the request and if the dashboard is satisfying the needs for any potential additional transparency. So I would move we table this until January.
Second.
Now, what's the difference between table and postpone?
Postpone is typically used to postpone indefinitely, which is
you got it flipped. It's reversed.
So
Yeah.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment to change the word
postpone to January?
table to postpone.
Yeah. Just say postpone to January. That's fine. Second, third.
Okay.
I already seconded.
Okay, there we go.
But I the original one. Did you accept the amendment?
Yes.
All right.
The intention
actually-
to revisit this in January.
Okay, never
Stated
mind.
intention.
Never mind.
What do we don't have the final. Okay. We already know how this is going to go.
Of course.
No, I told you. I mean, it's kind of
All right.
small enough. Consistency.
Moving on to 9D, discuss and consider action to approve a resolution establishing legislative priorities for the Texas Legislature interim period.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you is a resolution to approve an interim legislative agenda. A couple weeks ago, came before you to see what priorities you had for the interim period. So you'll see in this resolution, Exhibit A, 4 interim priority areas related to economic development tools, including qualified hotel projects, annexation, and ETJs. And then also included in there is just our general language that we typically use about general areas where we'll monitor and oppose legislation related to items that conflict with the city's strategic goals, erodes municipal authority, negatively impacts the city's ability to do what it does, and then supporting legislation that helps advance all of those things, so the opposite of what we oppose. And then as well as fostering partnerships and supporting those collaborations we have with entities such as the Capital Area Council of Governments, Pflugerville Chamber of Commerce, Pflugerville Independent School District, and the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. This legislative agenda will help us monitor interim charges as they come. The second special session ended just a week ago. At this point, we're not seeing a third special session just yet. But
just yet.
yeah,
Well-
I won't make any promises because I don't have a crystal ball. But at this time, we don't have
It's
another special
expected to
session.
happen soon and go on, from what I hear, till just before Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
So-
it'll come up late October, and then we'll be done before Thanksgiving.
And so it'll be good.
Merry
to have these
Christmas.
priorities with TML, and they'll be able to work through that while we're in third special session.
So we'll be able to talk about that in Fort Worth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it's Halloween this year. At least it's not during National Night Out.
Okay, any other questions, concerns?
Yeah, I mean, the changes look good to me. I'll move approval.
Second.
Super excited to see Campo and Capcog on our partnerships.
Like they weren't before.
Explicitly stated.
They're just waiting for my reign of terror next year. So,
Me too.
Motion carried. Next item is discuss and consider action to approve a resolution for submission to the Texas Municipal League for consideration at the 2025 TML Annual Conference.
This item comes back from our last council meeting. It was requested to bring it back in case anything special happened during the special session that just recently ended. So attached is a very general resolution. If there blanks can be filled in on items that you'd like to see submitted to TML for the TML program. Submissions to the TML program are due by 5 p.m. on September 15th. So if there are any items you'd like to see submitted for this resolution, we'll just need to know if you're seeking introduction, passage, opposition, or taking no position on whatever the topic is. And then once that is stated, we'll update this resolution. You'll approve it essentially tonight with those amendments, and then staff will submit the necessary cover letters and additional information required by TML. If you have any items you'd like to see submitted.
I have no additional items to see. I think everything we have out there is already covered in the existing established preferences.
You just played Mad Libs with it.
I don't know, does anyone else have anything to add? I feel like we're solid.
Anything from our legislative committee?
Oh, what do y'all?
I think we already discussed everything last time.
Cool. Okay. I think we're covered. That being the case, I believe we need no action on this item.
No actions required.
Okay. Moving on to 9F, discuss consider action to approve resolution making appointments to the Finance and Budget Council Subcommittee.
Art, Melody.
Well, this just codifies our discussion from last time into an official resolution. The only thing that was added was just to review the audit, which is usually what the Finance and Budget Citizen Committee does at audit time.
Unacceptable.
Well, based on our most recent conversation, Mayor, I'd like to move to postpone. That's not indefinite, right?
That's correct.
Okay, postpone this item until we can have an agenda item to discuss more responsibilities, but also the ethics and code of conduct from this council and what they expect from staff and what we can and cannot do, limitations. I believe that there's where some are pushing that limit on what they're asking staff to do. And so I believe that we need to have a discussion about that first before we approve and decide if we even want to have this subcommittee again.
Well, just as a reminder that there is a Finance and Budget Committee of citizens that is vacant right now because there's not enough volunteers. And so this is helping to supplement those duties that were, that would hopefully be done by the citizens. So it's just reviewing quarterly information and then having a similar meeting scheduled to what the Finance and Budget Committee would have during budget time.
Would you be okay with us doing this all next meeting?
I was going to ask that, yeah. If we could have the discussion prior and then have this discussion.
That's fine.
That's fine. One of my questions would be, if the Finance and Budget Subcommittee is created, would it eliminate or decrease some of the questions that happen for the staff?
Is this a theoretical question?
No, I'm being for real. I mean, what's the purpose?
That would be the goal, so that you could have a working meeting with the staff and ask all of those questions at that time. As far as questions I ask for the agenda, those are dependent on what's on the agenda.
But as you should ask the questions. I received the questions for the first time, and there was no way that I could read all of that to be prepared for City Council today. And I can't imagine how much time that may take the staff. I think we all ask questions. I just wonder if we're crossing the line or what that looks like, for how many questions are too many questions and how much time it should take for them to answer just one person's questions when all of us are actually sending questions as well. And so I'm requesting that the questions that you send, I want to see them as well so that I can learn and see it from your perspective as well. But there's quite a few of us up here asking questions as well. And so I think it's a legitimate question to ask. If this subcommittee is created, is it going to eliminate some of that and satisfy some of the questions that you have prior to City Council?
Or maybe to your point, will eliminate the work? Because there's those questions. Is it just shifting the work from asking for a council meeting to asking this subcommittee to do it.
And but the last thing I want is for this subcommittee to be, we feel that they're ad hoc and almost policing our finance people here in town.
There has been a shift. Finance and budget, I believe, is her area of expertise. But it does seem that on finance questions, we do get deeper in the woods than it has been, and at times it can feel like some policing of the city. And I'm watching and learning, but I think there's a happy line.
Sounds to me like that ought to be the city manager's role.
No, we don't pay
The acting city manager?
Which part, Mayor?
To policing the budget and finance department.
I would disagree with the characterization of policing.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't
Maybe
really
wrong
mean that.
word.
Well, I mean, city manager has a responsibility for the responsibility of this city and the finance budget and finance department. And if there's something that is important and significant for council to understand, I would think that the city manager would ask for that information. And I know as an elected official, you have been placed on this dais, and as I have, by constituents who hold us responsible for watching over their money.
That's right.
And so, I mean, I've been on this council for 18 and a half years, and I don't think we've had a money issue.
I was about to say,
Well, it's I am in my first year, and these are questions about learning.
I understand.
And we
Melody.
all have
As you
been
should.
there, and we've all had to, as Councilman Weiss has said, it's like trying to drink water out of a fire hose. And we've had to keep up. All of us have had that. Councilman Holiday as well, or Mayor Pro Tem Holiday as well. And so we're all still trying to learn, but we don't. Well, I'll just stop right there.
So I'll say
I still ask questions every week. So, Melody, I don't want you to feel like that. I ask questions, but we do have to ask the questions. If we're all asking these questions, and I noticed today it's my first time noticing a lot of questions. I don't know if that's happening every week or not, or if it was just this particular week because of the budget.
So I'll say this, but I want to make sure
She has the right to
I want to
ask.
make sure I say this publicly. I know that there is nothing malicious about what you're trying to do. That's not who you are. You are someone who have known you for a long time. PTA boards, and everything else that we got going on. You ask questions. You want information. You want data points. Everything else. That I completely understand that. Question to Kim's point is, what are we? If there was something malicious, that's what he was saying. Like if you found something nefarious or malicious that was going on from here, that's a very different conversation. Then okay, listen, we need to make sure about that. But that's one of the reasons why we have a city manager and we have staff and everybody else to look at those things. And honestly, why we're responsible for looking and running the budget. The question becomes is that what can be done to assuage any concerns that you have regarding information data points, extract the data without having people work 6 ways from Sunday to be able to get that, which again, I think is a software standpoint, which is something that's going to cost money to do right there as well. And then make sure that those conversations are had, where they're needed to be had regarding those things. Again, you're not a malicious person. You've never been a malicious person. You truly are asking for that information for that as well. It's just trying to, it's true. We all ask, you want to see Doug's list?
Doug has one instead of me too.
Well, I would say that my list of questions is commensurate with the number of agenda items. So if you're already to agenda Z on the consent agenda, I'm going to have questions about a few, like maybe 50%. Some of that is from seeing it for the first time.
But I think
So, but to your point, this is an annual process. We are approving the budget. So my questions were more extensive because there's a 230-page budget, and I read every page.
Yeah.
Well,
so
that's why I'll ask, can we have this? Can we postpone this until the next meeting so that we could have a further discussion about?
Let me jump in on this, 'cause I want to address specifically Councilwoman Holliday's questions about timing and questions. My first 2 years on council, I served on the Citizen Budget Committee, which at that time had one council member. Because I was new, I had a lot of questions, but because the committee met over the whole year, I was able to ask a lot of questions. Now, not as well-informed questions as the ones that Councilwoman Ryan puts forward, but if I'd had to ask all of those questions in the month before budget, it might have felt overwhelming. But because it was a committee that met every month, and it was me and a number of financial experts. Elizabeth Montoya was on there, and there were some other folks who had strong financial backgrounds who were on that committee. They were able to ask questions not very different from the ones that Councilwoman Ryan asked, but because they were spread out over the course of a year, it didn't have the effect of forcing a fire hose. And I think that a standing committee, whether it's a citizen committee or a council committee, would ask perhaps the same number of questions, but in a less concentrated way, and would give more time for answers on each of those questions. And all of us, except Councilwoman Ryan, have been through this budget process before. So we perhaps have fewer questions about process, but we don't have the depth of understanding about the way budgets work that Councilwoman Ryan has. Councilman Wise probably is second place on that because he has a BBA and has done a lot of
I just
financial
wouldn't
work
make
over
that
the years.
assumption, but keep going.
But you don't go to law school to do fine points of accounts.
No, you go to public policy school.
Am I right about that? Oh, okay. Well, so I think that putting this in place quickly means that there will be less pressure at the end. It's you don't want to be if the objective is to avoid the pressure of the fire hose, use a soaker hose. Get the same amount of water on the lawn, but spread it out over more time. So I think this committee is a way to actually reduce the pressure, and to help us increase the transparency gradually and in a collaborative way without the, oh my God, we got to vote on this next week kind of thrust to it. So I'd like to do this now.
And I respect what you're saying, but I think questions from a council member put more pressure on staff than from a committee. And I think that we need to explore the amount of questions, what kind of questions should be asked, and how many questions, and how often, so that, as you say, it could be spread out, because this new committee could be asking 40 questions a week.
So
Well, my question is, why would the questions need to be asked?
Well, and my expectation is that the answer is, here's where you find the information, not, okay, let me go away and gather and put together that information for you that doesn't necessarily exist or that exists in disparate places. There's an amount of effort that we need to put into this, as we are elected to put in that effort.
Well, just from listening to Councilwoman Ryan over the last few months in terms of her expertise in accounting, it sounds like we have the wrong accounting system. And maybe we need to reevaluate that.
It's just different. Public finance is different.
It is different, and with all due respect, there is a difference between finances in a city and personal finances with all due respect to CPA. Now, you know more about finances than probably I'll say probably all of us, but it's a different system. And
so let me give you an example. So if you are looking at an annual year of financial information. And this is what I tell my clients. If we look at things on a periodic basis, and depending on the client, maybe that's monthly, maybe that's quarterly. When you get to year end, when you have to get ready for the tax return, or you have to get ready for the audit, all you're dealing with is 1 month of close or 1 quarter close. You're not dealing with 4 quarters, you're not dealing with 12 months. So that's the reason that you look at things more periodically, is so that you can get an understanding of what's going on during the year, and that it's not all pressured in that short amount of time when you have from the end of the year until the audit report is due, the end of the year until the budget is due. And the other thing is, now, this was the first time that we got the agenda on a Wednesday. But typically, we get the agenda Friday night. So that is a very short amount of time to ask questions.
We've always gotten it on Friday.
Well, I know, but if you have an 800-page
I want to be fair. Wait, I want to be fair.
agenda.
I used to ask for the agenda to make sure I get a copy on Wednesdays, just so I have time to read, and now I've just built it into my calendar.
Well, that's why we get the preliminary one.
Exactly.
But that's not all. That's not all the 800 pages of documents that you have to read through. And so on the agenda, the regular agenda, there's major things that are happening. You had $176 million debt. So I had 3 or 4 questions on that. You have, other things. 9 or 10 questions in the actual agenda. It's a 230-page budget that happens once a year. So that, again, is, to Councilman Rogers' point, that is accelerated time. You have a lot of information and short amount of time. And then also, I try to be mindful and put everything in one email and not have multiple things, just to make sure that it's easy. So, it is a lot of time.
It all sounds good, but with all due respect,
too.
again, the way you sound right now is that you know more about it than staff does.
So Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Sure.
Motion to postpone item 9. Is this 9F?
9F.
To next council meeting, with the addition of what did you?
I put an ethics and code of conduct conversation.
Ethics and code of conduct conversation.
Our use of staff's time, which equals money, and their resources.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Second.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second.
Let's just do that, and then let's have the conversation. I know you're not being malicious. But.
Motion carried. All right. 9G, discuss consider action on a rough proportionality appeal pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 212.904 for an approximately 85.497 acre tract situated in the Peter Conrad Survey, section number 17, abstract number 200, in Travis County, Texas, known as the Deck-Wilkie Tract, generally located north of SH 45, east of the Heatherwild Boulevard, and west of SH 130, and any matters related to the same.
And I think we'd probably be appropriate to go into closed session and attorney-client consultation initially under this matter.
I refuse to go into attorney-client purposes.
All right, we are in executive session on this item. We're back from
Oh my
executive session. No action was taken.
Goosebumps.
All right. Mr. Mayor, would you entertain a Mr. Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Oh, wait a minute. Let's wait for Mr.
Right here.
Rogers.
He's busy talking to
Where?
Charlie.
You wanna wait for Mr. Rogers?
Yeah.
I guess it would be better to have our attorney present.
Yeah.
He doesn't care anymore. It's past his bedtime.
It's funny because it reflects on his
It's like a cat.
Okay. All right. We're back.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to deny the proportionality appeal for the deck and Wilkie tract.
I'll second that.
We just vote and deny. Remember there was a thing about that? Okay, gotcha. Second.
Oh,
Somebody got me? All right, never mind. Give
That's
them.
all right.
How-
Did you hear that?
how it's in the
Oh, this is a
negative.
motion to deny,
Yeah.
not to postpone.
Yeah, this is
gonna
a
go
motion to deny.
That's my thing.
I don't know.
Watch. It's gonna be 4:30. Ooh. Oh.
The attorney.
Two
It's
attorneys.
unusual.
Oh, 5-2.
Just like everything else tonight.
All right, discussion regarding downtown east update.
We'll be in the depositions.
Wait a minute, did I miss one?
I don't think so. Did you? Downtown East discussion.
No, we have
Get my
a
little co-presenter here. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we'll walk through kind of a picture show of where we are with the Downtown East project. As an update to the full council, many of you serve on subcommittees that support this project, and so in an effort to share the information across the council as well as for the public, we put together what will hopefully be briefish presentation for you all this evening. We'll just hit highlights of the overall project, the rec center, the Monarch,
Here.
City Hall Plaza, the parking structure, which we'll walk through as well as the gin tract. You've seen this many, many times. I think I looked at our Legistar system, which is where we put in agenda items. Downtown East has been on a agenda. I think it was something like 86 times, and probably most of those times this has been there, and we're very happy to see that red marker, as I know many of you are, that we are under construction, and that kicked off in December, and we are on time to have the substantial completion.
It's been a long road, but we're here.
In November of next year. As a reminder, for staff, the public, as well as council, it's important that we focus on the project goals that the council set for this project. There are 19 goals, and so we continuously, with our design team and our development partner, revisit these to make sure that by the end of the project, that we have hit these project goals. The first 11 and the last set here. As you all are aware, we've been through a developer agreement progression, and that's how we get to work with Corin, who's put together really an incredible team, not only from the development agreement process, but also the construction team, being able to visit with the workers and things on the project has been really incredible. The dedication to the project is really stellar, and I know that in a couple weeks you'll all get to join us out there as we reach the top of the City Hall building. Is there anything on this part you want to add to?
No, just the topping out ceremony. We're really excited about that. It'll be a great tour. It shows well. So.
Yeah.
What day is the topping out?
22nd.
On the calendar, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll have additional details by the end of this week on where to park all
It's
those.
a Monday, right?
Yes, sir.
It's Monday.
So as a reminder, this is the overall project layout. We're working on lots 1, 2, 3, 4 in the Civic Plaza with phase 1, as well as A, B, and C there and the green areas that you see for the project. We'll start out this evening with the Monarch, which you all named earlier this year, Multi-Generational Recreation Center.
Wait, so we're not going to have it all in caps? We're just going to say the Monarch?
We're going to call it the Monarch. The
Well,
Monarch.
but it's an
that's what-
acronym.
But it's an acronym.
It is an acronym. Here you go. Movement, outdoors, nature, adventure, recreation.
Okay, quit
community,
calling
and
us nerds out. Like, we're just like, wait a minute, if it's an acronym, it's all
an
capital.
acronym.
Okay, we just work here. We just work here.
You're right. It is an acronym. And hopefully by next November, I'll be able to remember what the acronym stands for. So you see here, this is the view of the rec center as if you're standing on the future of Main Street. And you can see there the signage for the Monarch and the view of this will be the classrooms, the senior/teen lounge on the first floor, as well as the fitness area and the patio that you see up there in the top left-hand corner.
Is this also where we expect the retail space?
Yep, right next door, which will just be just down the street here, and then this is so where we just were a
That's
second
called
ago.
Cocoon.
Councilmember Weiss is just to the left, and here is the retail space. You want to touch
I
on
like
that?
how we're going to call it restaurant.
We're going to call
Restaurant,
it restaurant.
shop, restaurant.
It's also an acronym.
It's not an acronym.
It's also an acronym.
But we are,
Shop.
so overall this space is slightly over 10,000 square feet. The whole building is about 11,000 square feet. We have about 9,500 square feet of leasable retail space, and then service corridor, trash room, things like that. And along with the progression of the building, the retail space is getting built and going well. We are going to start marketing the retail space in a couple weeks, to be honest with you. And we have assembled a list of interested parties from a variety of members of the council. They will be among the first people contacted. And we're excited. The brokers that we're working with think it's a very favorable retail environment right now, just kind of given supply and demand dynamics. And so we're really excited to get it out there.
So I'm curious, this retail space, this restaurant shop space, do you anticipate this being related to the Monarch, related to the fitness and health nature of the rec center, or is this something that's going to be more general purpose?
More general purpose. I'd say it's more contributing to the lifestyle of the center itself. One thing I think that's interesting about the Monarch and the rec center itself is that it's a mixed-use rec center. I don't know of any project in the country that we've surveyed that has these mixes of uses between private uses and public uses. One of the things that we would talk about with Downtown East that's really unique as a project in general, not City Hall and the rec center, is that these public facilities are being used now as anchors for mixed-use development. They are, in the world of like building IKEAs or Walmarts or things like that, that type of retail model is viable. But an alternative to that for active, vibrant, mixed-use environments is to try to create destinations out of civic uses, and doing that in a way that draws the public to a Monarch or a City Hall, and then having cafes integrated into the City Hall or retail space integrated there. We're doing a commercial condo, so it's a condominium unit for the retail, and then the rec center is another condominium.
So to your point, I'm hoping right there next to the Monarch that we'll have a Round Rock donut. So when I work out, I can come right out.
You can carb load right there, yeah. Yeah, we're getting a carb load.
What are you trying to?
Rudy
so
wants to
stop right there.
I'm all about Jamba Juice. I'm this close to opening my own.
There's nothing preventing us from having health and wellness themes around that. At this early stage, investors in a private development are not necessarily interested in limiting their potential to be able to lease space, but health and wellness are some of the major tenants that are going to be attracted to this. That's according to brokers, and what we believe you're likely to get retailers that want to do a physical therapy center or yoga classes and things like that, a yoga studio. But another thing that's likely to be very highly attractive is restaurants and things like that would contribute to the pedestrian environment.
I mean, I think that just like you said, these anchors are atypical for what's in the country. But then you look at what Cedar Park's done with its library, which is just transformative, and that's going to be an anchor for that. So I think it's going to be we're part of the trend moving forward. Where how many times have we said that? If we want people to come, we need to invest in ourselves, and there's that they will follow.
Yeah. Well, and I think for example, a restaurant, whoever decides to to lease that space. I mean, when you think about the activity from the Monarch as well as the activity of City Hall, because I know that for years and years and years, and 20 years ago when we were talking about downtown and how City Hall would bring more people downtown and shop downtown, and of course that was 20 years ago, which probably wasn't likely to happen. But today, where you have a beautiful City Hall and you have business people coming to that City Hall, meetings being conducted there. Hey, let's go have a nice lunch at the restaurant. So, I mean, it just connects it all together.
Really meeting that goal of creating that third space for people to come and work and play and eat and all the things. And
Right.
really that's very exciting. We'll kind of take a little bit of a walk around the building. This is the north west corner. You see the pool coming out of the natatorium area. You'll see kind of some color coding that kind of occurs where you've got the blue here in the corner. As we work our way down the plaza, you'll see a green, which is really reflective of the turf space that occurs within that portion of the facility.
Where's the burnt orange?
About 20 miles to the south.
Right there, see?
There's some on the ground.
Off the edge of the picture.
And so we'll walk around this area that you're seeing here, and then you're standing on the north side of the plaza.
Will that turf be artificial or real?
It will be artificial. It'll be a great lawn that's artificial there in the middle.
Well, and there's also an artificial turf area for
Inside.
fitness, right?
That's right. I believe we included a picture of
What did you
that
say?
as well.
You say for soccer?
For football.
Football, yeah.
Soccer.
It's going to be blue and silver.
So this is at the southern end of the plaza, right adjacent to Main Street. This will be the entrance to the Monarch, and really just kind of serve as also kind of a trailhead theme here. And so you'll be able to walk into the rec center. There'll be Child Watch, and I think I'm not sure we included some visuals of that. The Child Watch, the lounge, and then you'll get into kind of that check-in space, which then gets you to access the rest of the facility. Here's a visual.
Look at that.
This was probably my favorite.
Hey,
for
don't
recently.
tease me. Don't tease me.
This is the nightclub space?
Yeah.
Club Monarch.
Yeah.
After 9.
This is, I thought, a great visual that our architects put together for us of the northeast corner. So we're standing here. This would be the future intersection of 685 and Wanderlust Way. But a great visual. You can see there kind of the lights of the track inside is that longer white light there to the left. But then that corner kind of piece there really shows off the Monarch, and that color piece. You get kind of those purple and blue tones at this side, and there are options for those LED transitions to really help celebrate. Maybe this is where we could find burnt orange highlighted for
There we
some
go,
wins,
right.
or
You could do that.
those kind of things. And so that's really an exciting part of, I think, this portion of the building be really truly
Great.
beautiful.
Wow.
Anything you want?
Yeah, for sure. Early on in the process where we were working on the master plan, and I know we spoke in front of the council at times around the placement of the buildings. There was a conversation of where the rec center might be placed or where City Hall might be placed, and sort of moving the Lego pieces around. And it might have been at a facility subcommittee meeting, but I know that we had some comments from a variety of council members around being bold and, advertising, the entrance to downtown East and placing the rec center right smack dab at the front edge of FM 685. And so I think that this facade and this facade design and the vision of it really it speaks to that. It just really speaks to a decision, an intentional decision to say, like, we're going to announce ourselves with this project.
Here's that the exterior portion of the indoor turf that we were just referring to. Thank you, Trista. These doors will come open, and so that gives the parks team a real opportunity to program this space, kind of an indoor-outdoor, when you have like beautiful mornings like we did today, to be able to have that opportunity here. And so great flexibility in the design as well. We'll start kind of walking through the interior. This is a rendering of what you could anticipate when you walk in the front door. You meet this kind of lounge area to where you can pop up your laptop. You're waiting for your kid to finish basketball. There's a child watch. That door there you see off to the left is the child watch area. There will also be an indoor
Did we
play
pay
scape.
ESPN for that?
Sports
They're doing Sports Center, yeah.
Yeah. Onto the right-hand side, that is where you'll find the senior and teen lounge. The desk you see there in the, I thought I had a picture there. The desk you see there in the far part of the image, that'll be the check-in desk. As we walk in and we turn to the left, this is a rendering of the gym. Just as a reminder, this will be 4 high school basketball courts, which translates to 8 middle school basketball courts. For James's purpose, 12 pickleball courts as well.
And how many soccer fields is that?
Yeah. Sorry, might stick those on the turf.
He knows
right?
he knows the vernacular, the only vernacular I understand.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're going to be able to host. I mean, that was one of the things that was perplexing about us is that we host. I mean, Pflugerville teams are hosting tournaments in Round Rock, in Austin, those areas. Like, you're going to be able to host tournaments here now. This is awesome.
Yeah.
How many courts is this?
It's 4 high school basketball courts. Another great opportunity, not only in like a tournament play, would also be, as you know now, with the 1 court, we've got seniors really wanting pickleball, where you might have your teens wanting basketball. Well, this gives us that flexibility to host both. At that time. So
do we
really,
have any dividers?
I want to see
there will be
go through the pickleball court.
There will be dividers.
Okay, cool.
There will be dividers.
There's netting that can.
Now, some high schoolers, I'm told, likes to play pickleball too.
Yeah, I think it's become quite
You're
the
talking
trend.
about your kids, but keep going.
No,
Okay.
they don't play.
Yeah. So not really reflective very well in this, I think, because of this is really one of the daylight shots. We were trying to see how much light was coming onto the court. This is the space, though, that the track goes around the court, and there will be a part where there's some relief in that track going up and down, so you can kind of get different levels of exercise as you're walking.
How many times you got to go around there for 1 mile?
We did that measurement. Do you remember?
Yeah, I don't remember how many it was actually, though. I thought it was. It's not a full. I think it's half of an outdoor track.
So you're saying an 8
You're saying 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 16.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot better than the one we got now.
Yeah.
And then
like
if you go back to the.
You know what? But you start getting speed. The one we.
You start wearing out your inside ankle.
That's right.
When we have the site tour on the 22nd, and you're out on site, we'll direct you to the rec center site. And one of the things that we've poured is the basically the slab for the basketball for the gym area out of the entire foundation or the first floor of the rec center. So at the tour, it's nice when you're out on site, you're actually able to see the dimensions of this area in particular, because it's already got the kind of pre-slab already poured for that.
That will be hardwood, or?
It will, yeah, but I mean, it's got concrete underneath it and
Okay.
then layer above it.
Here is a picture of the
Look at
pool
that.
space. So as you all might recall, it's a 2-slide pool. And so we have the traditional kind of sit-down slide. That's what we saw on the exterior images. The purple slide here, the yellow is a stand-up slide. So we'll have some fun races there. One of the key things that we heard from council is, and certainly from the community, was to make sure this was multi-generational. Teens, as you all know, is a hard group to ensure we have something fun for them to do. We think this was a great addition to the pool for that age group, as well as others, of course. It'll be a beach entry. There will be featured kind of a big shady as a nod to our pecan tree. That will be the kind of bucket play for kind kind of your younger kiddos as you come into the beach area and enter to the pool. There's kind of a spa and relaxation area. There are some lap lanes. They're not your traditional racing lanes. It's just for exercise only. And then there will be kind of the resistance portion of the pool there on the far side.
What's the length on the laps? On the lap lanes?
25?
No, I think it's like 23 meters. It's not a, yeah.
Not a, okay.
I mean,
How deep will be the deepest part be?
30 feet.
I think only
Oh,
like
diving?
5 or 6 feet.
yeah, there's not diving opportunities in
There's
this
an
area.
5
yeah.
feet or somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably. That's the way it is in Cowboy Field.
So much of this
facility here
was
seems
just
like it's in an odd place because it doesn't let you get into the shallow part, and it sort of forces you into the deeper part of the pool.
What you're not seeing here, Councilmember Rogers, is where actually off the screen is the beach entry, so that you can just walk into the pool. You can't. It's not showing the full extent of the
Okay,
pool.
I'm focused on the wheelchair accessible part there. And is that really where we're going to put that?
No, I actually think that feature is what was like one of the ninja features, not the ADA entry. And I think the ADA entry actually ends up being on, I think that on the other,
The far
the other
north side?
Yeah, this is just a rendering to show parts of
On
it.
the other end.
Yeah.
Well, no,
It's on the soft entry is on this right-hand
This-
side.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah. Yep.
Put it this way, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
they thought-
There will also be 2 party rooms off of the pool space as well, which you don't see here, but it would be off just to the right. Here's that indoor turf area, or for soccer or whatever other sport that you'd like to choose. There's also workout zone kind of at the bottom here. One of the unique features about the rec center that we haven't found in any others is that there is a hill built into the turf that gets you up to the cardio. That's the area you see there in the far part of the screen.
So people won't go to the lake anymore. They
you
Yeah.
can do
go
some
right
hill
up there.
sprints.
Yeah.
No, coaches are still sending people to the
So it's split. It's a hill, and then the other side will be kind of like your stadium stairs. And
That's
so
cool.
lots of different opportunities to work out in this space. And those windows that you see on the far side are the ones we just walked through on the exterior.
exterior, roll
Yeah.
over,
cool.
Yeah.
indoor, outdoor.
Yeah.
The other thing about this is that you have the turf hill, and then on the second floor, you also have another strip of turf next to the weight area. And that was kind of like another thing that was unique about this space is that there aren't all that many spaces that kind of talk about a 2-story turf area that creates, some form, a trail, a transition into the weight area. It's nice to look at these and point out the things that you won't see anywhere else.
Yeah.
And that's kind of one of them.
Some unique elements. In this image, we're standing on the second floor, and you see kind of down into the center staircase. You can see some of the windows that go into the turf area here, but lots of opportunities to just kind of also hang out. Whether you're waiting for your kids or your spouse or whatever, or kids just to hang out, lots of opportunities here in the center of the rec center as well. It's an image of the cardio workout zone, which will be impressive. Shane has been working quite diligently on making sure the mix of equipment in this space will be what is needed for our community. And so
Can we make sure we have TRX bands?
TRX bands, yeah, that's an
Sorry,
acronym.
just
No problem.
Yeah.
I think we have places for
Flexibility
that.
band.
Plenty of that.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Rudy needs a
Go to
spot for
Cowboy
selfies.
Fit.
Yeah, some sort of ring light.
Yeah.
I'm just laughing about we're going to have some sort of motivation. The stronger you are,
the better you feel. Yeah.
There we go.
That's right. Yeah.
Discipline
Puffy.
equals freedom.
One of the other great features that you don't see in a lot of rec centers too will be the event space on the top floor. And so in this space, we'll be able to host events for 300 people. You see the person there on the far side, that will be featured a stage. But the stage, what's unique here, will roll up into the wall. And so it doesn't have to be out the whole time. So you can take advantage of the full space. It will have the screens, and then we'll have the kind of catering kitchen or learning kitchen as well. And so lots of flexibility here for lots and lots of different programming space that we don't really have today. You see that at the Marriott where you've got those ballrooms. But we're finding the need, I think, as you all are well aware, for more and more of spaces like this. And so this will be a beautiful space. It will also have access to the outdoor patio, which really gives a great flexibility for different and variety of events to occur in this facility.
Under certain conditions, and I don't know if this is, well, it wouldn't have come up in your program or your designing and everything, and this is for future reference, I guess. Will there be alcohol permitted?
I was thinking the same thing.
I imagine that will be the case.
Because when
yes,
I said casino night, I was like,
yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking wedding reception.
Absolutely. We do think it would be a beautiful space for that. Yep. Yep.
Keggers.
I went to a wedding application.
Maybe keggers. Okay. So here are a few images that we've taken from the site just to give you kind of that entry. We've tried to include some of these too in your weekly updates from time to time, as well as kind of construction has been progressing. It's a little bit harder on the rec center because of the style of construction to see that going up versus like City Hall, where we'll show you in a moment. The steel going up, but here you see a lot of them pouring the tilt wall that's going to be supporting the rec center. So really, really incredible to watch this come to life.
We have the good tilt wall. Good tilt wall.
Good tilt wall. The good tilt wall. That's right. That's right. So City Hall, you see here, we've shown these images to you all many times, and so these are a little bit of refinement I would like to point out here. So this is the entrance. Imagine on the left-hand side that you're standing on Main Street, and this is a view that you could see. So if we walk towards that entrance, those are the images that you have there on the right-hand side. And you see there the featured water wall. That's that kind of square as you're entering into council chambers. Really a beautiful and unique feature, I think, for this facility. And off to the left, which you don't see here, will be the cafe. We thought it would be nice to show you all kind of the rendering of the view of what you all will see once this space is constructed. And I think in a weekly or maybe a message that Serena will sent you, they started forming the dais that you all will sit at. And so this is the image the audience will have to council, and then also your image as well on to the audience. So kind of what to expect as well from your desk space. Really thoughtful design from our architect team to kind of have a recess for your computers as you all look now, and I can see everybody's laptop. Sometimes it's hard to see over those, and so they're kind of recessed. So your line of sight is to the public that are in those meetings. And
So Emily, I don't know if we talked about it before, and I don't remember if we saw it when we went on that tour. Will the podium be able to turn?
The podium is going to be flexible to be able to rotate, and then also there will have some extensions. And so we talked about like joint meetings with the school district or your boards and commissions, so that y'all would come and be welcome kind of around that joint table. So it'll raise and lower and have a lot more flexibility than maybe Trista just constantly turning this podium.
I mean,
Oh, but Trista
she's
loves
getting
to
her
do it.
traps are pretty strong.
I mean, that's true. That is true. And so you also see more of that rounding to help those conversations occur a little more easily for council meetings and boards and commissions as well. This is a view of the lobby, so if you walked in, and so this also creates another opportunity for those third spaces for people to come in and pop up their laptop or meet with someone. There will be a receptionist for the building there right at the entry, and then there'll also be what we're referring to as a one-stop shop. And so in this space, there will be kind of 5 spots that our staff will be at where you want to come have questions about a permit, pay your utility bill, pull some records. During election season, there will be a space for Trista and her team to have a space there as well. So really that one-stop shop for the public to come in and get those services that are offered in the building, or for the receptionist to reach staff on the other floors to come and engage in meetings and other things in that space as well.
Is water moving here too for payments?
One more time.
Water.
Water, yes.
Utility payments,
Utility
yeah.
billing,
Utility payments.
yes, ma'am. And court payment will happen just on the other side of the hallway, but in a very similar fashion as you see here with kind of the walk-up windows and greeting staff here. The cafe will be out front. We're working on finalizing the lease terms to bring you all with that vendor that will operate the cafe here. So the cafe will coffee shop will be there on the front side, and really an opportunity, again, what we heard a lot was to have those community spaces. And so if you had, you wanted your HOA to have a meeting, or Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, different community groups that have the opportunity to come and meet in those community spaces. So looking at furniture that's very flexible, put tables together, pull them apart for the needs of the community, and have a drink and a snack at the same time. And so I think this will be a really beautiful space surrounded by glass that you'll be able to look onto Main Street. The water wall, which we just featured, will also be visible from this space. And really just, I think, a unique opportunity that a lot of city halls don't include. And it can also be very compatible with the retail and restaurants that Griffin Swinnerton will be delivering at the Monarch. Here are some pictures of City Hall under construction. And so you see that steel going up. They've completed the second floor, working on the third floor to hit that top level by the 22nd. And so that image there in the middle is standing on the second floor, kind of standing on the south side looking north. And so you're kind of looking through what will become the staff break room, training room, and then onto the plaza space.
And this building will be visible from Round Rock, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Because I can see the crane when I'm driving through.
That's right. Yes, it will. It was actually quite incredible to kind of see that second level is already at the trees, and so if you can imagine, a little bit taller. So it will be quite the statement and that example, as you mentioned, for expectations of development in the community.
Oh yeah, I mean, people are gonna walk and be like, "What?"
Right. That's right.
Here.
Yep. You can see here on the bottom right-hand corner, that's the dais, your future dais already kind of getting poured in that form. So really neat to kind of see all those pieces kind of come together, and then in just a little over a year we'll be
Do meetings
meeting.
end at 9 on that dice?
Please.
Yes, 100%.
But they start at 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Make the agenda shorter.
Just a couple of slides on the plaza, which will be the kind of ultimately become the heart of the Downtown East project, the area immediately to the west of the rec center. And while we're still working on the design, I thought it would be a unique opportunity to kind of show you a cross section of what the plaza looks like. And so imagine Wanderlust Way is the north side of the project, and as we're working our way south towards Main Street, there will be a stage. The Great Lawn, which we referenced, will be that artificial turf and a great gathering area. There's a kids play and water zone, which some really unique features in there. Outdoor games, think of like cornhole and ping pong, and chess out in that area. Also opportunities for seating, shade, and food trucks along the north side. And so really engaging opportunities for the public. Also great spaces for our parks team to host the incredible events that they put on for the community all the time. And then here is a view, if you're standing on Main Street and you were looking north, kind of what you could imagine that stage looking like. You can see kind of the visual there of the slide, and all kind of comes together with some beautiful landscaping over time. Anything you want to add about the plaza?
In terms of construction sequencing, it's always interesting to just think about that, where you're seeing steel go up, walls go up, the buildings get done, and then many of the things that really start to bring a district to life, like the planting and the landscaping and plazas and things like that, those things come after a lot of the buildings have been formed. So you'll start to see plaza get built and the trees come in probably, summer of next year type thing.
Okay. Then the next piece that's probably the it's kind of like the fourth part of it is the parking structure, which we spoke to you all about several months ago. These are fairly new for us, as Corin and our design team have been really working towards what does this look like. And so the parking structure will be at 685 in Main, so right across from HEB and the rec center, and will feature initially, Corin's idea, kind of a parking structure, that temporary space out front where you see along Main Street, you can see kind of those colors. Opportunities for kind of a temporary plaza until retail comes into that space. So it's being designed to be able to be built out for retail along the first floor, so it's a great mirror to the retail at the Monarch, while still providing the need for the parking that's necessary to support the facilities in downtown East. The white images here, you do a good job of kind of describing those.
Those screens,
the
yeah.
screens, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, these are decorative screens that can be customized with different colors, different images, different graphics that can get put on the screens themselves. So as a starting off point, we visualize where the screens are going to go, but throughout the process, we'll start to look at what the actual, quality of those screens ultimately look like, and those are going to be some nice conversations to be able to have with the council here to get you to weigh in on how it can actually look.
Yeah. And so this, if you imagine in a few years, kind of transitioning to retail, this is what you could imagine seeing here. And so really gives that opportunity for that flexible space. So engaging areas, so it's not just a parking structure, it'll become decorative and then also fulfill the commercial needs that we have and goals for this project.
Can you go back?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm maybe just reaching, but at the top of that building, does that say Pflugerville or something? Looks like letters.
Oh, on the building, on the parking garage?
The back building. At
The City Hall.
If you
The
don't,
rooftop.
it looks like it could be.
But it's kind of,
Yeah, okay.
that
Oh, right there, right there,
Yeah,
right there.
yeah, that's City Hall.
But here, let me.
Does that
What
say
does it
Pflugerville?
say?
I'm not sure.
It says Hall City.
Are those letters?
Yo, those letters.
Yeah.
No.
Could they be?
But we'll say yes, that they're
That would look really good
Anything's
right
possible.
there.
That's right. Yeah,
Obviously,
they
Emily does
can
not
be.
know her audience.
Talking about right there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That would look good right
I mean,
there.
it would be.
Yeah. Yeah.
It does kind of look like it.
Yeah.
It was just
It does
words.
kind of look that way. I hadn't looked at it from that
Something
view
new
before.
every time you look at it.
That's right. That's right. And so here's just a different angle. This is actually be the entrance to the parking structure. We've just come down Main Street a little bit. We're now standing in front of City Hall, and the entrance will be there on the western side with some more of that kind of opportunities for really helping to further that downtown brand
Is
and graphics. This
is that
location.
structure under construction currently?
It's not under construction.
No.
What's the delivery date on that?
Same time as the other building.
So
yeah.
City Hall and that structure will be open at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
26,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
In November of 26
This
is
time next
substantial completion. That's right. So we'll have a purchase and sale agreement related to the parking structure for you all in October. The Gin Tract, just a quick highlight, I don't have renderings for this. We are drafting the development agreement with El Arroyo. Parcel C is parking will be under construction shortly. We're under permitting with that and have really enjoyed that partnership with First
Have we
United
ever
Methodist
announced El
Church.
Arroyo yet?
Not publicly, not until right now.
Have we?
It was on your agenda earlier this year.
Yeah.
Have we closed the property with the church?
We have not. There's a provision going back and forth between attorneys.
Okay.
And then once that is completed, that will be
Those
that will be
attorneys.
done. But really been a great partnership with the church.
Well, everyone sees El Arroyo.
Yeah, there you go. So we'll have that agreement for you hopefully in the next couple months as well. So just coming up is we're finishing up the entitlement process with the plaza design and permitting, the parking structure design and permitting as well. We'll have that purchase and sale agreement for you all in October, along with the retail condominium creation and cafe lease that we mentioned previously, and we are on track to complete substantial completion by November of next year. We're happy to answer any questions, Mayor, that you might have.
Well, my one question, I'm looking at this rendering of the plaza, and around the plaza, obviously, you've got the rec center on one side,
Yes.
you've got the city hall to the south, but on the west side of the plaza,
Yep.
that will be part of the private part of this public-private partnership,
phase
right?
2, yeah.
When do we break ground on that? Because I got at least 3 folks who want to be in that building already, and they're ready for it. So, what's the groundbreaking for that one?
Doug's trying to move his job down here.
So many people interested in being in downtown. People
Yeah.
are calling me regularly asking, "How do I get in downtown East?"
Yeah.
They're excited.
Yeah, that's one of those are some conversations that we need to start having and moving. That is the primary development track that would come next. And so
And Corin, is that your building or is that someone else's building?
On the priority development parcel?
Mhm.
We'd like to talk to you about it.
right now, so our agreement with Griffin Swinnerton was to kind of master plan the whole.
Yeah.
And then to help us deliver phase 1 and future conversations would happen with phase 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Catellis isn't coming back for that yet.
No, sir.
Okay.
You talked about third space a lot. I was
Yes.
wondering, in this particular area, is there any co-working space?
And you could certainly do that in City Hall. The main lobby is rather large. You come and
Specific co-working space.
we don't have designated like a building for co-working space, but there's opportunities in the community space in the cafe as well as kind of that main lobby to have meetups and meetings, things like that.
And to your point, we know there's
Yeah,
a
I see
need.
people
We know,
renting space.
yeah, I was gonna say we know there's a need because we know there's enough people at
Yeah, they're gonna be homeless people.
West Pecan
It's
who are
full in
literally
there.
like all the time.
Yeah.
You don't get in by 7:30, you don't
Co-work
get
with
to see.
homeless
Yeah.
people.
That's right. Yeah, so
We may
that
want to look.
cafe will help meet
We
some
may
of
want to
those
look
needs.
at our shop area, then maybe do an opportunity to talk to PCDC about some folks who've come to us previously about co-working space. I like the
Well,
green
there's
space.
going to be that. I mean, not in downtown, but that other development that's off of 45.
Oh, that's true.
That has co-working. But
Yeah, but I don't want to drive that far.
I could see that as being
wanna ride
an
my
end
bike.
user on like the second story of the next phase.
Yep.
Above the restaurant and brew pub.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, we know.
And they're gonna do it anyway and have some coffee and things like that. I'm thinking about opportunities for revenue.
Revenue recovery. Yes. Revenue recovery.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's great. I think the green lawn, that big lawn, great lawn, that's awesome too. You're gonna see, dude, this thing's gonna be popping.
Yep.
Just watch.
Then you're not gonna have to worry about people paying impact fees. They're gonna want to be here. Hit the gavel.
And let me just comment that on this,
We had 2 more
the
items.
Pfluger track,
Yes.
that this was actually Mr. Rogers' idea.
It was.
So, well,
He did find
The
it.
location was my idea. There's a lot of other people's ideas that are in there.
it. No, let's again recap for everybody that we were not going to be here until you brought this to us. Like literally, we were not going to be here.
Well, and
Well,
Gladys
let
Pfluger.
me give credit where credit is due. Trey Fletcher brought it to me.
Oh, okay. Well, you and Trey Fletcher then, thank you.
History of it all. Cool.
Okay.
just sharing all.
And
the
then I
praise
brought
over
it to
there,
Caesar,
okay.
and Caesar said, "What are you, high?"
Fiscal responsibility, that's the
Yeah.
first thing I said.
All right.
Hey
Thank you,
now.
Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Hey now.
Great job.
Oh, I'm talking about him.
All right. The next item is discussion regarding an update from the City Council Public Safety Committee.
We have great news.
Yeah, you
Let's
want
go.
to lead, Rudy? You want me to kick us
yeah,
off?
we just have to let them know that the county has come to the table and funded the delta between what services we need from ESD number 2 and what we are paying for services right now. That's already been apportioned and set in the budget. It's been encumbered, for a better lack of term, for it as well.
So, as you know, a couple months ago, we asked the group to allow us to send a letter, and I want to make sure that we keep you updated on progress, so that there's no unexpected items that come before us. So this is just a discussion to kind of prepare you for what we've been able to accomplish. We did work with the county. The county has included Delta funding in their budget. Now, for some reason, the county doesn't pass their budget until the very last minute. September 30th is when they pass their budget.
You don't need to take shots. We just
I mean, so nothing's final until it's final, right? But they have included that. So our expectation should be to see an ILA coming from the ESD that would be substantially similar to the agreement that we currently have with Allegiance. My expectation is that the county is going to operate under the existing agreement they have with the ESD to fund the operations in the ETJ. And our agreement would be specifically, if so approved, the ILA with the ESD would be just between us and them for, like I said, the roughly the amounts that we are currently paying Allegiance. With that said, it's interesting in our conversations with the county that this apportionment is likely something that they will be extending countywide in the future. They're undergoing a study.
You're saying you're being generous by saying likely.
We are leading the way with a cost sharing with the county. The county coming to the table to us for one of the first times, which is really exciting, and we expect it'll be a model for the county going forward.
I think that overall, I mean, and I want to thank y'all because it's not Doug and I, it's y'all, right? Like, it's because they've had the faith in this council and they understand the need and necessity for the services that are necessary to help our citizens, and they also understand the fiscal responsibility and the issues that we're all facing as a whole with that. Doug's exactly right. This model is likely going to be the model that's going to be utilized moving forward after they do their research and study on this, and it says a lot about them that they stepped up to this right there. It says a lot about the ESD to provide the applicable information and data points to make sure that they felt comfortable with what they were funding, and it says a lot about this council to find a way to be able to go ahead and help bring the services, bring the level of care that I think is necessary for our citizens right there as well. Y'all have done an excellent job, and I just got to say thank y'all all. Hats off to y'all.
So does this include the same service level agreement as far as priority one calls and all the different level of calls and the response expectations?
That would be my expectation.
Yeah,
we'll get a drafted ILA and get to debate any terms that we need to at that point.
There's not going to be any
Reduction
in service whatsoever. I mean, and that's the key part. And I think in a lot of ways, I said that to y'all before, and I can say it again publicly. Like it opened my eyes going on a call with them to see what we've been trying to navigate and where we're back. And I actually encourage y'all to talk to places like Baylor Scott and White and hear their thoughts on that as well. I mean, I think that this is not only the right decision now, but I think this is something that in the future, given our fiscal constraints, that this is the type of thing that's going to happen moving forward with ESDs across the state.
Do you feel like the county is going to accept this responsibility long term, or is this something that we're just going to start for the first contract and then there's a possibility that it's not approved in the future? How do you see this long term?
I think long term, because I mean we're getting ahead of and I give them a lot of credit, because what they could have done is said, no, let's wait for the study to come back, but they feel comfortable in what we're doing. They feel the importance of what's happening here to make sure that, in fact, no, let's make sure we fund this Delta right now. Let's do it the way that they said, which is, hey, listen, Doug put it best. We're going to go ahead and we're going to amend it from our end. We're already working right now, amend it from our end, work from that. We're not going to put it between.
We'll sign a multi-year contract with the ESD at terms, and the county will have their agreement with the ESD to cover the difference. And if the county backs out of that, then we're not the ones fighting the fight. That'd be between them and the ESD.
But would we have the potential of losing our service?
But anything's possible. Anything's possible. But we've got confidence in the county and the ESD.
I mean, this is a good faith partner.
I just have to ask.
No, absolutely.
No, it's not.
And it's something we always have to.
It's important.
Worry about, but. That's we gotta trust our partners a little bit.
And we gotta remember, again, because we know we've seen our budget this year. It's not going to get any better.
Right.
So just to clarify, though, this will not reduce any of our costs that are in our budget.
No,
No.
I would not expect
This
it
is
to.
budget neutral.
And then the other thing is this cost sharing is only with a specified provider, and it's not cost sharing with any provider that we choose.
That would be my expectation, since we are not party to the contract for the cost sharing agreement.
We're not receiving the funds
We-
themselves.
We're not getting any money.
Yeah, they're literally
We're not getting any money. We're not paying any extra money.
They see who we want to partner with. They understand that. Listen, it's important for the community. Let's fund that Delta and let's get it going.
So the contract amount would be at the same contract amount that we currently have.
Absolutely.
That matches my
Absolutely.
expectation.
The budget neutral. Did I say budget neutral?
Yeah.
I just wanted to be sure because I would of how the funding is. So
I'm super excited that we're here. It's late. I would run around and jump around, but I remember when we just couldn't. I didn't know if we were going to ever get to this
I think
space.
we.
So I thank you and Rudy very much for your diligence and your persistence on this subcommittee to make this happen, because I believe this is what our citizens want. But we needed to make sure we had a way to pay for it. So
I think also praise goes to James, goes to Thomas, and goes to Joe Chacon and all those folks on staff for getting things organized on that. Good work.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Very good.
All right, what did y'all pull?
Just one item.
5K.
Okay.
Yes, we have 5K, approving a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a renewal of the interlocal cooperation agreement for public health services between the city of Austin and the city of Pflugerville.
Ah.
So I pulled this, and I don't know if we'll get a presentation, because I'll give my own presentation, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. My understanding, so first of all, the like vendor food permits now in line with new state law, so those are drastically reduced. So that,
Can you repeat that so people can hear that?
the vendor food permits are now in line with state law. So they are drastically,
$65.
62, I think.
well, just to
$62.
clarify, that's the temporary ones. Just
That's
for
a
events.
temporary, so that'll certainly help out our vendors at Slice, at
As
Deutsche
opposed to the
Fest.
$300 that used to go?
As opposed to the $300, roughly $300 that they were before. Although my understanding also, they are requiring, the state law is requiring Austin to go to a different model for how they charge restaurants. And this is where it gets a little controversial, because Austin used to charge on a 1 through 10 risk-based scale, and now they will have to go to a 3-tier revenue-based scale. Now, for smaller mom and pop shops, I would imagine this would be, not a increase to their health permit fees, but for some bigger restaurants, it could increase their fees some amount. So this is that's the part that concerns me. I think APH is making up for the loss in revenue in one place by adding it elsewhere. But we want to be mindful that some of the restaurants with maybe some higher gross earnings may be seeing increases in their health permit fees.
And from what I've been told, and I want to make sure I say thanks to Councilmember Velasquez, Vela, Harper Madison, what else am I missing? Alter on this down in Austin. They understand that, and they should be tackling the issues to Asajj to make sure that's not the case, which is great. Ultimately, we'll see what turns out when they finalize everything else from that. But I feel much more comfortable now that we know that those fees have been capped. I feel much more comfortable that those council members know that, and I'm saying that out loud, APH can't come in front of us and throw them under the bus and just blame them for everything, and they're trying to take ownership on what's happening right there. And for our citizens who for years have rightly complained, and honestly in this council is rightly paid for to talk about deltas, paying for their aspects. This is a good operation, and I feel much more comfortable moving with APH moving forward on this. But honestly, strangely enough, thanks to the state
I
part.
was just about to say that. You're always
Are you praising the legislature?
Wow, I said the state. But you know me, I give credit where credit's due always.
Second.
So I do think that.
I'm sorry.
I make a motion to approve 5K.
Second.
Oh, wow, he was just louder than enough. Oh, he wasn't loud enough.
I said it like 3 minutes ago, so
Okay.
he just
motion
finally caught
carried.
up.
5 seconds.
All right.
I think that concludes our meeting. Motion,
Be quiet. Fill out of it.
meeting adjourned.
Almost.